Alright. Come on, YouTube stream. Go, go, go. There you go. YouTube stream is a go. Okay, so have a presentation to do today. Damn, it's already the 30th. It's already the 30th. The month has been flying by, man. It's been a very quick but productive January. How's January been for y'all? Do anything cool? Stick to any resolutions? I don't think they're gonna hit move bounce, but I really hope I'm wrong. Maybe if we just keep bitching about it, they'll eventually change their mind. I think it's a bit of copium.
Hello, I like money.
Vague delusion with the Prime. Thanks for the support, friend. Means a lot. I appreciate it. Enjoy the ad-free viewing experience, the emotes, and these pogfish. We are one step closer to becoming Doctor Doom, whether he gets nerfed or not. We're getting close to the Doom cosplay. That'll be fun. That will be fun. I have done a Snap cosplay on stream before. It was Devil Dinosaur I did for Halloween. Although that one was really tricky because my space was a bit... Previously, my space was a little bit more cramped. And it turns out the really big inflatable dino suit was really hard to fit in my whole space and have it work on camera. And it was tricky. I think Doom will be a lot better. It was tricky. It was fun, but it was incredibly tricky to manage. I think Doom will be much more manageable. Waiting for Monster Hunter. Yeah, that game seems sick. I've always wanted to get into the Monster Hunter games, but I'm like... I feel like as I've gotten older, games that are like super deep, they like intimidate me a bit. Because I feel like I don't have enough time for games that aren't that deep. So games that do... Like, I used to love when games had all these like crazy systems and all this stuff to learn, and I still think that's a good thing to have, but it's like, oh god, how am I ever gonna have time for this? Also, I got the web store armor. I didn't buy the Shang. I might pass on the Shang because I spent some money on the pocket bundle. So I bought the $20 Snap thing, and I bought the Cynthia bundle in pocket. This looks great though. Is there anything else on the menu for today in terms of decks? I could try this if discard has died down a little. I did not try it in a Scream deck, no. I guess it could work, maybe. They do have good stats. It always feels like it's hard to find space in Scream because you need so many of the move cards. But maybe. And then next week, what? We have Captain America and what's the first card? Is it Joaquin? Falcon 2, okay. Yeah, I'm not excited for that card. I am not excited for that card. I mean, maybe it'll make bounce a little bit better, like regular bounce, but I don't know, man. It will be incredibly annoying with Iceman. I know that for sure. Iceman puts that card's a little fucked up. Falcon plus Celine. That is some fun cope. That is some fun cope. You could give all your negative things to a goblin or to a hood. and like donate it or destroy it or something. That could be fun. We did get some more tickets. We do have more Fanny runs we can do before the end of the season. The Morph in the Mirror, that's a fun one. Let's try the Darkhawk deck. Let's do some Darkhawk. Warhawk, if you will. Baby's on fire. Close out some of these tabs. House. Every game crashes or I lose on 5. Feels bad, man. Arsham. Well, it's a good thing we're playing a Darkhawk deck. I want to snap them too, but I'm waiting for see where the Bob goes. Ba, 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 ba. Renee. Oh, Ares, you stupid fuck. They would need to play a 9 power card here and a 3 power card here. I think that seems unlikely, especially when they have 2 cards in hand. Hey, Lamp. Do 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 do. Bum, 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 bum. This is funny. Dialga immersive be like. It's the little life meme. What's up, Batman? Rescue. Sure. Ba-ba-na-na-na. Giving the Darkhawk deck more cards is certainly a decision. That is a decision of all time right there. Do 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 do. They got hella value. Look at them. He didn't even get Ares value. Feels bad, man. He did get Darkhawk value though. Ooh, 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 ooh. Quinjet, Eliath. Ooh, you guessed wrong, buddy. It sucks to suck. This is the best part about playing Darkhawk, honestly. Just the fact that you bully Arsham for free. Deal with my 536, baby. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. They're running Zabu in their Archim deck. Huh. Yeah, Mill is pretty good, and Ares, I think, is not bad in it. I have played a little bit of Pocket from the new set, yeah. I opened a bunch of packs last night, and I played like 3 games before bed. Probably gonna play some today. Later today. I really like the new set. The new set, I think they cooked with it. I think they actually cooked with it. I would like 1 extra energy, please. One of your finest extra energies, sir. Oh, suck my dick, leader. Was that from Arsham? Or yeah, it was from Arsham. At least it wasn't the Iron Patriot card. Okay. This seems fine. Where do I put... Actually, I think I put it like this. What a interesting play. Okay, so they're just cooked. Got him. What's up, Crack Snap? Came just in time to see Arsham get bullied. Get bullied by a big hawk. Easy clap. Bum, 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 bum. Damn, I've had pretty good luck with the season caches this month. Feels good, man. Bam, 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 bam. Mm. Aranya. Opened 3 boxes, but had everything but Aries. That do be how it goes sometimes. Feels bad, man. Oh, hello there. Or for Misery. Misery's pretty cool. I feel like I have insane excess resources. Yeah, I saw some people saying it's like, damn, I feel like my tax return just hit. Like, shit. With all these snap resources, you know? No, Dagger, why? I wanted to Galactus you, but I can't because Deep Space is stupid and cringe. Well, damn. Ba, 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 ba.
All systems go.
So do y'all have any plans for your resources from the stuff? Any special plans? Just saw the God Pack? Yeah, it was pretty hype. That was pretty hype. First God Pack. Feels good, man. Wiccan if it doesn't get nuked from space, yeah. Oh yeah, I'm waiting for the OTAs, good, just in case. It was from the new set. Fuck. I died. Feels bad, man. Got Gwenpool, nice. Oh yeah, those are all some good cards. Malekith, Wiccan, Scorn, and Gore. This matchup, I think, is going to suck bigly. The real thing that sucks about this matchup is, like, just feels like you have such a little agency. Like, I feel like if I win or lose, it's determined by how bad they draw, not how good I draw. Which is kind of lame. Oh boy, a 1-8. Gets him enough. Fuck me. And of course they get priority somehow. They're gonna bounce it, and I'm gonna leave. I think I'm just gonna go to the next game. I'm not interested in playing against Cringe for a bunch more rounds. That deck is Cringe. I hope they nuke it from orbit. It's been so incredibly shitty to play against. Let's just give all the cheap movers a million points for no reason. Brilliant design. Only the rest of the fucking player base had the cards or figured out how to use them so it could get its bitch ass nerfed. We live in a glorious timeline. Cope with me that it'll get nerfed today, because I really don't think it will. Cope with me. Thanks for the follow, Dino. Yeah, I think Diamondback is the best non-pass card from next month. Looking like Surtur. Remember. Bum, bum. Remember. Oh shit, I was hoping they wouldn't fill this turn. Although the fact that they did fill is good for me. I think they're gonna wait to play the big card, so I'm just gonna play this. Bum, 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 bum. No, 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 no. Bum 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 banana bum 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 bum. Ready for the Darkhawk buffs today, surely. Surely we get Darkhawk buffs today. I'd be willing to bet they are not pleased about this development with my Mr. Mobius M. Mobius here. It goes so far as to say they're probably pretty sad about it. They have a 10 power card on the right. We go up to 9. They go down to 9, and we go to Breakers. And I think we have a reasonable shot of winning Breakers. They put the Demon left. Atuma will kill it. Like, their best play here is essentially 3 mana, 10 power card, 2 mana Scar, Demon. That's the best play. And I think we beat that most of the time. Bum, 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 bum. I'm a simple man. I see you go. I press the snap button. Our opponent is also a man of such culture. You love to see it. Bum, 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 bum. All right, all right, all right. Don't play left. Thank you. Thank you for pumping the mines. The children yearn for the mines. Hydration Robert. Sure. Well, they're going to have a lot of mana. Nice. Yeah, their deck is a bit of a better Ares deck than ours is. Oh, Vibranium Mines, you are supposed to go right, my friend. Not Rock Slide Spider-Man, right? I have concerns. Well, the good news is they keep dumping cards, right? Those are the last cards they have, too. They have 1 card left. please. Yes! It did the thing. It did the thing. E-goat. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Ego really do be the goat out here. He's my goat for real, for real. This deck's feeling reasonable enough so far. Any nice variants for the competition? Yeah, we got some cool ones. We got Peach Momoko Jean. We got Wild Blue Rogue. I was pretty happy with most of them. We got some stuff to help me finish up some albums. So, like, better than I thought it would be overall. I didn't really expect anything specific. I got the new Scarlet Spider, too, which was nice. Made that Iron Lad change, too. Feels much better than Abs. Yeah, I feel like Lad has a lot of good targets. What's up, Ika? Did we even win the flip? I missed it. They just immediately left. Maybe they pulled a bad card and they didn't want us seeing it, or a surprise card. I don't know. Tanips and Pixels. Classic Snap. I'm in the Only Need album variant. Oh, I bet it was MODOK. Maybe it was MODOK. And they weren't happy about it. Much like I'm unhappy about this hand full of 4-drops. We are going to do our little presentation today about MarvelSnap's new publisher, too. I'm going to try and get that done before the OTA. It shouldn't take too long. But yeah, I think it came out pretty well. I'm excited for it. Big money, no whammy. Well, there was no big money to be had there. All the cards in my deck were small, dude. Aries, what are you doing? Who let them cook? No news on the OTA. Typically, the new time they scheduled for it is usually around 1 p.m. EST, so in like an hour. But OTAs can be a little variable. Sometimes they happen later, since it's all a manual process. Oh, cool. Zeus, I like it. I like it. Jesus to Zeus, he's evolving. It's like a Pokemon. Why are they snapping me back here? Brother, I don't think you thought this one through. I don't think you thought this one through at all, buddy. Oh my god, and they overcommitted too? Holy shit. You're cooked. You're just straight up cooked. What's up, Human Death Trap? How's it going? I guess this is the part where they find a random gambit and clap me with it. See, chat knows that gambit's gonna win them the game, right? Brother, you stayed for 8 there? What the fuck are you smoking? And where can I get some of it? Fabiano Hawk and Benzino Riccardi Absorbing Man. Nice. I got this Hawk, I think. This was one of the things. No, actually, I think this was from something else. This wasn't from the compensation, but it was something else. Yeah, we're waiting for the OTA. Waiting for the OTA. OTA waiting room. Trying out this Hawk deck. This is a Pepe Jam. I won't be ignored. Ba-dum-bum. Like you always do. And that I'm not. I'll be all that I've got. Any Infinity wins yet this season? No. We tried 3 different times yesterday and it did not go our way. We got real bad location luck and RNG luck in the games we played yesterday. We do have 3 fresh tickets though, so we will be giving some more attempts. Like now. Ooh. I am still sore. Bum, 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 bum. I won't be ignored. Bum, 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 bum. Got Kate Bishop with my comp. Then it refreshed to Red Guardian. Got that ASAP for Wickendex. Yeah, those are some good pickups. Those are some good pickups. Okay, so it looks like Mishta Negative would be my guesstimation off this card. Hope they like rocks. I was thinking about trying to Cosmo snipe it, but I figure this is good too. Tell us a story. I know you're not boring. I think I Iron Lad here because it's a 50 or it's a 1 in 3 to get Mr. Mobius and Mobius, which means they just can't win the game if I get that. Magic, okay. Bow no 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 bow no 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 no. I think I might snap to move this Bob. It's a little risky though. Probably shouldn't. It's just this. Just big stats. Jane, they can get rocks. The rocks are flipped. Mobius, you are late to the party, bud. You're a little late. You're a little late, buckaroo. What's up, Schwass? Do 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 do. All right, get him, Cosmo. There's Gore. It's really large, but we took a shit on their Taskmaster, so we still win. Publisher discussion, probably pretty soon, actually. Maybe after this set of games. I wanted to give people a little bit of time to show up, but it looks like we got a good group here. Bum 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah. The gang's all here. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, are you ready to see them? Are you ready to see them go from 0 to depressed in 3 seconds flat? I'm ready. Yeah, I think this list looks pretty clean. Bum, 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 bum. Do 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 do. Magic. It is possible for negative to win through Mobius, but it's pretty hard. Nidavellir will help them though. Like Iron Man shit. Actually, I think I want to do this. Just decrease their odds of getting the gore. They don't already have it, or the Iron Man. Alright, there's Iron Man. I'm surprised they didn't put on Need of Valir. Unfortunately, they got Prio, which is not great for me, because that means they could copy it if they got Mystique. We do have a Groot, though. Maybe helps, but I don't think it's going to be enough. We'll see. Okay. Okay. Hitting 2 mid is rough. 0 versus -1. Damn, we were too short. I guess maybe I should have moved the Rocket and Groot mid for Prio. Two good locations for the Iron Man too. That's unfortunate. Like, if they didn't have the extra power from the left location, their Iron Man wouldn't have been enough. Bum, 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 bum. I love it. Bow, 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 bow. Wow, 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 wow. Maybe I should switch to Cosmo. No, that was just Cassandra. Oh, they're snapping because of the bob. I see, I see. I mean, I'm just gonna do this so I draw. Do 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 do. I hope Cole's in my top 3 cards because the other cards are kind of small. There is an OTA today, yes. It should be soon-ish, I believe. Okay. Do 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 do. See what they do. Okay. Doesn't draw anything. What? They stayed for the snap and then immediately left. What? Did it not click to them that I have a Mobius? Does this deck beat the regular Ares deck? I haven't really played that matchup enough to be sure. I do think it has a bit of a disadvantage versus the Scar deck in terms of like which is the better Ares deck, because the Scar deck will hit Ares more than you will. But I think like generally speaking, it seems good still, so. I like the look of the deck, but don't want to open Ares. That's fair. Honestly, you could probably play this deck without Ares. I'm not sure Ares is the reason we've been winning these games. I think he's just along for the ride, you know? He's not bad. But, like, I don't think he's our secret silver bullet thing that's winning us the games. I think he's just pretty good. When will be the OTA? Possibly as early as 30 minutes from now. Possibly. Oh, I would definitely agree. I think this is more interesting than playing Surtur. Fun deck. Yeah, we're going to try and Silver Sam on 5, I think. Do I value the Disruption or the Ba? Oh, I can't play this because then I discard the Darkhawk. So I have to play this. Will be... That could be Gore. Nope, it's just negative. Shadow, they cooked. Survey says it looks likely. Yeah, I don't see how they can win. I think they just lose. Death by 1,000 cuts. Why haven't we snapped? I did snap, didn't I? Thought I snapped on the... Pretty sure I did snap. Pretty sure I snapped as soon as I got the Mobius. Yeah. We weren't in high stakes yet, so we did snap. Yeah, I don't think they're getting there. I don't think they're getting there. This is where I offer my best conquest advice possible. If you're in any matchup that is so bad that you don't think you realistically have a chance to win, there is no shame in conceding. Like, if you have fun playing it out, play it out, but I wouldn't. I would not have fun being on the other end of this. A big bowl of hopium, yeah. Extra strength hopium. Remember, kids, use hopium responsibly. They are not using that hopium responsibly. I just love playing a 4, -1. 4, -2 in this case. How is there 9 power worth of cards in their deck? They played the Jane. I don't understand. Look, we know their whole deck. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Oh, it's because of the flip. It's because of the flip. Never mind, never mind. Never mind. I understand. Gore. Rock. Not good enough, friend. Good effort. A for effort. But not good enough to overcome the... I mean, it's hard. I think it's hard to have a worse matchup than this deck as negative. The only way that could be worse for them is if we were packing like a random rogue or enchantress or some shit. We had Mobius, we had the rocks. It was just not great for them. Was that our third win? Did we get another ticket? Literally unwinnable. Being negative in Conquest just a retreat fest. Yeah, I mean, Negative's one of those decks where I think, honestly, I think Negative does better in Conquest than even on Ladder because a lot of people aren't the best at like managing their snaps and retreats, even though it should be obvious versus Negative. But more importantly, if you run into someone who isn't packing the tech, Negative goes taller than most of the other decks in the game. Let's see. Let's see. Real quick. Check this. If I think we're at 4 wins with this deck. Yeah, I think... Whoops, wrong deck. I think this deck's pretty reasonable. It packs pretty good tech. It has decent stats. If you don't have Ares, I think you can still play this deck without Ares. You might explore other options than Cull Obsidian without Ares, because, like, Ares is a big reason why we put Cull Obsidian in this deck, but I think he's still fine, though. Like, I don't know if there's another card do you want that much more over him. Nothing really comes to mind. Malekith isn't really good for this version because our 3-drops are not things you want at the end of the game. Yeah, Cole seems fine. Seems fine to me. Yeah, seems like a reasonable enough deck. I think if you don't have Ares, you just cut Ares for like a 3-drop. Like a Black Widow, Copycat, something like that. Red Guardian. That's probably what I would do if you want to play this and don't have Ares. Because 3 4-drops is still good enough for Zabu. Preferably something that is a good Iron Lad hit. So yeah, Red Guardian's probably a move. But the tech is good. We have good stats. We have a little bit of disruption. It just works out pretty well. Works out pretty well. Okay. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. And going to run an ad while I'm gone so we don't get any ad interruptions while I do this presentation. And then we're going to do the presentation. If you don't know what that is, well, stay tuned. But yeah, we're going to be talking about gaming publishers and specifically Second Dinner's new publisher and what that might mean for the game. So that sounds like your type of thing. Stick around. We'll be jumping into it very shortly. Thanks for hanging. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay. What do I think of Ares? So far, is there a substitute for Cull in this deck? Ares is pretty good. Ares is pretty good. If you want to replace Cull, maybe just like... Honestly, it sounds weird, but maybe Crossbones. This deck's not bad at getting priority. You want a large stat stick if you're going to play Ares in this deck, because it helps make Ares a little more consistent. So I would consider that. Alright, let's get the whiteboard up. Whiteboard is up. Let's get the presentation up. I am gonna lock in on this, so feel free to comment. It'll go up on the screen, but I probably won't get caught up with chat until after, and I will do some questions at the end. I will take questions at the end. Let me get the pop out. Projector. Boom. Yep, get your popcorn, get your snacks. We'll do... That's the wrong one. Slides. Boom. Okay. All right. And does my thing work? It does. Just in case I want to draw. Go back. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do the thing. All right. What's going on, everybody? Zombies here again. Today we're back with a bit of a different kind of video. So we're doing it live, but I do have a little short presentation here about what is a gaming publisher and how that relates to all the stuff going on with the recent events in MarvelSnap. So shout out to Lloyd in chat, who I believe was the one who asked me about this. He was like, hey, what does a publisher really do? I don't know a whole lot about that. And I was like, I don't know a lot about it either. So I did a little bit of research, did a little digging, found some interesting information, and I'm going to share all of that with you today. So let's dive into what a gaming publisher actually does. So, purpose of a gaming publisher. Originally, publishers were super focused on physical product distribution. If you grew up in the early 2000s, you remember the time when games were mainly something you went to a brick and mortar store to pick up and purchase before the takeover of the digital world. So a big part of what publishers did was being responsible for physical distribution and getting that distribution to the stores. Another thing that publishers do is they provide income to the developers during a game's creation period in order to fund it. Games are never really a sure thing, and developers have to make ends meet, so publishers step in to give them that consistent income so they have the time and resources they need in order to create the games that we all end up enjoying. They also handle product awareness via marketing campaigns. If you want someone to play your game, you need them to know it exists and be excited about it, and that's where marketing comes in. And then they can also handle post-launch and customer support. This one can vary a little bit depending on the game. Some get more post-launch than others. Sometimes that's more on the developer than the publisher and vice versa, but it's something that the publisher can be responsible for. Then we have the evolution of publishing. So how has publishing changed over time? As physical sales have declined in favor of digital, the role of publishers has changed quite a bit. Marketing and funding the games are now much more of the main focus compared to the physical distribution we just talked about. And with less physical distribution needed, that also opened the door for self-publishing to become a significantly more viable option in the publishing space. Before, if you were, a small game developer and you wanted to make a game, it was still really, really important for you to get a publisher because it just wasn't very feasible for you to get your product out there. And when getting games off shelves was the main way people bought games, that kind of could make or break the chance of your game actually finding success. Nowadays, that's really not as much of a concern at all. Here we can see the number of games released on Steam worldwide in the period from 2004 to 2024, so 20 years. This is a pretty crazy graph, honestly, and I think it does a good job of helping visualize just how big the shift from physical to digital was. Obviously, like PC gaming got bigger too, but I think this really shows, like, from 2004 to like 2013, most of these games were being like published and sold in physical copies. And then 2014 is really when it started to see that rise of digital in the PS4, Xbox One era. And it just has skyrocketed since then. Another really interesting part about this graph is if you look very recently here, the jump from 2023 to 2024, that's massive. Going from 11,583 to 15,422. That's like such a huge increase. And I think we're only going to see that number continue to go up over time. And a huge part of that is because it is easier for smaller teams or even just a single person to publish their own game now. And so, yeah, the rise of self-publishing. As the technology has evolved and become more accessible, solo and small game teams, small game dev teams have increased significantly. You've probably noticed this if you've been around in the gaming space at all. You've probably noticed the rise of like indies becoming this niche thing that not a lot of people know about. To indies are some of the most successful games in gaming right now. It's kind of crazy how much that has changed over time. I always think back to like when Minecraft was kind of like the one of the main early indies that blew up, and it was a small dev project, and now it's one of the most played games in the world. This results in more indie games being made and self-published than ever before. And that's a trend I think we're going to see continue over time. Self-publishing is not all upside, though. It can lead to greater risk. It can also lead to greater profits, but with that potential for profit comes greater risk. Because if you don't have a publisher, well, you might not have that consistent income coming in while you're working on your game, especially if it's more of a passion project you're doing on the side as opposed to like a full-time career. So there is, risk, but there is also reward that can come with that risk. And this is another graph that really surprised me. This shows the number of indie games specifically released on Steam from 2006 to 2024. And again, this kind of mimics the graph we saw earlier, but it is just very wild to see how starting in 2014, there was a massive jump up, and it has just accelerated pretty quickly over time. I mean, rapid growth from 2014 to 2018, stayed relatively consistent, a little bit up, a little bit down from 2018 to 2023. But again, we saw a pretty big jump from 2023 to 2024. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see similar trends over the next few years. Another thing that I think is really interesting that is a relatively newer phenomenon that not a lot of people have talked about is the rise of content creator publishers. So the change of the publishing landscape has opened up a new opportunity for content creators specifically. There are a fairly large or maybe medium-sized number of creators that have started to get involved with game publishing. And this is super interesting because if you think about the purpose of a publisher and what publishers do, creators actually, at least if they're fairly large, can accomplish a lot of the stuff that game devs are looking for from a publisher. They have knowledge of the audience. They can provide the financial resources to fund the game, and probably most importantly, the marketing. Marketing is changing very rapidly. As someone who does content creation, it's been really interesting to see a bit of the other side of that, and how these different ad agencies are trying to figure out the best way to do marketing stuff, because for so long, they didn't have to reinvent the wheel on marketing. You just ran TV ads, you ran newspaper ads. It was kind of simple. But as you've probably noticed, all that stuff has started to change a bit with the rise of the amount of like content creators out there and the amount of people who watch them. So this is a huge part of the marketing. If you have a creator you really like and they end up marketing a game, that is a good way to sell the game.
especially if they know it is something that's going to be appealing to their audience, and they can give you that kind of that sense of like credibility, like you trust this person's opinion because it lines up with your own opinions or views. So that is a huge potential. It's something we saw some pretty big examples of last year, which we can see here. The first of which, probably the biggest one, was Animal Well from Big Mode by Donkey. This one was kind of funny because a lot of people gave him a lot of crap when he announced that he was moving into video game publishing. A lot of people were like, well, you see, this silly content creator, he has no idea what actually goes into making a game. It's going to flop terribly. And then you go and you look at it, and Animal Well was one of the best games last year. It was one of my favorite games last year. One of the best puzzle-based Metroidvanias I think I've ever played. Awesome game. And I think that really showed that if you are passionate about the medium and you have a good understanding of it, there is huge potential in being able to use your resources and your audience in order to help market a good game. And there's some other examples here too. Get to Work from Isto and in partnership with Atrioc. I played that one on stream in December. I really love that game. That one is more of a rage game, like Only Up, but it was just a really fun and satisfying game. And then Rivals of Aether 2. This one is kind of like a Smash Bros. Like game. This is the only one on this list I haven't played personally, but I've heard good things about it from Off-Brand Games, which is done by Ludwig. So all really good examples of games that were well-made games that effectively were funded by these various content creators and their companies they made to help do this, and were marketed by them as well. And it worked out really well. And I think it worked out better this way than if they may have gone through traditional publishing means. So I think that's really interesting to see, and something that is worth keeping an eye out for into the future, because I could see more of this happening. Not every creator-published game is going to be a banger, but so far it has been a pretty promising development in this space. And on the flip side of that coin, large publishers are struggling to adapt a bit. The price of making AAA games has gone up significantly, and this creates a much bigger risk of failure. Concord, great example of this recently. It failed so hard, it made Sony reconsider many of their other upcoming live service games. If you don't know about this, basically, Sony had a lot of stuff in the pipeline planned for live service games. Live service was having this kind of gold rush. Everyone saw all the dollar signs and wanted to make all these live service games to make all this money. But it turns out when every game is a live service game, it becomes significantly harder to get enough people to make those games a success, because live service games demand a good amount of your time or money or both. And so only so many of them can exist at a time. And Concord was a landmark failure of just kind of failing to read the market and understand that. And it's having pretty big ripple effects as a result of its failure. Because now Sony's reconsidering a bunch of their live service stuff because they don't want to have another Concord. They spent millions and millions of dollars on making Concord for the Steam player count of that game to be like 200 people or something. It was impressive how hard it failed. And that cost them tons of money, and unfortunately that also cost a lot of people their jobs. The rise of self-publishing has significantly reduced the need for large publishers as well. So before, these large publishers, you kind of had to find one to work with. The ball was in their court. They had the benefit. But now with the rise of self-publishing, a bunch of these smaller, very talented devs, or even some people in the AAA industry, are deciding to leave that behind and go pursue their own passions without the need for these large corporate publisher overlords. So it's really quite a fascinating time to see how all this is developing. This is something that really stuck out to me. This was really surprising for me to see. So this is the performance of indie games on Steam in 2024. This comes from Video Game Insights. They have some interesting statistics over there. But we can see the number of games released. There are way more indie games released than AAA. And not every indie game is a success. Most aren't. Most aren't. Even though it's a great time for indies, one of the double edges to that sword is the fact that there are so many people trying to do this it can be harder to stand out. It can be harder to get found, which ties into why the marketing aspect of a publisher can be so important, because probably more important than ever to actually get your product to stand out, get eyes on your product, get people aware of it, because the more there are, the harder it is to do that. So wasn't super surprised by the number of games released with indies being just so much more than AAA, because and even AA, because those games require just significantly more investment and funding. Where it gets really interesting, though, to me, units sold. So units sold, we have indies representing 58% and double and AAA representing 42%. This isn't quite as crazy because when indies are just such a overwhelming population of the market, it makes sense just by, the law of large numbers that they're going to sell more, right? Just because they're selling more doesn't mean they're necessarily making more money. Indies are often cheaper and whatnot. So it's one of those things where, yeah, this makes sense. It's still a little surprising to see. But the really surprising part of this to me was looking at the full game revenue compared between indies and double and AAA. Indies are really close to eclipsing double and AAA revenue, which is kind of crazy to me. Because like I said, indies are generally cheaper, AA, AAA more expensive. Double and AAA often have additional streams to monetize their games. Not all, but I think that's something that's much more common in double and AAA games compared to indie games. You'll have a battle pass, you'll have an expansion, you'll have microtransactions. Those are just things you see more commonly in those larger games because those games required larger investments. And if you look at the little graph down below, the rise was massive compared to 2023 before it. It's like those other charts we saw where there was a huge jump. From 2018, it rose from 24% to 31%. Then from 31 to 48, that is a huge jump. So it is possible that 2025 could be the first year, I think, ever that we see, at least on Steam, indies end up making more money than double and AAA combined, which would be really, really crazy. And yeah, like I was saying earlier, the whole big AAA publishers are just having a harder time right now. Sony's reevaluating things after the failure of Concord. If you've kept up with like Ubisoft at all, Ubisoft was once one of the biggest publishers out there. They have all these iconic series under their belt, and now they're really struggling. And there are even rumors of a potential sell-off because they are just not adapting to the new climate well, which is it's kind of crazy if you went and told someone about this 5 or 10 years ago. The state of the industry now compared to what it was then, I don't think a lot of people would believe you. That's just how much it has changed. So let's get back to the topic at hand, though. How does all of this relate to MarvelSnap and Second Dinner and Newverse and the ban and all the stuff that happened recently? So we got to ask ourselves some questions here that I'm sure a lot of people don't know the answer to. What does Newverse do for Second Dinner? What is the relationship with that publisher? There are a few different things. Advertising. They run the online web store. They run the content creator program as well as in-game events. They manage the in-game events, or I got that wrong. They run the content creator program as well as events like the Creator Clash, and as well as in-game events. And then they also are responsible for the community Discord. Advertising. Advertising is probably the biggest thing that Newverse does. From what I can tell from my experience with my limited interactions with them, advertising does seem to be the biggest thing Newverse has been doing for Second Dinner. A big example of this was sponsorship, sponsoring different people to play MarvelSnap. You might remember when MarvelSnap originally launched on PC, or when Deadpool's Diner came out, you saw some really, really large creators promoting this game. As far as I understand, that is all through Newverse. They are the ones who manage those contracts. As someone who did get sponsored to promote MarvelSnap when the PC launch came out, that was also through Newverse as well. They promote the game by running ads too, like on YouTube and stuff. If you've ever seen the Ben Brode ad telling you about not having to, or if you've ever seen the Ben Brode ad about what if you couldn't buy all the cards when you start a new card game, that ad I think is being run by Newverse, as well as in-person advertising stuff. Like they had the really huge in-person Devil Dino at Gamescom when they did PC release. They have the PAX promotional stuff, which was pretty interesting, and like the giveaways and cosmetics we saw with that. They also have the creator giveaways. Not all creators who are giving stuff away are sponsored by Nuverse, but some of it is, especially if you've seen those giveaways for like the premium mystery variants, occasional season pass stuff. That is something Nuverse helps us out with. And then Twitch drops, ? I don't know this 100% for sure. I couldn't find any concrete information on whether that was a second dinner or a Nuverse thing, but I'm inclined to believe that was a Nuverse thing as well, given all the other stuff they handle here. The web store. The web store is also a big part of what they do. It gets second dinner, the largest cut of a sale. Steam, iOS, and Google Play all take roughly a 30% cut. That's pretty big. That's a large chunk of change. Now, we don't know if Nuverse is taking a cut off the web store. I imagine they are, but there's no information about that, so can't know that for certain. All we know is that all we know for sure is that the developers have communicated that that's where they get the largest sum of what you are paying directly to them rather than the storefronts. It also gives bonus rewards for players because they are trying to incentivize giving you a reason to go to the web store to get them the most chunk of the money. The weekly Galactus spin is an example of this as well. That's another thing that's trying to drive foot traffic to the web store. And their referral rewards. They've done this occasionally. I don't think they've been the most popular things around, but that is another thing that falls under Nuverse's responsibility with the web store. Creator program. This is a thing I'm a part of. Provides creators with a place to give feedback, early access to patch notes, though that is now a lot more limited than it used to be, and 2,000 monthly Broad bucks. And it also runs Twitch event showcases like Conquerors and Creator Clash. That kind of falls under the advertising stuff, but right now it is very much unclear to me what is going to happen with the creator program in the future. Only time will tell. I hope it stays the way it is because I think it gives them some decent benefits for not a whole lot of cost, but since that was a Nuverse responsibility, that's who I'm signed a NDA under. I don't know what's going to happen with that, with the change to a new publisher. And the community Discord. This one I don't have as much experience with because I really only am using the Discord for the creator perk stuff. I'm not really taking part in the larger community Discord outside of reading the occasional dev answers. But I do think a lot of people really enjoy the Discord and find some value in that in terms of just finding a place to talk with other people about this game that they enjoy. Probably the best part of the Discord, and this is, I think, more on the second dinner side than the Nuverse side, is the fact that we get a lot of developer questions and answers. I know that's the thing I like about it the most. There was also the Nitro promo they did. I'm pretty sure that is something that Nuverse facilitated. This is an old promo, so it's not something currently ongoing, but that's just like another example of something Nuverse did for advertising using Discord as a partner. And they also manage in-game events. So we haven't gotten a ton of these over time, especially in the last few months, but they pop up once in a blue moon. The most recent example of this was the Collector's Chest event with that Black Panther variant. But they've also done stuff in the past. If you were around towards the beginning of the game's launch, you might remember the Vibranium Forge. There have been others throughout the years, but this has been a relatively smaller thing, but kind of a cool thing nonetheless. I don't know if they're responsible for stuff like the Null and X23 variant event thing that's going on. That one wasn't super clear to me, but I know at least with these ones here, that does seem to be Nuverse based. All right, enough about Nuverse. What about MarvelSnap's new publisher, Skystone Games? So I did a little bit of research on them, and there really isn't a whole lot of information out there about them, but I think I gathered most of the good stuff here, so let's talk about it. Skystone Games is focused on publishing indie games, and they mostly publish single-player / co-op games. Second Dinner will also be taking many of Nuverse's previous responsibilities in-house via new hires. I think that's a really, really important thing to take away from this. We'll talk about it more as we go through the slides, but even though they did get a new publisher, I don't think we're going to be seeing this new publisher play as large of a role as Nuverse did, because Nuverse was just a much bigger publisher who also had more experience with this specific type of game, namely like mobile live service stuff. If you look at Skystone's games portfolio, which we'll get to in a second, they do not do a lot of live service games. So who is Skystone? What is Skystone? They are led by a former Blizzard employee who worked on Diablo. They were funded by the venture capitalist firm Galaxy Interactive. They were founded in 2020. They have 8 employees, and it is a US-based backed company. So you do not have to worry about it getting shut down again due to ownership from a Chinese company, which is probably, I think, one of the larger things they wanted to accomplish with grabbing a new publisher. And here are the games. So I'm not going to super dive deep into these. Many of you probably haven't heard of these. I haven't heard of these either, except for Tyrant's Realm. That one actually came up recently. I saw a few different people playing it on YouTube. It looks fun. I might be picking it up actually to play for myself because it is a neat little mix of a Souls-like with a roguelike. But the one thing we have the one thing we're seeing in common here with these games is that they are largely either single-player games or like co-op games. We have a survival crafting zombie game, a Souls-like roguelike. We have a adventure indie strategy RPG. We have an action roguelike. We have a party co-op game, a tower defense game, strategy puzzle game, and then the last one, which isn't out yet, is a competitive FPS. So that could be the one game they have under their umbrella, other than Snap, that might have some similarities in terms of like live service type stuff. But generally, you can see from these games that MarvelSnap is a bit of an anomaly here in terms of the type of game that is going to be under them. It's not something they have a whole lot of experience with. They just work with very different and also much smaller generally games. MarvelSnap, I think, is massively more popular than anything on this list by a very significant margin. So a pretty big win for Skystone Games to get something like that under their umbrella. So what happens next? Honestly, it's hard to know anything for sure. This could play out a whole lot of different ways. Second Dinner could continue to maintain many or even all of the things Nuverse did in the past, or they could use this time to reevaluate some of those things and decide, hey, we want to do this differently, or we don't think this is worth doing. Which of those things will they choose to do, and what will they choose to do differently? I don't think there's any reasonable way of predicting that. I think that's just going to be something we have to wait and see about. But I do expect, like I said earlier, Second Dinner to be picking up the brunt of the workload as a publisher compared to Nuverse doing a lot of the stuff before. And as a result of that, I think they are going to be doing, I mean, they've even said this, actually, they're going to be hiring more people for more of these roles as they take more of this stuff in-house. The main things I think the new publisher is going to do is focus on advertising and maybe some of the payment processing stuff with the web store. But outside of that, I don't expect the new publisher will play a major role in MarvelSnap. I think we'll see more of Second Dinner taking a step up to do a lot of the things their publisher was doing previously, just in-house now. And also, since this is something a lot of people wonder about, to me it seems unlikely the new publisher would be the one to push for any major changes, be they monetization or otherwise. I think the reason they got a publisher like this is so that they could have, the most control over what they're doing. And I think that is how we're going to see things play out, for better or for worse. The new era of MarvelSnap. So, the ban in the news did bring back some old players and also brought in some new ones. That is probably the most positive thing that has come out of all of this. It's no secret Snap was in a bit of a downswing before the ban happened. It's no secret Snap was in a bit of a downswing before the ban happened, and this was caused. I keep mixing the words here. All right, third time's the charm. It's no secret Snap was in a bit of a downswing before the ban happened, and this was caused largely by card acquisition issues. not the only thing. I think there was a bit of competition and other games coming out and stuff that played a part there, as well as the game just generally getting older and not being the shiny new thing anymore and not having enough features that kept players super invested. But I think if you ask any MarvelSnap player, the biggest reason they may have stopped playing or play less, it's card acquisition. Card acquisition is the issue at the top of the chart there. Now, Second Dinner is trying to brand the post-Snap ban stuff as a new era, and this branding gives them a chance to rebuild player trust as well as interest in their game. The first step of this has been the large compensation package they did to the US players, as well as giving many players around the world a pretty big chunk of that as well, as a kind of welcome back thing. They branded it as, yeah, this is compensation, but we also want to go the extra mile and make it a bit of a welcome back thing. If you're someone who has, stopped playing, or maybe, you've been on the fence a bit, well, this can help reinvigorate your interest in Snap a bit. We've also seen them change the daily Galactus spin too, which has been something that a lot of people have found to be a really positive thing. Before, the odds were really bad. A lot of the times you got boosters. It didn't feel very good. Now, the worst thing you're getting is 100 credits, which is significantly better than it was last time. And you have much better odds at actually getting something cool that you want and will use. So this is the kind of first steps we're seeing with their whole new era branding going on here. And here I have some statistics. Now, I know there are definitely going to be people who say, well, it's not really fair to take this mobile game and look at Steam statistics or Twitch statistics because that doesn't paint the full picture. And honestly, I agree with you. I do not think these numbers alone are going to paint enough of a full picture to get an accurate representation of the whole larger player base. And fortunately, those are numbers that Second Dinner has, and we do not. There's not really a great way for us to look at the larger mobile population because this is a mobile game, and it's no secret that the people who play it on Steam are definitely in the minority. But that doesn't mean there can't be some useful information extrapolated from here to show that bit of a decline I was talking about earlier. I mean, if we just look at the numbers in Steam, it's gone down really significantly in the span of a year. Back in January of last year, Snap was having an average players of 5,100, and now in December and looks like most of January, it's down over 2,000 players. That is a huge, huge chunk, especially when in November there were 4,000 players. In October, there were 4,700. Like the fall has happened rather quickly. We even saw a little bit of a rise during the summer. August 2024 had more people playing than January or any of the other months before it, actually. So it's not like they can't have this resurgence, but it feels like the fall off has happened rather quickly for these more invested Steam players. But the really interesting part, though, to me is the stats we have at the bottom here from the Twitch tracker. And again, I think that in general, Twitch viewership isn't the greatest tracker for the larger player base. But there's an exception to that. And I think this is the only thing that actually gives us a little read of the larger player base. This graph, you might notice, has a lot of spikes in it. Why are these spikes here? Well, the reason we see all these spikes is because of Twitch drops. Twitch drops are what massively spike up the viewership in MarvelSnap each month. They've been very consistent. We can see the first drop happening back in, I guess, like the late summer of 2023, and they've happened very consistently since then. And you can see that little spike in viewership every time. What you might notice, though, is that those spikes have been declining quite a bit, especially more so in the recent second half of 2024. So why does this matter? I think this matters because the Twitch drops are the one time where we have much more casual players who likely mainly play this game on mobile, who don't engage with YouTube, don't engage with Twitch, don't play the game on Steam. This is when we actually get those players onto the stats charts here. Because who doesn't love free stuff? A lot of people show up for the free stuff. That's why the viewership is so much larger. And I think it often shows people that MarvelSnap has a much larger player base than you might really realize just by like the seeing the content creation scene online. So this is the really interesting stats to me. is seeing the numbers falling off with Twitch drops, because that says to me, hey, this isn't just a feeling that's happening with the more engaged players who are, watching videos, watching Twitch, playing on Steam. There's a trend here that is happening across even more of these casual players who maybe only show up to get their drops every month. They're not showing up as much either. And with the limited information we have, I think that does paint a pretty concerning picture, especially when you look at the average viewers. I mean, the average viewers on Twitch have fallen off a cliff. It's kind of crazy. So, back to the new era of Snap, though. They could throw Nuverse under the monetization bus. This provides them a fresh start. So what do I mean by this? Basically, I don't think Second Dinner is going to go out of their way to say, hey, Nuverse was the one who made us do all this stuff you guys didn't like. Now we have a new era and we can do all this stuff on our own. Look, everything I have seen from Second Dinner has led me to believe that, end of the day, they are the ones making these decisions on the pricing of their game, a bunch of the decisions. Like, they're the ones calling the shots. Now, maybe some of those shots that they call are influenced by the fact that they're giving a cut to Nuverse. It doesn't mean something like that can't change. But how the average gamer views a publisher versus an indie developer, usually the publisher is the greedy Scrooge McDuck figure in the trench coat that wants to squeeze all the money out of the poor, humble indie developer. That's just how a lot of people view it, because a lot of people don't know what gaming publishers are. They think of them as this nameless, faceless corporation that just wants to extract as much money as possible. And I don't think that's actually the reality in a lot of situations, but it's really easy for them to lean into that when that's kind of the default thought process for a lot of people. Indie good, publisher bad. It's easy to be like, all right, well, maybe the publisher wasn't causing the issues here, but if a lot of people are already going to think that, us having a fresh start and making things better, it's just really easy to kind of throw the publisher under the bus, like they were the one causing all these problems, and the indie company gets back to being like the golden child or the good guys again. And I think that is a very smart marketing strategy, and I would not be surprised if that's what we see them do. I mean, I think we already have seen them start to do that. And that doesn't mean they're going to go out of their way to trash Nuverse specifically. It's just like they just lean into this a little bit, which I think that's what they're doing. I think that's why they gave us the whole new era branding, and some of the other stuff they've done. Like it just makes sense, and it's probably good marketing. But Snap really needs a new way to reinvigorate the player base. And I hate to say it, draft enjoyers, it's not going to be draft mode. I won't get super into that in this presentation, but Benbro did have an interview recently where he was asked about draft mode, and, well, let's just say it sounds like draft mode is a very large if, not a guaranteed when. But even if it was a when, I don't think that's the type of thing that Snap needs to really reinvigorate the player base. I think what Snap needs to do is they need to really embrace the casual nature of Snap. Snap made a game that they made all these decisions to make it more casual friendly, but they also pumped up the FOMO so much that it felt a bit anti-casual in that way in terms of what the game demands from you. Whether it's like having to log in 3 times a day to get the maximum amount of free stuff, or the fact that you can't really skip a day without missing out on quests, unlike other card games. Like, the list goes on. I've talked about that in other videos and stuff, but I think what Pokemon Pocket has showed me, and that game is far from flawless, but Pokemon Pocket to me really nailed what a casual card game should be, and I don't feel as much FOMO from it. I don't feel as much like pressure to need to keep up, especially if I am not super into like the gameplay at the moment. Like that stuff I think Snap has done poorly with, and they really need to find a way to re-embrace the casual nature of the game. And you don't need to get rid of the FOMO. I get it. FOMO is effective. It sells. It makes money. It works in the mobile industry. They're never going to fully get rid of it. But I do think they need to dial it down a bit, because I do think a lot of this FOMO and this constant nature of always being on the treadmill is a big part of what's burning people out, aside from the card acquisition stuff. But at the end of the day, the new era of MarvelSnap will live or die by however they rework the economy later this year. Even with all the other stuff said and done and them trying new stuff, none of it will matter if the economy rework isn't good enough. That's really going to be, I think, the turning point. That's when MarvelSnap either turns it around, and I think we'll start seeing, more players come back, more growth in the game, or it'll go the other way and more people will leave. It's really one or the other. I don't think there's going to be a middle road here. So here's hoping they get it right. And that takes a little bit longer for it to manifest in order for them to get it right. I'm okay with that because they really need to get it right. This is not something. One thing I hope they learned from the compensation was one of the MarvelSnap in the past, like with the Splitgate stuff or the Gambit bundle compensation, they kind of lowball you at first, and then the community gets mad, and then they're like, "All right, caught, you got us, guys. We'll reconsider. We're listening to your feedback. We're gonna make it better." And it's good that they reconsider and make it better. But it'd be better if we didn't have to go through this whole art of the deal with the initial lowball that annoys people to begin with. And they didn't do that with the compensation for the ban because they knew they couldn't afford to do that. They knew if they lowballed the compensation for the ban, running it back with a better offer after, it wouldn't be good enough. And that is exactly how I feel about this economy rework. Getting it halfway there on the first rip, especially with how long it's taken for this to happen, it is not going to be good enough. So they need a home run. They need to smash it out of the park, and I hope they do. Because the game, I think, at least the online content creation space, the dedicated player space on Twitch, on YouTube, Discord, etc., I think that space really does live or die by how they handle this economy rework. So we'll see. We'll see sometime this year how that ends up going. And yeah, that is it for my little presentation on publishing in games and how all this stuff relates to Second Dinner's new publisher, etc. So thanks for watching it. I hope you enjoyed it. And if you have any questions, I guess we'll take them now. I need to drink some water. My voice hurts. I also probably should have talked a little slower, but there was a lot to get through. And I just wanted to get through it. If you missed it, don't worry. VODs are available, or if you're not a VOD frog, I'm going to turn this into a YouTube video. Let me turn the music on, and let me get up chat so I can see what you guys are saying. I hope you enjoyed it. VOD frog? Yeah, just like people who watch the VODs. People who don't watch live, basically. Thanks, Juno. All right, let's see. Let's see what people said. I suspect the publisher is here because they're already on board with the app stores to make life easier. Yeah, I think payment processing and advertising is really all they're going to do. Let's just see if their monetization changes. Yeah, me too. Galactus Wheel is pretty big. Anecdotally, it's impossible to get my friends to come back after a break because they have no way of catching up without spending money up front that they have no inclination to do. 100%. Wasn't August the time when Activate was added? Yeah, August had Activate. It also had a very popular character / seasonal theme. And yeah, Deadpool and Wolverine. For sure. That was another huge marketing push with Deadpool's Diner. Biggest Marvel movie of the year. For sure. But I think that's true. The thing, when someone quits, because of how the FOMO treadmill works and how far you fall behind, like, people stay gone. The game makes you excited to get new cards. It makes you look at the cards you have with the stain. Yeah. All right. Let's see. As someone who was collection complete, took a break for 6 months and tried to come back. Yes, I quit for good because coming back experience was dreadful. Yes. We'll be doing Pocket later, Blue. We'll be doing some Pocket later. I made it just in time to read Embrace the Casual Nature of Snap and Stop the FOMO. Oh, some amen shit. Way too much tryharding for a game full of coin flips at best. It's just like, I don't understand. Like, they clearly know they want the game to be more casually based because that's where the audience and the money is. but then some of the decisions they make just don't make sense. And it's not like they're making these decisions for hardcore players either, because they aren't making hardcore player decisions. They're not doing anything to incentivize ladder play. They're not doing esports. They're not doing, like, they're not promoting a competitive scene. They're not trying to do that stuff. So it's like, well, if you aren't doing that, why aren't you just embracing the casual nature of it better? Instead, we get things like leagues where it's just like they get to pretend it's competitive when all it is just a thing to drive engagement for like the weekend. It's very, I don't know. It annoys me. It annoys me. I don't get why there isn't like 10% in reserves for a Series 4 and Series 5. Money. Money's the reason. The biggest thing is, the biggest flaw in their system is they never figured out a good way to balance, like, a way to keep whales or like collection complete or close to collection complete people spending without fucking over everyone else. That's the thing. That's why we don't have duplicates, because, or duplicate protection rather. It's because duplicate protection would massively help the people who are missing cards, but they're too scared of it making it too easy for the people who have everything. And just to guess, I think the people who have everything have probably spent more money than the rest of the people, so those are the people they're extra scared of losing revenue from. But it sucks because it really just kind of screws a lot of the player base. And I didn't want to go too deep into like the problems and stuff, because I did want this presentation to be focused around like the publisher side, but I felt like it was relevant information. And I've talked about a lot of the problems and stuff in other content, but it's like the returning experience in this game is so fucking terrible. And like the Spotlight experience got really terrible over time, and they never did anything to make it better. They finally did a small thing to make it better with the 2K tokens, but it's like over a year later, bro. Like, if that's the only thing you're doing now, I think part of the reason they haven't messed with the Spotlight system has been because they're going to scrap it, so they don't want to invest in a system that's not going to last long term. But I don't think that's really a great excuse for not finding a tangible way to improve. Like, they could have improved the Spotlight system without even changing it, just by making the schedule as shitty. But they don't, and it's very... I did not know Ben Brode was with Hearthstone. Ben Brode was one of the big faces of Hearthstone, actually, and that's what got a lot of people over to Snap. Like me, I joined Snap because I was a former Hearthstone person. Yeah, like, just rotate the fucking cards better. Don't make it take 8 months. It wasn't even 8 months. How long was it for Blink? Blink is showing up in February. Blink was, what, the May season pass card? June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February. 9 months? 9 months for a card to come back? Not even come back. This was a Snap presentation, yes. If you missed the presentation, you can check out the VOD, but if you don't really want to skim through that, it will be on YouTube as a video probably tomorrow. So if you missed the presentation, you want to see it, it will be up on YouTube. Because I know not everyone gets to catch it live. But yeah, we went through the kind of little bit of background around what a publisher does in gaming, and then how that applies to the recent Snap situation. Yeah, they could also do more series drops. We are working on it. Yeah, eventually people get tired of hearing we're working on it, you know? It's yeah. They should have expedited the series drops. I 100% agree. Although, frankly, I think the whole system with series drops, is flawed too. I think the whole series. I say this and it keeps triggering the Siri on my iPad. That's funny. I think the whole series system after Series 3 is just a flawed concept to begin with that was designed for the old version of the game, and I don't think it's really held up with the new version of the game. And I think it should be reevaluated. Maybe that'll be part of the economy rework, who knows? I really don't know.
Most frustration of spotlights is the lack of shame in putting their time again. Cards that do not see play. Yes. Yep. Like, why the fuck are we getting Miss Marvel again, bro? Nobody wants Miss Marvel. She's bad. And we've had like 4 opportunities to get her or something. It's like, this is why it was so good they put X-23 and Null in this event, so they didn't have to put him back in the caches. Because the reason they bring cards back in the caches, or at least part of the reason, is so new players can have a chance to get them. But if the cards are bad, at least Null and X-23 are like good cards in an archetype. Miss Marvel's not even a good card in an archetype right now. But that's why it was great they're giving those cards out for free, because that means they don't have to put them in caches again for the 18th time. Yeah, like, it feels very clear they had a deadline of when to put out the game. They put out the game, and they're like, we'll figure out new card acquisition after. Because if you remember correctly, and this is going to be another, maybe I'll make it a presentation. I don't know. It might just be a video. I'm not sure. Nexus events. Nexus events were their plan. They were going to full gacha new cards, and then they made the mistake of test running that while their game was in beta and only being played by hardcore card gamers. And hardcore card gamers started a riot as soon as they saw new cards were going to be gacha. And so they had to do a quick heel turn because people were leaving their game in droves. I left their game. I hard quit MarvelSnap after the Nexus events, even though their response about it was pretty good, because I was like, they're gonna try and do this again. I have a feeling they're gonna try and do this again. And what do you know? They did with Spotlights. It's way less offensive with Spotlights than Nexus was, but it's still gacha. It's just not super offensive gacha by comparison. What if they put Spotlight cards up to a community vote? I think that's one of those things that sounds good in principle, but I think they'd have not a lot of incentive to do that. And also, I think a community vote, as we saw with the art community vote, would get very divisive very quickly because everyone is interested in different stuff. I remember when Dara was running the math on his stream about Nexus events, he was about to quit. Yeah. A lot of people, I can't wait to do the Nexus event video. I recorded audio for it like last month, but I wasn't really happy with what I came up with. And it's a really great topic about a really important moment in the game's life. And I want to give it the work that deserves to make good content. I felt it was a bit too phoned in on my first draft. So that's why it's taken longer. Yeah, imagine voting Armor instead of Howard. See, exactly. Something I would like to see in Spotlights is dupe protection within a series. Like, for example, the only card I have left in Series 4 is Supergiant. So next time I open a Spotlight and I get the 4th option, we guarantee Supergiant. Yeah, I mean, dupe protection people really want dupe protection. And it's understandable why, because the random slot sucks. The reason they're not giving dupe protection, though, is because it would just make it... They really did fuck themselves with their acquisition system, which is funny because like everyone loves to call Second Inner greedy, and I'm not going to say they're not. They definitely make some decisions that are like definably greedy. But the funny thing is, if they were really trying to be maximum greed, they didn't do a good job at it. Because I know so many people who are big spenders. I was a big spender, not as much as, some other people. But eventually you hit a very diminishing returns point where it's easy for me to not spend money and just keep up and get everything I want without having to spend any money. And when in a free-to-play game, it's always a small percentage that are bringing in that most money. So when the people who are that small percentage who are giving you lots of money, when they start being like, you're not really like earning this money anymore, you're not really enticing me to spend it, that's really scary for them because that's a lot of their revenue. That's like most of their revenue. And I know like the player base is like, well, I don't care if other people get a stay collection complete. Of course not. It's not about you caring about it. It's about them caring about it. And they don't want that because that threatens their largest source of revenue. Dupe protection didn't come to Hearthstone until Broad left. Just saying, yeah. I mean, I think that's been one thing that a lot of people realize is that
we'll never know because Blizzard's a large corporate entity and none of this stuff will ever come to light. But I don't think it's a coincidence that the Hearthstone economy got better after Ben Brode left. Yeah, I think the saddest thing about the unique collection stuff is they actually did a great job creating a unique collection element just through the cosmetics. Like, if they embrace that, that's the part of unique collections people find cool, not, like, annoying. Like, that shit's sweet. That shit's actually super cool. And to their credit, I'll give Snap some credit. Snap gives out more free fucking cosmetics than I think any other card game I've ever played. The amount of free shit I've gotten like for cosmetics is kind of wild. I think they give out quite a bit. That's one of the places I think the game is very generous, is it gives you a lot of cosmetic stuff that they do not have to give you. Yeah, like, I could take a break and I could catch up. I don't know if I'd go as far to say fairly easily. Let me switch back to the Snap scene. I could take a break, and it wouldn't be that hard for me to catch up. I mean, it would a little bit, because I don't have a million tokens, and caches are only good if the things you need are in the caches, but I wouldn't be hurting for catching up on new releases, you know? I could fuck off for 6 months, and I could come back, and I could get every new release for like a year or something. Alright. Let me move chat back. It was very informative. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. It was fun. It was fun to make. Yeah, the competition was great. This competition was great. I think Pocket's giving a Snap a run for their money. I think Pocket is the first game that actually gave them some competition, which is great. Which is great. They needed competition so fucking badly, and now they have some. They didn't have a ton of complaints about spotlights generally. But I won Misery, and when the first two keys got Miss Marvel and then the Miss Marvel Spotlight, my opinion instantly changed. Oh yeah, that doesn't happen often, but yeah, when the random slot pulls one of the cards that's in the week, that just shouldn't be allowed to happen, in my opinion. I think these should have a hard stop for that. Feels so bad. Not saying the acquisition doesn't need improvement, but the elephant in the room is the average person's really bad at resource management. So I don't think you're wrong. I do think the average person is bad at resource management, but you have to remember they built this system with those people in mind. Part of why the system is good for people who are good at resource management is because they costed in the people who are bad at it. They designed the system to fuck over the people who are bad at it. Which, yeah, it'd be great if more of those players could, like, not make those decisions, but the system wouldn't be designed as it is if it couldn't fuck over those people, you know? So it's kind of a... Like, if the system couldn't have those people, the system, I think, would be worse to compensate for it, generally speaking. Randomly saw a Grandmaster, then got Grandmaster Spotlight. I was livid. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks. It does suck. That's why free market is the best economical structure. Competition always makes companies change. Yeah. Competition is, yeah, the thing that makes free markets work, right? And Snap didn't have great competition. It was kind of paving its own way in the space, which is good because you do need someone to pave the way. But I think they made some missteps along the way, and they had very little incentive to correct those missteps until competition came along and was like, hey, I'm gonna steal your girl. I'm gonna steal your dollars, bro. And that's what they did. Pokemon definitely stole some of Snap's dollars. No OTA news yet, right? Let's see. I was hoping it'd be out by the time my presentation was done, but I guess not. I hope it's not, God, I hope it is not like last OTA where it takes till... I think they were working on some other stuff last time, which is why it took longer, but...
Last time the OTA was at like 6 or 7 at night, and I'm not about that, man. I'm not about that. I start my stream earlier now. I'm not trying to wait that long for the patch. Hope Miss Marvel gets her 1 power back. Honestly, they won't do it, but I think they should really reevaluate some of these old cards with how power crept the game has become. This card could be its original version. And I don't even think it would be, like, broken. Nocturne. Give Nocturne her power back. Give Spectrum her power back. Make Miss Marvel the original Miss Marvel. Like, it's not going to break the game. No, the hot location ends on reset. Yeah, I think they'd probably post right now if there was a delay. Yeah, revert Storm and change a different part of that combo. Like, it's just dumb. It's just dumb. Like, the game, the power is higher. You can afford to have some of these older cards be higher powered again. Hell, Miss Marvel's in the fucking spotlight. Buffer, make the spotlight week better for people. Yeah, the only OTA leak we have so far is, like, Doctor Doom might be nerfed. Or Doom 2099 might be nerfed, we don't know. Mr. Fantastic Moonstone is easier and better. Yeah, kind of fucked up. Kind of fucked up, not gonna lie. But yeah, it was fun. I had a lot of time. How long did that take? That was probably like 30 minutes. Appreciate y'all hanging out for it. It's kind of a new thing. But I'd like to do more stuff like that. I get more and more that Ares font is weird. What card would be the best replacement for Bob in this deck? You want to replace Bobbert? Honestly, probably a 2-drop, I think. Because I don't think there's a 1-drop that really... I mean, you could, if you really want to go in on interaction, you could just jam in a Spider-Ham or an Iceman. I think you can't really go wrong with those if you just want to add to the, like, hey, I'm going to annoy your cards, which this deck is very good at doing. I do think there is value in another 1-drop because 1-drops are good with Iron Patriot, but if it's not a 1-drop, then it's probably like a good 2, like Kate, Quake is honestly kind of underrated. Spider-Man. Those are some ideas. I did like this deck. We mainly played it in Conquest so far, but we grabbed an Infinity ticket with it. Did pretty well for me. A genuinely real deck. It depends what you mean by genuinely real. Felt very playable to me. Mind you, small sample. Like, I don't know, 5 Conquest games or whatever. I think it's being carried by Mobius. Well, maybe not hard carried by Mobius, but I think Mobius is helping carry it a bit. Because Mobius is a really good... The reason this deck feels good to me right now is because it does decent points and it disrupts the opponent effectively. It puts rocks in their deck. It makes their cards not cost less. Shuts off the on reveals. I have not played it on ladder though, so I can't really speak to. Although I will say this. I will say that. I think this deck, as well as most Ares decks, will be better next week. Why will they be better next week? Because people are going to move on to the new card and there's going to be less Shang-Chi around. It's that simple. Can Cull be subbed? Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. I think if you don't have Cull, I think you either jam in... You could jam in a Crossbones, because this deck is pretty good about getting priority, and... Part of the reason we have Cull here is because you want a big thing for Ares. Because a lot of the other cards in our deck are like very small to medium sized. So you need at least one big idiot to help Ares. So I was thinking just jamming in a Crossbones or something. We looked at the other 4s and yeah, you could put in Copycat instead of Rocket and Groot. It's a fine change. The 3-drops are fairly flexible. The only one I'd say that's not flexible is Mobius.
I think Mobius is the best tech card in the game right now. I think you should play it. Because it shits on negative, it shits on Iron Patriot, it shits on discard. It's good. It's very, very good. I do think out of my cooks for Ares, though, this is my favorite Ares cook. I'm waiting to play this until people stop playing Shang and Mill, though. Because the Mill matchup for this deck sucks. And a lot of people are playing Mill right now. The Mill matchup fucking blows. Because they run very good tech cards against you. Shang Fenris is really brutal for this deck. Also, the fact that they mill your deck makes it harder for you to get your Ares off. So yeah, the mill deck is a huge pain in the ass for this deck. But once, I think that'll die down a little bit next week, and then I'm gonna play this a bunch more. This is my favorite Ares deck. I really liked it. Yeah, sometimes Gore can win with just, you know, Gore into Mystique, too. Or Negative can win with Gore into Mystique. But that's what I liked about, I mean, if you really hate Negative, this deck has, like, almost every tool available to make Mr. Negative depressed. You put shit in their deck, you turn off their cost reduction, and you can stop their copying with Cosmo. Like, if you really hate Mr. Negative, I think this is a deck for you. It is brutal. I think the only way you can make this more of a hater deck against Negative is having like a location changing card. It dunked. Yeah, I get why people want this card to be buffed. I really do not want this card to be buffed. I think here's what you do to buff Bruce Banner without actually making this card annoying. You make High Evo suck way less ass. That is my biggest hope for the OTA that I don't expect them to do, because for whatever reason they just keep not doing it. High Evo is very bad. High Evo is very bad. This is a High Evo card. If you make High Evo better, this card gets better, right? I'll be very clear though. I don't want to live in a world where this card is good. This is a very flavorful design that I hope stays bad for forever. I just don't want this. I'm sorry to the Bruce Banner fans. I do not want this to be a meta card. I do not want this to ever be I just want my decision to be less poor. Hey, at least you're honest about it. Yeah, I don't ever want this card to be good. I wouldn't mind if it's playable in High Evo because High Evo gets buffed. I still don't think I'd like playing against it, but like I'd be okay with it because I think High Evo just needs it so badly. But I do not want this card to ever be good because I hate Danger Room, and making a card Danger Room, just no. No. I'm good. I'm good, bro. I've crashed out over Danger Room card kills enough to not want this card to be good. I could revert the thing to its original function. I'm going to say something that I don't even think it's controversial and brave anymore. I think they could revert all the High Evo cards to their original function, and it still might not be a tier 1 deck. I think they could revert Wasp, Thing, and even the Hulk. For a while, I wasn't sure about the Hulk. Now, I'm pretty sure about the Hulk. The power in the game has gone up significantly since when High Evo came out. Like, literally just revert the nerfs. And here's the thing. Let's say, hypothetically, reverting all three, let's say it makes High Evo too strong, hypothetically. Well, then just nerf it back in 2 weeks. Nerf Hulk back in 2 weeks, you know? Like, it's a live service game. You like changing things a lot. Just see what happens. If it's too good, reel it back. I don't think it being so much better would like break the game for 2 weeks, you know? Red Hulk seems like too strong of a counter for High Evo to be meta again. I don't agree. Red Hulk doesn't even get played much. Like, I know it's because High Evo doesn't get played much, but I don't think just having a big Red Hulk is enough to counter High Evo, because High Evo, I think, can outpoint that. Devil Hunter, thanks for the follow. They painted themselves into a corner by not being able to release new cards for high evo. Nobody's spending tokens on a card with no abilities that doesn't have high evo. Yeah. I think most people would like high evo to be playable. I have fond memories of the deck. It was fun. It was fun and interesting, and it was the first way to viably play Affliction. It's just so sad that, like, Affliction's a great archetype that has no interest in playing high evo anymore. It's for low CL players. I mean, yeah, but it doesn't have to be. And also buffing it doesn't make it, like, not for low CL players, right? Like, it just makes low CL players have an even better time, which I think they could use. Because it can be rough out there if you get to Infinite as a low CL player. But yeah, that's my hope for the OTA. I don't expect it because they just haven't been doing it at all. I don't know why. Like, it's very clear. The only reason I can think they wouldn't do it is maybe High Evo has better stats than we know at low CL. So they're scared of, like, fucking up that metagame. But I don't know. I'm so tired of bad cards staying bad because low CL players need them for the first 3 days they play. Yeah. They have gotten better. A lot of them have gotten better, but it is annoying that since they have that heavily curated Pool 1, Pool 2 experience, those cards are less likely to be changed because they don't want to rock the boat. Yeah, High Evo was a very dominant... High Evo was a deck in a box, right? And eventually it got power crept by Arsham, right? Like, Arsham became the new High Evo. Arsham became the card that everyone recommended to new players because you can play it on a budget and still win. And that's still true. Although Arsham's worse than it used to be. It's quite a bit worse. Praise be. Fuck this card. The only nice thing I will ever say about it is good that we did get another card that's like a deck in a box for low CL players, but I fucking hate this card. They did change Captain America after saying they wouldn't. Yeah, like, Pool 1 and Pool 2 cards aren't immune to changes. I think they just have a higher bar. And they happen more rarely as a result. Where OTA? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, wait. Hold on. Breaking news! This is funny. Breaking news. The Japanese... I think this is Japanese. Yeah. The Japanese Snap account got hacked and is promoting a crypto coin. The official $ Snap coin has arrived on Solana. I was actually about to lose money to this lol. Oh, that's funny. I'm gonna... Now Japan will get a compensation package. New Snap economy dropped, yeah. Just wish Arsham wasn't allowed in Conquest. I think a lot of people do. I have not seen Nosferatu. Whoever starts the game is soft locked into buying it because it's just unfairly powerful against free-to-play players that are solely building their collection. Yeah. And the next card that'll do that is going to be, what's it called? Esan. Where do I give them my millions? Yeah.
Where's the OTA? I just want an OTA, bro. I want to know what is happening with the OTA. Be all right. OTA, where are you? Better go snap up that crypto. Got him. Good one. Good one. I don't even know the OTA ahead of time, so I can't even brew decks yet. SMH my head. So what do we know? The only thing we know is there's a rumor about Doom. How do I convert tokens into Snapcoin? Yeah. I just hope they let me exchange my Hawk to a coin for Snapcoin. I hope the conversion rate isn't bad. Hey, Splat. Any deck ideas I haven't thought of that I want to try? Free to play Wiccan. This is the tricky part. What constitutes as free to play? I mean, we could try it. Like Series 3 and below. So no Wiccan then. Wiccanless Wiccan. Ah. Like what's the basically Wiccan tech? Yeah. I think Wiccan tech's good. Mr. Ika had Wiccan tech and it did pretty well for him. And that is probably the way you want to build it. Series 3 and below. Kate Bishop, Red Guardian, Wiccan, maybe 3 other high series cards. Well, if I do 3 other high series cards, including those 3, it's not going to be free to play for a lot of people. But that's the thing with Snap is this is also why it's hard to recommend budget decks, because there's no such thing as a universally budget deck in MarvelSnap. Unless you're using literally like pool 2 and below cards. But we can, let's see what we come up with. Just like we do we do Quicksilver. Scream. Well, the funny thing about Scream isn't super expensive, but I mean, my version of Scream isn't the cheapest. Series 4, Series 5, Series 5, Series 5, Series 5. Series 5, question mark? It can be cheaper. You don't need to run Iron Patriot. You don't need to run Hydra Bob, but... But let's try this. Yeah. Worst but playable is, I think, yeah, like where a lot of people are. Like you just jam in a Magneto or something. And it's probably, the core is good. It's like why you can build a relatively budget Wiccan deck, because like the core is strong. Regardless of the web shop Gamba. Thank you, Splat. That wasn't Splat. That was Swatch. Am I still re-incomplete? I am. Let's Gamba. Gamba, Gamba, Gamba. Prediction. Start prediction. What will we get from the Galactus Gamba? Gamba with me, chat. Get some points. We have new things you can use your points for. We have marbles and deck review as some new ways to use your meme coins. Oh yeah, what's in the regular shop? Oh, that's cool. Neat. These are cool. You are unforgettable. Is there a better feeling when someone boomer snaps you and you casserole them? I love that. The only real point reward is banning Skada, yeah. Only level 2. They dropped the Tinder variants yet. Let's see. What did people vote? Pretty evenly spread out. Someone's gonna get paid. Imagine it's the copper border. The lowest enter, but the highest potential gain. All right. 3, 2, 1. Let's do it. $100 credits. 100 credits. Dating app variants? I don't think so. Choose prediction outcome. Wow, only 5% of people went for 100 credits. That's funny because that's like the highest outcome. No, I guess this is new. If you didn't see already, they have this armor one on the they have this armor bundle on the web shop where it's basically double the Shang one, but you get a web red border instead of the sparkly red one. I think copper's good on the right card. OTA, I know, right? I know, right? Where's the OTA, bro? Where's the OTA? First time getting 200 credits? Nice. Congrats. Alright, so we'll put in a cable. We'll put in... I mean, Spider-Man's like kind of free-to-play friendly, right? Bum 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 bum. I need to use the beta start. I will not defile myself with such. Although to be fair, I am using base art Wiccan because that's all I have. So checkmate, checkmate, base art enjoyers. Wow, most of the good 3-drops are higher series, huh? I mean, I kind of knew that, but I'm not sure I realized how stark it is. I guess Negasonic's okay. Mr. Fantastic's okay too now. Bum 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 bum. It's just like arrow. Something like this. Kind of where I'm at. or what I'm thinking. If you're running the tech version of Wiccan, you don't really need 2 6-drops, I find. Spider-Man considered a tech card. I don't think I'd call him a tech card. He's just like, I think he's more like utility. I think he's more utility. But yeah, I think this is not a bad starting point for a more budget-friendly Wiccan list. Obviously, if you have better Series 4 or 5 cards that are 3-drops, play them. Like, if you have Mobius, play Mobius. Mobius is significantly better than Mr. Fantastic for this deck. It's the value of Coulson. The value of Coulson is that a lot of the other 3-drops suck, and he gives you some stuff to do with your extra Wiccan energy. That's the idea. It's like surprise factor, basically. Agony with 10k credits for 75 worth it. I think most of the time the 4U things are not worth it. But I usually don't super deep dive the math, but my understanding is most of those aren't super great. Agony isn't super important to have either. Did you miss the community event awards? No, they haven't gone out yet. They said now that the compensation has gone out, they're going to work on getting that sent out. I'd expect it this week or weekend or whenever, but bum 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 bum. But yeah, we could try this. Ba, 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 ba. Anything good in the bearing pulls? I got some good ones. I got Peach Momoko. What's her name? Jean was pretty cool. Any Galactus decks? We did play a Galactus deck Monday, maybe? I don't know if I posted it anywhere. I don't think I still have it in my decks, but I might still have it on my Untapped. I can look. Let's see if I still have my Galactus deck. OTA yet? Not yet. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's too old. I think it's too old to be on my Untapped, sadly. But it was either this Monday or last Friday, I believe, was the day we did that. Three super rares: Iceman Baby, Electra, and Mobius Pandar. Neat. I am not gonna have enough power to win the middle, I'm afraid. Concerning. I guess we could top deck Enchantress if they play Blue Marvel. But we still don't have enough power. Problem. Maybe we do this and go for like a location changer or some shit. There's Khazar. I think they just got us though. Ajax, that isn't it. OTA today? Yes. OTA today. I mean, I can do this, but it's not enough to win, sadly. It's sadly not enough. Nico with the tokens. Nice. But like he's got a Wiccan and a Jeff. That's great. Unfortunately, I do not know when the OTA is going to be. I wish I did. I would be inclined to say soon, but OTAs are weird in that they don't really have a set time. Sometimes they're sooner, sometimes they're later. I was hoping it would be out already, honestly. Wait. Was there a leak? Oh, someone posted. All right, well, look at this. I don't think this is. No, I'm like almost positive this is fake. I'm almost positive this is fake, but we'll look at it regardless because it's fun speculation. All right. Utau 1-3. That's how you already know this is fake. They wouldn't do that. Bullseye 3-2. Gambit 3-2. They would not change Black Swan to an on reveal. Friggin' nerf, not impossible. Doom becoming a 4-3. That would be absurd. Miss Marvel and Nomura, fine. Cannonball, I guess. Spider-Woman 5-9. This is not. I don't think that's real, bro. I don't think that's real. I think you're capping. I think bro is capping. They would, yeah, so many of those changes are not what I would see them ever doing in this game. I think I want to play around getting clogged here. Well, no, they can't Titania Goblin me, so I'll play Wiccan. There's debris, as expected. That's fine. Wait, I have Prio? I thought they had Prio. I think they're cooked. I think they're a wee bit cooked. Easy. Did you throw Scarlet in this deck for funsies? Witch or Spider? Witch. Yeah. You could throw Scarlet in place of Spider-Man or Cable, for sure. For sure. Core 21 power, but Red Hulk and Blob are OP. I don't think anyone's saying Red Hulk and Blob are OP. Or do you mean like the old versions? Old Blob was stupidly ridiculous. Old Blob was like 50 power. Simply don't put on reveals in your deck. Easy. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum. I'm looking at all the people posting the Pokemon Pocket decks. Man, I'm excited to play Pocket. The new cards look so cool. Just exchanged Symbiote Spider for 6k, but I haven't tried them yet because I don't have Galactus. Yeah, Galactus is kind of the best way to use that card currently. Wish Pocket's gameplay was more interesting. That's fair. Yeah, no problem, Human Death Trap. I like to try and help out where I can with the new player experience. I know it can be tricky and there's not a lot of Snap content out there helping with it, unfortunately. I have Shang for this lane, so I'm going to hold the RG. Yeah, Nimrod's a way you can go, too, for sure. He is reborn. Mobius is picking up with tokens. I think Mobius is really, really strong right now. So I could see him being worth the 3k. Casserole. I am not sure on the Shang one because I bought the armor one. It's a fine value though. Value's fine. I bought the armor one was essentially double the stuff for double the price, so I bought that. But I also spent like 30 bucks in Pocket, so I'm not sure I'm going to spend another $10 in Snap. I will think about it though, because I have like 10k gold. So I'm pretty good on the gold front. And I'm not going to use the Shang variant. The board is nice, though. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. My OTA prediction. It comes out sometime today. Bold prediction. Oh. I really do wish. I do wish they would fucking have a more consistent time for the OTA. Oh, it's okay, Bizarro Sans. Don't worry about it. Quicksilver, no! You will be missed, Quicksilver. Motherfucking mama. Drop a... Blade Maximus? Let him cook. Oh, is this Hella? Interesting. Who Snap's new publisher? What's it? Star something games? I actually have the slide open. New publisher is Skystone Games. If you want to know more about that, the YouTube video for the presentation on that stuff will be up tomorrow. We did that today. Oh, we got the Hella. Ah! We lost regardless of where those went, right? Yeah, we did. I mean, Second Dinner has already kind of started giving out free stuff via that spin, right? The new Galactus spin. Switching the web store, we have no idea. We really don't know what is happening to the stuff Newverse used to do. We just know Second Dinner's taking a lot of the responsibilities in-house. I wouldn't expect the new publisher to really do a lot outside of advertising and maybe some payment processing stuff for storefronts. I don't think the new publisher is going to do a whole lot. Isn't 8 employees for a publisher kind of low? I think it's just like it's just a small publishing company. It's like how we talked about in the thing that much like self-publishing has gotten very large, like I think you see more small publishers than you used to. We used to think of the publishers being these massive companies, but not all of them are anymore because they don't need to be. Ares Hella, that's fun. GG's. Meant much to me. Never meant much to me. Never meant much. Oh, it's Arsham. Ew. Yeah, Wiccan though. It's nice. Was there more to Conquest? Slock says you can play Conquest when I finish the season pass. Maybe try relogging. I've heard people have had that issue before, and usually it's like a logging in issue or something. You shouldn't have to... If you've already had Conquest before, you shouldn't have to re-unlock it. Thanks for the follow, Direct Goose.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Og. Cosmo? Feeling fine. Actually, I'm supposed to put this here. Pull these three. Or get him nauseous. Nice. I think the new Falcon car will be useful outside of bounce. I do not. I'm not even convinced it's going to be great in bounce. Might be. But if it's good, it's probably only going to be in bounce. Bro, where the fuck is this OTA, bro? Where's the OTA? Get in a Spectrum deck? Why? The Shield and Falcon are both ongoings. Yeah, but what on reveals do you run on a... Oh, you mean... You're talking about the new Captain America? Not the new Falcon? Okay, that makes sense then. That makes sense. There's a new... I guess this is gonna cause some confusion. There's the new Captain America, who used to be Falcon and is now Captain America, but there's also a new Falcon. No, I know you meant Torres. I meant the other person mentioning, because they call it New Falcon, but New Falcon is a different card. Captain Falcon. Yeah, it works. I thought you were talking about Torres, because he's the new Falcon. I'll be fine. We haven't been running into decks that are good for these tech cards, unfortunately. People think that card is good? The Torres? I don't think so. The Battle Pass card looks good, though. Ooh, we missed our 2-drop. Now we are big sad. I think most of the next month is not super worth spending keys unless you're really going for some of the older cards that you might have missed. Like Blink is a good one that's returning to caches. They might buff Loki too. Battle Pass card is Sam Wilson, Captain America. Get arrowed. Uh-oh.
Hello, I like money.
Bizarro Hans with the Prime. Thanks for the support, friend. I greatly appreciate it. Enjoy the ad-free viewing experience, the emotes, and these pogfish. We will update our sub goal. We're getting close, gamers. We're getting close. We're getting real close to becoming Mr. Dr. Doom. When did Absman get VO? I think that was a while ago. What does he say? Isn't it? He just like grunts or something, doesn't he?
Power must be controlled.
Oh, we're facing Perry the Platypus. Faced. I like money. Wait, he says I like money? Really? I've never heard that. I guess no. I guess maybe it was added and just nobody's fucking playing Absorbing Man. I've never heard that one. Let's go fucking jam Absorbing Man. Absman is a $ snap shell. True. He hacked. Maybe he's the one who hacked the Twitter account. So yeah, I think something like this is a decent baseline for a budget Wiccan. You can adjust as you see fit based on your own personal metagame. Maybe Shang and Enchantress aren't as good for your personal metagame. If you have Mobius, I would put him in here over Mr. Fantastic probably, or Coulson. But yeah, you can make tweaks. Generally, the rule of thumb though for me is you play Quicksilver, you play 3 2s, and you play 3 3s, and Kate is one of the best 2s because it lets you do arrow plus 2 for a 3. What is the default Absorbing Man deck? Probably Surfer. You could play Blue's Surfer deck he was playing. Bro, look at the size of this man's forehead. It's huge. Generally, I like this, but I'm going to drop Gwenpool for Mobius, because Mobius is the GOAT right now. I think Galacta often does Gwen better than Gwen, sadly. Let's try this. Wong Gambit. I tried that a little bit when Bullseye came out. I didn't really like it. It's too all in, and that deck hasn't changed in like years. Ba, 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 ba. All that really matters is tonight. Bum, 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 bum. Do 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 do. Bum bum. Do 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 do. You got a dino. Reason I'm playing Brood left is because I think they're going to use some ones to fill up Mojo World, and then I will Killmonger them. Wonderful. Jet Force Juno gifting a tier 1 to Maru-chan. Thanks for the support, friend. I appreciate it. Feels good, man. Enjoy the ad-free viewing experience, the emotes, and these pogfish. We'll update our goal. 88, baby. Yeah, I really appreciate it. Very kind. What's not kind is the lack of Silver Surfer in my hand. Much love for the presentation. I'm glad you liked it. The Nexus one comes sooner rather than later. It's the next one on my agenda, for sure. It is the next on the list, that's for sure. Is it better to just this? So this is 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 versus 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's the same, but maybe the Red Guardian does something useful. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Huggies. And that, folks, is why you do not put... I mean, in fairness to them, I don't think they realized we were a Surfer deck yet. Well, they could have, because they saw the Brood, but you don't put... you do not want to put your 1-drops on Mojo World versus a Monger deck. That'll end very poorly for you. Oh, I should have played Absorbing Man, though. I want to hear the Absorbing Man line. That was like half the point of playing this deck. Bum, 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 bum. What's up, Alexander? Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Did I miss the OTA? Nope. Not yet. Not yet. Part of me wants to play Pokemon until the OTA, but I don't want to switch games and then switch back. For all the people who aren't into the Pokemon stuff, which is fair. What do I think of the 1200 gold Aries in the shop? I think it's good, but I like the one that's coming in like a week better. So I'm waiting for that one. There's another one coming like on February 7th, I think, that I think looks cooler. Though obviously that is up to personal preference. Why did I play this left? I don't really need a sentinel. Well, we do deny Mr. Coulson, or not Mr. Coulson, Mr. Patriot, Mr. Osborne, if you will. Oh, shit. Poggies. Still no, not that I've seen. Bum 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 bum. Played somehow. Lost to Ultron Zoo. Yeah, sometimes they do get you at the things you least expect. 4's a good run though. I know this play looks weird, but I want to hear the Absorbing Man line go off. I guess it's better to do it here. Although I don't think they're going to pump points here. I think that, maybe they do. But if you're wondering why I'm doing this play, it's because I want to hear the... Alright, we're pausing the music. I want to hear Mr. Absorbing Man yap. Let's hear it. You didn't say shit. Were we baited by Splat? He just made his little vroom noise. You heard it? I just hear a little vroom. What? If it's only a chance. I don't think you would have just made it up. I'm just confused. Is there another card that says it? Where can I see the Aries that is coming? Snap fan. Here, I'll show you. Oh! Splat, that was the... That's my sub notification noise. That's so fucking funny. That's so fucking funny. The Mr. Krabs I like money is my sub alert. That is incredibly funny. Played right when my opponent revealed Absorbing Man. That's great. Yeah, it's funny because sometimes, I don't know, my alerts have been a little buggy recently, so like half the time it does like a default alert and half the time it does the alert I set up. I don't know why it's like that. I need to fix it, but I'm not sure how to fix it. You do some research. Although the funny thing is, like, given Absorbing Man's like character, it would be very on brand because he like robs banks and shit, right? This is the Aries that's coming on the 7th. This is the one I'm waiting for. I think it's metal as shit. I think he is very cool looking. Pretty cool looking Aries. Do, 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 do. He stole the Punisher's shirt. Yeah, he did. The Spotlight one does go very hard too. I just don't get I don't get Spotlight variants very often anymore. Even though it's not like I don't have the keys to do it, I just don't think it's worth my resources. Is Ares a good spend? I think it's a good spend if you're missing Misery. It becomes a fairly enticing week if you like Surtur's Scar. There are some other homes for him. Surtur's Scar seems to be the best or most popular. But there are some other places you can play it. I really like this deck. I think this deck will be better next week because right now there's a lot of Shang about because it's Ares week. But I like this deck quite a lot. Very fun way to play the card that I found to be pretty effective. We also played a Darkhawk deck today, which went pretty well. A little bit different, but kind of neat. Though, admittedly, we didn't play Ares a ton when we played this deck, so I'm not sure. Really want Mystery, but it cost me 4 keys. That is unfortunate. 4 key weeks suck. And then this deck's cool, too. This is another one that will get better when people move away from Shang-Chi next week. Shuri-less Shuri. Ares is committing war crimes with his pal Red Skull. But yeah, if you like playing Surtur's Scar, I think Ares is a good upgrade for the deck. What's Malekith doing here? Malekith hits a lot of just big dudes. Malekith is just a stat stick. It can pull your Glad, it can pull Red Guardian, it can pull your Maw. It's just stats. Also, one of the benefits of Malekith is by thinning your deck from cheaper cards, it increases the odds of you drawing your cards that cost more than 3. But yeah, basically this deck often tries to curve out pretty well, and Zabu enables being able to do like a 4 and a 3 on the final turn, or 2 4s. Malekith is a good card, though. Malekith is quite a good card. This deck's surprisingly decent. I think the only downside of it is the fact that, you know, it's Ares week, so there's more Shang around, and this deck doesn't love Shang-Chi, because 2 of our big targets are... This deck really hates the mill deck, because we have a bunch of good 1-drops and tall boys. Yeah, Makari is a good card that does not have very many homes. The best place for Makari traditionally has been Surfer, but a lot of Surfer decks don't even run her. Oh yeah, Mill just farms the shit out of this. Mill is probably the worst matchup in the game for this deck. I do think part of the reason it's suffering a little bit is because it is like... It's Ares week, it's Go Tall week. And when people start fucking around with the new cards next week, I think it will probably perform a little better. That's just my prediction, but I think the Ares decks... I think Ares is the most easily counterable of the new cards we've had release, and so like it's gonna feel worse during its release week compared to some of the other cards. Bullseye wasn't that hard to counter either, but a lot of people just didn't do it. A lot of people did not break out the emergency Mobius for whatever reason. Mobius was really good at stopping all the Bullseye stuff. Look at this Mobius we got yesterday. He's great. He's a humble little guy with big ambitions. What was this? This was another deck I tried with Ares, but it wasn't built well enough for Ares, so I cut Ares for Galacta. Is Ares the worst card to release this month? I think yes, but like you said, it's not like that Ares is bad, it's just that the other cards are pretty high quality this month. I think yes, I do think the meta has been aiming a little taller though, for sure. I agree. We have been going a bit taller. The cards coming out that could be interesting with Ares. Yeah, mainly one of the March cards. Although I guess, hold on. All right, planner. Like none of next month's cards look good with Ares. Torres, Ross, Red Wing, Diamondback. None of these look good with Ares. Esson could be cool though, as well as Starbrand. Ross is good with Ares. I am not super convinced. I don't think this card is going to be very good in general. I think most decks want to curve out. This card gets significantly worse the later you play it too. If you miss this card on turn 2, oof. But maybe people will find a way to make it work. In a Hella deck, that's an interesting idea. Helps you get your big dudes out. The dating app variants. Let's see. When are those? What month are they? Variants? I think I remember seeing them. I just don't remember. Let's see. Nope. App? They're for Valentine's Day. That would make sense. So February 14th. Oh yeah. One of these is a Rian one. I'm gonna buy this one. So you have a She-Hulk one. I like it. Another Lovers deck this year. Lovers deck. You mean like the little event thing they did? There's a black cat. I like the Agent Coulson one. Maybe, but I wouldn't count on it. Damn, bro. Strong Guy's fucking ripped. Shocking, I know. Shocking, I know. Yeah, these are cool. Are they all rares? Or are they some of them super rares? This one's a bundle. Coulson's a bundle. This one's a bundle too. Oh, this is a gold bundle. Hell yeah. I'll buy this. Yeah, Coulson's great. Coulson's very good. I like it. What's the bundle for this? Oh no, I wanted this. 15 for gold, a border, and the Coulson. That is a good avatar. Yeah, save for the anti-venom bundle. The name does cover up some of the app stuff, it's true. Buy the Coulson to buy the She-Hulk. Yep, profit. I used the bundle to buy the bundle. How does this look animated? Oh, that looks really good animated. Holy shit, look at that. That looks good. I should look at the other ones animated. That looks really good. Damn, they cooked on the animation on these. These are heat. These look really good animated, man. Holy shit. Like, they look way better animated than they do still. The fish is moving around. I'd swipe face. Up. Did it die? Strong guy one didn't work. No, I guess sometimes they bug out. Or maybe they don't have the animation yet. I don't know. Still, these, especially the Black Cat and the She-Hulk one, look way better with the animation than they do static. Very nice. Should update my title real quick. Let's see. OTA waiting room. Let me look at the bundles again. The reason I've been stockpiling on my gold has been for all the new cards next month have Rian variants. I'm like, fuck, man. Maybe we get a Loki buff, because I'm confident they're gonna buff Loki before his reappearance, based off of prior comments. I'm confident they're gonna buff this card. And do they have time to buff him again? Would it be 2 weeks? They do have time. They do have time. So it doesn't have to be this OTA. Could be next one. Yeah, they got Rian, Joaquin Torres, Sam Wilson. Reverse Storm, it's time based. Storm died for the sins of other cards. Feels bad, man. Feels bad, man. Bum, 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 bum. I don't need another Mirage, but pretty fire artwork. Which ones are the Rian ones? These ones. Whoa, I forgot about this one. Damn, that's heat. I don't think this has a release date yet, though. Is there an animation for it? There is. This is so heat. I need it. Surfer or Bullseye to climb? I think Bullseye is probably better, but Surfer's fine too. I don't know why this is the... These are a bunch of the upcoming ones. There are more, though. These are just the chibis. Is Falcon 2 worth? Nah, Red Wing got a rework. I'm not sure. I'm not super convinced it's going to be worth. I think a lot of people are going to skip next month, which I think is fair. I'm going to grab myself a drink and hit the bathroom real quick, though. But we'll be right back. If you're enjoying the stream, feel free to drop a follow. And if you want to support what I do, you can see if you have a thing called Twitch Prime, which helps us get our sub goal, which we're very close to. Thanks for hanging. I will be right back.
Imagine they dropped the OTA right now. Yeah, they're waiting for me to walk away. Hydrate. I can hydrate. When is Cobra releasing? We don't know, but I would guess maybe this is a limited time mode card. It doesn't seem like a card they're going to put in spotlights. This card does not seem good enough to be in a spotlight. Seems like a Series 4 freebie card. Switch an enemy card here that didn't start in your opponent's deck to your side. I mean, in the current metagame, this card would be pretty decent. Like Lasher? Exactly like Lasher. Exactly like Lasher. I don't think this will be a cash card. I think this will be a limited time mode card, and it would make sense for them to release it in February, but we'll see. It is very cute, though. I think Lasher is actually good. I mean, right now, I think I would play this card right now. I would play this card. When does it come out? We don't know. We don't know. There's no date. There's no date on this card. But it did change from a very boring card to this new version. Last patch, so. Also, y'all excited for Mastery? We're getting, like, Mastery very soon. I'm pretty sure next week. Any new question and answers? Is the OTA delayed? It's not delayed. It's still coming today. Okay. What is Mastery anyway? Great question. Great question. Mastery is going to be a cosmetic thing that kind of gives you a way to like get rewards for leveling, like splitting your cards and collecting variants and shit. That's the idea with it. And it's going to unlock new splits and other cosmetic related things. It's pretty much all cosmetic based stuff. Which, I mean, I think that could be pretty cool, depending on how it's handled. I've talked about it before in the past, but I think if it gets implemented the way they talked about in the past, it'll be pretty good. I think this card will mostly be used to get your opponent's monster. I mean, it'll be good at that, but also think about the card generation decks right now. Think about all the decks running Demon. The thing with the 2/3 is that you can afford for a 2/3 that sometimes has a big upside to do nothing a lot of the time, because 2/3 is just the bar for a solid 2-drop. So a 2/3 that does nothing half of the time, but the other half of the time takes a demon or a location spawned card or whatever else is quite good. It's quite good. There's another Viper variant, or no, Cobra variant. Does anyone get the Premium Pass? I think the Premium Pass, if you are really interested in the variant, I think the Premium Pass is fine. You basically get a little bit of... It's basically like buying a $10 variant and having some bonus shit thrown in with it. Mainly the borders. So if you would have looked at that variant and said, I'll buy this from the store for $10, then the Premium Pass is slightly better. Double Ice Cube from Luna Snow. Big value, yeah. Yeah, like, I thought the Abomination was pretty good this month, but I didn't buy it because I have a lot of good Abominations, and the Abomination doesn't see much play. Maybe that will all change today when they buff High Evo. Is that an OTA leak? I don't know, because I don't have the OTA. I no longer am privy to that information. It does seem really dumb to me, though, how they went about slicing up who gets the OTA information, though. Like, I get it for, if you have a very large, like, YouTube following or whatever, that makes sense. But, like, some of the people who get it just fucking make a basic bitch image post on Twitter, and it's like... Come on, dude.
Like, if you're gonna give it to them, how are you gonna? Yeah, they cracked down on the OTA stuff. They used to give it to everyone in the program, and then they cracked down on it because they were having all these leaks. Some of which were probably from the creator program, some of which were not from the creator program. But that resulted in them sharing less OTA information ahead of time with a bunch of people, and I am one of those people, so I don't know anymore. I do not know anymore. I should try and like reapply to get it, because I like doing it for deck building so I can give people decks to play as soon as it drops. I think that's more value than just posting the same thing as the fucking patch notes on Twitter. But Newverse is also the one who handles a lot of the creator program stuff, so I don't even know if I resubmitted for that, if I would get it, because I don't know if Newverse is still involved with this, and I don't know. A lot of moving pieces. A lot of moving pieces there. Yeah, well, that's why I just think it's dumb that, like, basically when they were deciding who to get it, they were like, well, if you do OTA content, you can submit your OTA content and we'll judge it and we'll determine if you get it or not. And I was like, yeah, I do deck videos, because I did used to do deck videos for the OTA. But apparently that wasn't good enough, but some Twitter posts are. It's like, okay, bro, I'll resubmit. I'll become a Twitter poster. That's what it takes. Could be the first one to apply to the new publisher. I don't think the new publisher has control over the creator program yet. I'm not even sure they're going to. That might be something Second Dinner takes over. We don't know. It's all like kind of up in the air. It's all kind of up in the air. Let's make a... I'm gonna make a little wish list though before the OTA comes out of what cards I would like to be on there. Let's make a little wish list and see if we're right or wrong or whatever. I think I'm gonna focus on buffs and not nerfs though. I think I'm gonna focus on buffs. Invest in Snapcoin to be accepted into the inner circle. White Queen, God, yes. Cards I want buffed. Let's see. I want White Widow buffed, but I'm not going to put it here because I don't think it's going to happen. I want this card reworked. I think current White Widow sucks, and they should make it a different card. But I don't think it's going to happen today. Silk. Definitely. So I'm just going to pick some, and then we'll talk about the how I would buff them. I'll bet all my channel points on verse. Supergiant could use a point. Agree. I'll probably put her on here, too. I would love a Supergiant buff. I would love a mold buff, but I think that's also unlikely. Oh, Loki. Yeah. We'll put Loki on here. Where the fuck is he? Pay you any mind. There he is. All right, Loki. Sorry, Banner fans. He's not going on my fucking list. What the fuck is Flatman? Flatman is a very, very old data mine that probably will never exist in the current form. I don't even remember what he does. But he was very like Mr. Fantastic, if I recall correctly. Uncle Ben. Yeah, Uncle Ben's also an old one. Uncle Ben's funny, though. Uncle Ben was a 1-2 when he's destroyed. You get Spider-Man to your hand or something. Wait, he got updated? Did he? No. When this card is destroyed, replace it with Spider-Man. Oh, it used to go add to your hand, didn't it? Maybe. Yeah, because it says August 2024. When OTA? We don't know. We don't know. I wish we did. What does Flatman do again? Oh, he's just small Mr. Fantastic. I like the one for J. Jonah Jameson. The emotes become more rude. That is funny. That'd be a great like April Fool's card. 2/4 Colossus. Come on, that would be nice. Feels Ben, man. There are a lot of cards here I don't feel like need a buff. I think Elsa could use a buff. She probably won't get it, but I think Elsa could go back to being a 2-drop. Hot take. Elsa could be a 2-drop again. As long as she's not giving +3, I think she'd be fine. Make Crystal playable. I don't think they're going to want to do that. They remove Sokovia and how that Weapon X exists. Yeah, the discard is kind of annoying. Honestly, they should make Bishop like a 3/2. He was a 3/2 at one point. Wasn't he? Wasn't he a 3/2? He was. Man, he got nerfed in 2022. Long ago. White Queen will be on the list for sure. Storm. What is our list looking like? We have 5 cards so far. Scarlet Spider makes it. Rescue makes it. Miss Marvel. Bill. Did I skip? Where's High Evo? High Evo, where are you? There he is. What are we up to now? We have 2 more. Yeah, the extra metals is nice. Extra metals are nice. All right, I think we've got our 6 cards or our 12 cards that we can talk about some buff ideas for. Here's the list. Here's the list. Loki. This is the one I'm most scared about because... Oh, I wanted to put on Suji here too, but we ran out of space. Supergiant should get a point of power. Kind of boring, but the card deserves to be a 4/6. Loki puke. I know. Look, trust me. I get it. Loki hate runs deep within my veins. Loki was my most hated card for most of the game's life. The only card I have hated more than Loki has been Arsham. But I think they should try something new with this card. I think it should be playable. I think they should, honestly, I think they should rework it again. I think they should rework it again and try and do something with his, like, I don't know, like illusion stuff or something. I don't think they will. I think I think a rework is a high bar, and they aren't going to want to rework it again. So I think what'll happen to Loki is maybe they bring back the draw card. Maybe they make it a 3/3 draw card. I don't know. They're never going to make it a 3/5 draw card again. That was broken. But lower stats, maybe. I don't know. I'm scared of them buffing it, but I know they're going to at some point. They're either going to buff or rework it. They've said they're going to. So I'm just going off of what if Loki switched hands? I don't think you're ready for the level of salt that would cause. I think if Loki switched hands, it would cause more salt than any previous iteration of the card. You do not want to do that, because then you would just play a hand dump deck. You'd play a bunch of fucking 1-drops, and then you'd... Mind Render Alucia did that in Hearthstone, and it was one of the most broken... It was one of the most broken effects, and that was switching hands for 1 turn. They are not... I don't think they're ever going to do a switching hand mechanic. Like, people hate Mindscape. Add 6 random cards from your opponent's deck to yours. That would be significantly worse than the current Loki, I think. Silk should be a 2/6. It's simple. We buff Silk and make her more above rate, because the effect is a pretty big downside. Even if they kept the cost reduction, adding cards to your deck rather than replacing it is like... Because you're making it less likely you get the Loki cards and your good cards from your deck. I think it'd be not great for the card. Even if they made Loki like a 2/3, it would make the card more playable, yeah. Elsa Bloodstone should be a 2-drop. I think it should be a 2/2 or a 2/3. I think they had this weird... They were like, well, we don't want our 2-drops having global effects. I think that's a stupid rule. I frankly think that is a stupid, arbitrary rule. I think they were scared because initial Elsa was way too heavily pushed. But initial Elsa was too heavily pushed because she gave +3, not because she was global. While Morbius and Collector exist. Yeah. It's like, global, I just don't... Although what they mean by global is like a 2-drop that affects other lanes. And I get the idea of why they might find that concerning. I just don't agree that it's... I don't agree that that's like a hard rule you need to have. I also received more lenient activation. I don't think they would revise the card that heavily. Oh, hold on. I have a lot of messages. Oh yeah, we're getting the dev video probably tomorrow too for the new season. Forgot about that. Let's see. Okay, they're... Nope, just my friends talking about Pokemon. Alright, but yeah, Elsa, I really do think this card should just be a 2/2. Do you think they'll share more mastery info in the dev video? 100%. I think the only way you don't get mastery info in the dev video is if mastery is getting its whole own video. Mastery has been a highly requested feature that got scrapped and then came back, and that is the type of thing you want to feature in your season video to get people excited. Because, you know, MarvelSnap has a lot of flaws with it, but one of the things that is not very flawed in this game is the card customization. That shit rips. So giving us a new feature that is all about card customization, that on top of that is retroactive and you get benefits from, you know, all your old splits and stuff like that. That is just like a massive W. It's an easy W. Like, you'd have to try to fuck that up, which, don't get me wrong, doesn't mean they can't. I'm sure they could find a way, but it's in their best interest to not. So, yeah, I think it's going to be in the dev video. High Evo. We talked about this earlier. Just literally fully revert High Evo. Fully revert all the High Evo cards. If it's too much, you can nerf it back. But
let us see what High Evo looks like in the new 2025 Snap world. I really don't think it would be that bad. At least if you're too scared to nerf Hulk, sure, whatever, but please do Wasp and the Thing. Like, those are so safe. Those are such safe unnerfs. The Hulk is the only one that is a little scary, and I really think with, like, Gore and a bunch of these other cards that have come out, like, I don't think it's that scary in terms of, like, being broken. I think it'd be strong. Don't get me wrong. I think it would be strong. I don't think it would break the game, though. Miss Marvel. Yeah, legitimately fully revert this card. This is another one. It was broken when it came out, when the power was lower. I don't think they're gonna fully revert it, because I think they like the fantasy of, like, requiring multiple cards. Where's the OTA at? Your guess is as good as mine, friend. I'm hoping in, like, the next 30 minutes or so, but we haven't... All they've said is it's still coming today. It has not been delayed. That's all we know. I wish they could fucking hammer down a time. It's so annoying how we have to... It's so annoying how we have to play, like, the waiting game every OTA. Oh, sometimes it's early in the day. Sometimes it's late in the day. What did original High Evo do? So, originally, High Evo did the same thing it did before, but some of the High Evo cards were better. Wasp High Evo afflicted twice instead of afflicting once. The Thing, instead of doing -1 power to 3 different cards, it did -1 power and it could hit the same card more than once. And then Hulk was the big one. Hulk was an ongoing, and it got bigger in the deck too. So Hulk was ongoing. For each turn you floated a energy. You didn't spend all your energy, you get +2. That was the biggest one of the High Evo nerfs. So Hulk got really big really consistently. Would Chavez still be broken? Yes, Chavez would be broken, and I would not ever expect them to revert Chavez. I would like them to explore the design space for Chavez a bit more, but I think they're happy with that card as an early game piece, even though it kind of sucks in most of the later game decks. What if they ditch the Miss Marvel requirement of unique cost and make it a minimum of 2 cards instead? I think the unique cost makes for more interesting deck building, but if you wanted to buff the card, I think that's an okay way to do it. Your adjacent locations with 2+ cards have +5 power. Sure. Originally, Miss Marvel was a 4/5. Your locations with cards with your adjacent locations with cards with no repeated costs have +5, so you could do it with 1 card originally. Yeah, old Chavez just limits the design and deck building, and it adds, like, kind of the opposite of what you want in a card game, which is, like, variance. Scarlet Spider. This card should be a 4/6. I'm gonna say it. It should be a 4/6. I think they played some of these 4/5s a bit safe, and they could tune them up a little. White Queen. This card should be Big Mirage. I think you could make this card like a 4/7 that gives +2 or +3 to your the copy. I think that would be cool. I think that would be a cool way to make this card viable. Zabu's a huge constraint. Zabu used to be a bigger constraint than it is now. I don't think Zabu's as much of a constraint as it used to be. I do think -1 cost would probably be very, very strong. Like, I'm not sure you want to do that. I'm not sure you want to do that. Steal the biggest card in the hand, like biggest power. Zabu should be a Series 3. I mean, yeah, there are a lot of old cards that should be Series 3 by now that they have kept up high, sadly.
Buff White Queen because mine is blinged out and I want to show it off. Yeah, it's just like this card has needed a buff for such a long time. Make Zabu a 2/2 ongoing again. Now that would be a massive buff. Ongoing Zabu was very, very strong. Storm, I think Storm should go back to a 3/2. But if they do that, you have to hit one of the other combo pieces because you don't want to bring back the lockdown combo. Zabu was in Series 3, what the fuck? Nope, he's still Series 4, baby. Yeah, this card should go back to its original thing. I think this was a boneheaded change. I think they changed Storm to shield the higher series cards, and I think it was dumb. Storm's more iconic. Storm's a more interesting card for early players. Like, this was a dumb change. I think you could have accomplished a very similar thing by making War Machine a 5-drop that has a larger body. That's what I would have preferred they do. Yeah, like Legion, I don't think you want to change Legion. I think Legion's better off as a 5. I think War Machine should have just been a 5. Make War Machine a big 5, and then you can ramp into it with Electro, and you have synergy and shit. I just don't like that they, Legion's cringe. I think Legion's pretty fun. I think Legion's a pretty wacky card. He does steal the game, though. Quite a bit. But yeah, I don't think Storm deserved this change, and I think after seeing the reaction, they realized, huh, maybe we shouldn't have hit the most iconic character that is also, you know, been the way it has for like the whole history of the game without being super problematic. Like, this was a stupid nerf. Rescue. So, here's the funny thing. I proposed when, a long time ago, I proposed rescue buff where she buffs the next card played. Now, I did say you probably couldn't give +5 power anymore because it'd be very strong with Brood. And what do you know? They made Galacta, which is basically my rescue redesign, except better. Galacta is just the better version of my rescue redesign because she can proc multiple times. So, I don't know. I think you fully changed this card. I think this design is boring and lame and not particularly interesting. Is there patch news or something? Not yet. We're hoping soon, but I think you should revert this card. I think you should revert this card. Or not revert. I think you should rework. Wrong word. Rework. Rework this card. You could make it something about protecting other cards. You could make it a resurrection card. You could... If you're just joining us and wondering what the hell we're doing and what this deck you're looking at is, we're talking about cards I'd like to see buffed. We're talking about cards I would like to see get buffed in the patch. I don't think this is going to happen this patch, but what if they made Rescue backwards? A 4/10, -6 if you play a card here next turn. That'd probably be pretty good in Surtur Scar. That would probably be pretty good. Rescue should be what Ghost Rider is for discard, but for destroy. Yeah, just bring back a card you destroyed this game or something. I don't know if that card would actually be very good right now, but it's an interesting idea at least. Need a Pixie buff? If they want to buff Pixie, just make Pixie a 1-drop. Making Pixie a 1-drop would be a massive buff. And I'm pretty sure a while ago Glenn said he thinks they could have gotten away with it. They just erred on the side of caution with it. Rescue being a one-sided armor. Your cards here can't be destroyed. Or your other cards here can't be destroyed. That's a neat idea. Yeah, just something like that. I just don't like... I think this design is so boring and bad and... just not good, man. It's just not good. Just make it more thematic. I want to be able to play my cool Re and Rescue. I want to be able to play my... Where is it? I want to be able to play Re and Rescue. Look, she even has a little cat. I thought Scarlet Spider is OP with Nomura. No. Scarlet Spider Nomura stuff is like mid at best. Mid at best. It's not very good. I always thought Rian was pronounced like Ryan. It is not. It is not. Common misconception. Mid is generous? It is. I am being generous because I've had some success with the card. But, yeah. Beta Ray Bill. This card should be a 2-drop. Or you should make Thor a 2-drop and this a 3-drop. I think they should scale the Thors down the curve. I'm a big proponent of them doing that. I think the Thors are so awkward. I like it in the Pixie Thors deck, but like, it's just so hard to play these cards. You can't really use them with Lockjaw as well anymore. Just do something. Do something to make these cards better. Something to get back and erase text. I always thought Symbiote Spider-Man should be the one to cure the card. I think the problem with curing a card is that there aren't enough things that blank cards for that card to be strong. Like, yes, Red Guardian's a big part of the meta, but oftentimes Red Guardian's saved to later in the game, and same with like tech cards like Enchantress. So it's kind of, I feel like that card is too niche in its application. But yeah, I just like make Bill and Thor cheaper, and you can maybe do something with these cards. But until then, it's kind of hard. Adam Warlock. Rework this card. I don't know. Lean into some like healing bullshit or something to to capitalize on the Marvel Rivals stuff. I don't know. This design has been like a failure every iteration of the card. The most success I think he ever had was at 2-0 because you could like buff him with a Bast or play him in some weird Galactus decks. But the card has just been a failure, and I think the reason it's been a failure is because they keep trying to limit it because it's a draw card thing. But we don't need it to draw a card. Just make it a different card. They missed Rivals season. Warlock's done. Yeah. It's Jober for him. It's Jober for him. Adam Warlock should never be a 2-cost again because of Agent Venom and Bast. Yeah, he'd probably be very strong in those decks, or at least playable. Yeah, I think they should just get rid of the draw card and look for a new idea for this card. Warlock should be Cage from 4, 5, and 6. Yeah, I think that's an idea I like in general. It doesn't have to be Adam Warlock, but like Cage protects the small cards, and then you have another card protect the big cards. Draw 2 cards. There you go. We fixed it. We've solved it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about this character to really say what direction I'd like to see him taken in. Pot of Greed. Adam Warlock allows me to draw 2 additional cards from my deck. Yeah, I know he's in Guardians. I know him from Guardians, but I don't know enough about the character to really say what it should do. I would love if we got another card like Nico that changes per turn. I think those designs were sick. He is the perfect human. Okay, what's some cool designs we could do off of being the perfect human? Cook with that, chat. I need to grab my drink. One moment. But cook, and I'll read your cooks. The perfect human.
Okay. Did chat cook? Did chat cook? While I was getting my drink. Let's see. The actor who plays him also plays a character on The Bear, so Adam Warlock should cook. Yeah, Nico's one of the coolest design cards in the game, I think. He used to have the Soul Stone in his head. Interesting. Having Adam Warlock rotate through the Infinity Stone effects would be cool and thematic. Oh, that would be cool. That would be cool. Although, unfortunately, the Infinity Stones don't do anything outside of Thanos, but I guess they could... How would you design that? Because they're all specific to Thanos now. They'd have to, like, change the stones again. He's actually the only character to ever beat Thanos through intelligence alone on multiple occasions. So his energy manipulation powers, but he's not a real warlock. He doesn't have magic powers. Add a random guardian in the galaxy to your side of the board in one lane. Your opponent played a card. That would have to... I don't think you could balance that well. I'm not sure you could balance that well. He would have to have such little stats himself. Because if you like randomly generate a fucking Gamora, that'd be crazy. They did talk about more Thanos changes or reworks a while ago. I don't know if they're going to do them or not, but I think they should. Coming to play with an ability of a stone you haven't played yet. An easier way to get all the stones in play. I don't think they'd build him as a card that could only work in Thanos, though. Just be a draw card on reveal. I think the problem with that is it's boring, and they would make that so bad you probably just wouldn't play it like the current one. Because they don't want decks to have a draw card on reveal cheap. Because it leads to the Chavez problem. On reveal, add 2 Infinity Stone to your hand. I think the problem with that is just the stones would need to be reworked. Also, giving 2 of the draw stones to any deck would be broken. When is the OTA? Well, the real OTA is the friends we made along the way. I wish I had a better answer than that, but I don't know. I think soon. But I don't have a super concrete answer on the timing because they don't give us one. But I think soon. I need to pin a message. If I've learned anything from streaming a bunch recently, it's that most of the people who are going to ask the question don't read the pin. I pinned the thing about the VPN thing in Snap, and that was the biggest question I got asked all day. We're card gamers, of course we don't read. Place it on screen. No, it's fine. I don't mind answering the question. It's not a big deal. Also, I think they're not going to read on screen either. People don't read. People don't read. We're losing the war on illiteracy. Card gamers are never beating the can't read allegations. Do you think we can blame the lateness on diversity? Surely. Gotta blame it on someone, right? Or something. There was a storyline where Thanos gained power beyond God himself, and Adam Warlock defeated him strictly through outwitting him, manipulating his ego. Based. Giga Chat Adam Warlock. I blame $Snap. Seems Corvus Glaive doesn't exist anymore. Nobody talks or plays that card. I did play Corvus in Hela before the Hela rework, and I think he was actually underrated. The only person who still plays Corvus is Dinesh.
in his crazy Hela deck. But yeah, it just doesn't really fit in traditional discard. Discard got so many better tools. The randomness is really bad. Work as a radiation protection health. Is it physics? I'm signed blind after having to watch for millions of them during work. That's fair. That's an interesting job. That is cool. Rogue is in my seasonal Series 3 card rotation. Copper hold for Syilk or Sarah. I mean, Rogue is a pretty okay card. If you're seeing a lot of ongoing and want something to hate on it, she's not bad, but I think I would hold out. It really depends on what your depends on what kind of thing you're working towards. Like what decks you like. But that does reset at the end of the season, so worst case, I mean, just grab something before it rolls over. Rogue is an answer, not a threat. Correct. That is exactly what the card is doing. Hellcow should be a 3 cost with the same ability it has right now. I guess it could. I don't think they want to buff discard though, because discard's very good. To protect workers and nuclear plants. It's fun. That's very neat. I'm a big believer in we should be doing more with nuclear power. I think nuclear power gets a bad rap because people just think of all like the destruction nuclear stuff can cause, but nuclear power is actually very seems like a very viable thing that gets fear-mongered about a bit too much. Maybe we should make Adam Warlock nuclear. When did Storm go to a 4 or 5? That happened a while ago because of the Storm War Machine combo. Yeah, it's like it seems everything I've seen about it has made me believe it is more viable than a lot of people think or want to admit. But nothing beats good old clean coal, right? Nothing cleaner than coal. Anyway, I'm blanking on what to do with Adam Warlock, man. I don't know what the fuck to do with this card. I genuinely don't know. Chat's given some ideas. I think some of them have been neat, but the stone ideas are really cool. It's just they can't... The stones would have to be changed. Wait. Idea. What if you gave him the old Soul Stone ability? Your opponent's cards across from this got -1. Because someone said he used to have the Soul Stone in his forehead, right? What if you gave him the old Soul Stone ability? Like, you'd obviously have to change the cost, too, and power, but... Still haven't hulked out yet. Well, I guess you haven't hit the 25% chance, right? 1 in 4 times it happens every time. Would it be weird to just give him the -1 of the old Soul Stone to your opponent's cards? I mean, I guess if you don't remember the old Soul Stone, you wouldn't understand why it's thematic. Give energy card. Negative power equal to their cost. The OTA out? Not that I've seen. I think it's coming soon, but not out yet. Fullness of character mastery. New question. When character mastery does debut in the coming months, will it be available for all cards on day 1? Or will there only be a few select cards? I would love to see mastery for, let's say, Beta Ray Bill, but I know he's not nearly as popular as Iron Man or Jeff. It's coming at launch for every card. Hype. Hype. Leak OTA? The only leak I have seen was someone who previously was a credible leaker said Doom was getting nerfed. I don't know if they're still credible or not. They haven't leaked in a while. But that's the only thing I've heard that had an ounce of credibility. Let's see. I would like him to be another Guardian of the Galaxy, either support for their strategy or another card with the guess where your opponent's playability is. What do you think about incorporating the diamond form into White Queen? That could be cool. I don't think they want to give early series cards that kind of depth, like transforming or different versions, but I like the idea. Given the Mind Stone effect when it was draw 2 1-drops. That's one of those where I like the idea, but God, that would be so incredibly busted in Zoo. Unless it was like a high cost card, maybe. The OTA good? I don't know. I haven't seen it. I have not seen it. I no longer have clearance for the early OTA access. It is not out yet, though. In America, I am. I am in America. On reveal, if your opponent played a card here this turn, draw a card. How'd I lose access? They revoked early OTA access to the majority of the program because of all the leaks. It's a pretty... My understanding is it's a pretty small group of people that still get access to it. I'm going to try and get back into having access for it, but... yeah. I do not have it. What time is it here? I am in the East Coast. It's almost 4 p.m. Call Cozy, yeah. Bro, Cozy's got bigger and better things to do. That man is taken off into Marvel Rivals, and I'm happy for him. Low-key, his level of production and content was always kind of too good for the Snap scene. And I say it as someone who doesn't even really watch his stuff. I don't watch most Snap content stuff. From the little bit I've seen, that man knows how to fucking edit a video. That man knows how to edit a video in a very coherent and visually pleasing way. What am I looking at? The best deck you've ever seen. No, we're talking about cards I'd like to see buffed. Sleeping on that new bed sponsor. It's funny. But yeah, he's been popping off in Marvel Rivals. Good for him, man. As someone who knows how difficult it can be to jump into a new space, yeah, like it's cool to see him having so much success. Well deserved. Did I do nerfs already? I didn't do nerfs because honestly, I don't really have a lot of thoughts about nerfs right now. The things I'd like to see nerf are pretty simple. I think they need to shit can something out of move bounce or just take some points down from that across the board. That deck is such bullshit, but they're not going to do that right away. I don't think, because it's only a high MMR problem. What's up, Mr. Paw? I would like that to change. Honestly, it's really hard for me to think of too much else off the top of my head. There's not much that bugs me in the game right now. Penny buff, Victoria Hand nerf. I mean, there are a lot of cards they could nerf slightly, but I don't think they have a good enough reason to. I think discard will eat a little. Power reduction somewhere. Yeah, I've heard about the Doom nerf. That's the one thing that was leaked from a old leaker that could be accurate. We don't know. Fastos buff? I'd like a Fastos buff. Fastos is kind of cheeks. He could be a 3/4 at least. There's some cards I didn't put on here because they're simple to buff. Like, I would like them to revert Nocturne to a 3/5. Think it's overdue. We were trying to come up with ways to rework Adam Warlock, and we had some interesting ideas. I do like the idea of making him themed like the Guardians. I think that's a cool idea. Like if you just made him like a Guardian but like draw a card, it's kind of neat. I guess, I mean, I'm going to keep talking about Adam Warlock, but let's just rip the Band-Aid off with Black Bolt since he's just sitting here patiently waiting. This card should be a 5/8 again. This card used to be a 5/8. It was like the best deck in the game, but that was a very long time ago. And also with this card being good, this card is worse. But this card has been deserving of its point of power back for a long time. Paz Kaga, thanks for the follow. Nocturne to 3/5, being the sum of Nightcrawler and Scarlet Witch. Yeah, it was great. It was sad it became a 3/4. They nerfed her to a 3/4 because she was the most, like, auto-include 3-drop. But now we have a bunch of other good, arguably better auto-include 3-drops. So just give it back. Yeah, they're not going to make Frigga a 4. If they were going to nerf Frigga, they just put her back to a 3/3. Adam Warlock. Guardians in play get +1. Make him like a tribe character. The problem is then they need to give out like... I want them to do this, and I'm pretty sure in like some of the team answers Glenn has said like he's interested in doing it. They should give... I think giving like tribe types to cards would be really interesting. Avengers, X-Men, Guardians, like it just opens up more design space for like making new cards. Yeah, I know move bounce is a high MMR problem. Still want them to change it, but that's why I'm not expecting them to change it. Too many team crossovers in Marvel to do that, I guess, but not everything in the game has to be perfectly lore accurate, right? Like, I thought the imbalance patch stuff was cool as hell. I thought that was really neat, and I would have liked something like that to be a thing in the game. And I think they wouldn't, like... I think if they really want to do that, they will. And they won't worry about, like, the ultra lore specifics. Because not every card's, like, super lore relevant or accurate. War Machine, Mech, Beast, Leech, Murloc. Yeah, factions would be great. Factions would be great. I think it would be just a really interesting... I think... Snap can use more ways to like encourage different types of deck building because we already deal with a very small amount of like cards in the game. So like I think ways that encourage different deck building can lead to better deck diversity and more interesting deck building. Didn't play during that. Was it fun? It was fun. It didn't have a drastic impact, but it got people playing some cards that weren't played otherwise. I preferred the Valentine's Day one to the X-Men and Avengers one. But that was just because I liked the cards. Like the X-Men buff was kind of boring. Or one of the buffs was boring. Like, one of them was significantly better than the other. I don't remember which it was. Was the X-Men or the Avengers better? I think X-Men was better. By like a lot than the Avengers. I know, dude. OTA waiting room, bro. I do wish, like... I mean, I get it. OTAs are a manual process for them, but like... It's annoying how it's not a set time. It's really annoying. It kind of... fucks up my whole like streaming day. Like, I'm probably gonna go a little longer than normal today because I want to check out Pokemon later and I want to be able to mess around with the OTA stuff, and we're already almost like 5 hours into the stream. I'm glad I started a little late today. Helped a bit. Hell this waiting for the most mid OTA ever? Entirely possible. I'm the only one who wants Agatha buff just because she's a new archetype. I don't think there's much room to buff Agatha. I think they already did that. Maybe they used some in-house data. The X-Men were altogether less powerful or vice versa. Could be. The OT or the imbalance patches were a really cool idea, but it sounds like they took up a lot of resources that they wanted to spend elsewhere, which I mean that's fine. But I think the annoying thing is it feels like people just want something, man. People want something. I talked about this in the presentation earlier. People want something that really kind of freshens up the game a little bit. And I mean OTAs sometimes do that a little, but oh yeah, the EU frogs have it the worst. It's like late for you guys. I've still got the rest of the day. Although if it makes you feel better, I got to suffer last night because I was waiting for the fucking Pokemon set and the servers shit the bed for like 30 minutes to an hour after release. It was actually like an hour after release until I could actually open some packs. My packs are fire though. Actually, I mean, some of my packs sucked, but the good ones made up for the bad ones. I even got a God pack. Look at this. Look at this. At 4,500 cards collected, we finally got the nuts. No OTA yet? Not yet. Not yet. Look at this crazy pack. 2 full art trainers, a 2-star Dialga and Darkrai, and a fancy looking Heatran. I also got the immersive for Dialga and Palkia. I got a gold Palkia. Just pin a message. It doesn't work, man. It doesn't work. I'm telling y'all. If I thought pinning the message would work, I would do it. It doesn't work. How many packs did I use gold? I think I opened like 120 or 130. I had gold left over from... I bought a bunch of gold for the last set. I just bought the largest amount last set, and I didn't use a bunch of it. Besides, chat asking for the OTA is free interaction. See, now you're thinking like a streamer. Now you're thinking like a streamer. You're fine. It's just Pat. It's no worries. I don't mind answering it. Pin another message saying, "Look at the pin message." Yeah. I'll put text on the screen that says "Read the pin message in chat." It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. It's all right. It doesn't bother me. Oh, wait. Hold. Nope. Do. So yeah, we went through most of these. I never really landed on something I loved for Adam Warlock, but he was certainly the most interesting one to change. Once a month factions for a week would change the meta without changing the cards. I think it would, but I think that might require more work from them than they want to commit to, and something being around for a week is kind of rough because like being around for a short period of time is great for the super engaged people, but if you're not super engaged, you might not get to engage with it a whole ton. I think high voltage is probably like the best thing for that. Like I think a week for high voltage was fine, but like imagine if Diner was a week. People be stressing, man. People already stress when Diner's 2 weeks, but I guess there are rewards on that, which adds to the stress. Do you guys think they're actually going to make Diner better? I mean, I think they are, but it's a question of how much better. I fucking hate the Diner, man. I fucking hate the Diner. No, Mantis or Punisher? Mantis deserves to be on the list. Punisher is not a bad card. I'm going to say it. Punisher's not a bad card. It's not a great card. He's pretty mid, but like he's okay. Mantis sucks. Mantis should do something else. I don't really care for Mantis. Is the OTA out yet? Is snaps, are we there yet? Yeah. This happens in every game, right? It's patch day. People are excited for the patch. It's normal.
Hey, at least other card game stuff's happening, so some people have other stuff to do. Like, if I wasn't streaming, I'd be playing fucking Pokemon right now. Passing the time with that. I probably will play Pokemon later. The only reason I'm not playing it now is because I don't want to switch to Pokemon and switch back to Snap. Like, if I switch to Pokemon, that's what we're going to do for the rest of the stream. So, OTA is out, is something I would say if the OTA went live. Got him. Got him. How's Pokemon compared to Snap? I like Pokemon. I think, objectively speaking, Snap has more interesting gameplay. But I enjoy Pokemon for a more traditional card game experience. I think it's fun. It's definitely still very early on in its life, but it's been evolving and changing and improving. I'm pretty pleased with it so far. My favorite thing about Pokemon is that it's Pokemon, and this is what I hope Snap learns from it. Pokemon understands how to actually be a casual game. Snap, I always thought Snap understood how to be a casual game, and in some aspects it does, but I think it doesn't embrace being... For a game that clearly is trying to be a casual game, I think it embraces some of the wrong things and doesn't actually succeed at being the king of casual games. And Pokemon made me see that way more. Because here's the thing with Pokemon. I had fun with the mini set release in Pokemon Pocket. But, like, I don't know, a week or two after the release, I was kind of bored. I was like, all right, I kind of have my fill. I had fun. But I'm going to wait for more new cards. And since then, I didn't really play very much of it. But I didn't fall behind because I spent 1 or 2 minutes out of my day opening free packs. And that is gas. It keeps me engaged with the game even when I'm not playing it. And the pack opening is fun. Because I occasionally get something cool. If Snap could do that, I think people would have a much healthier relationship with the game. Where if you're not really feeling the meta, or maybe you're a little bored, but you could still get your dailies done without having to like actually spend 10 minutes a day playing it or whatever. It's not like 10 minutes is a ton of time, but when you compare it to how easy Pokemon is, it's significantly more time. And I think that adds up and becomes a little grating. Because as soon as like you feel obligated to do something and you're not having fun doing it, it feels like a chore. It feels like a chore. And you do not want your for fun leisure time game to feel like a chore.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Jet Raid, what's up, Jet? What's up, Jet? How was the stream? Shout out my #1 PF fan, Mr. Jet. You guys should check him out. Great snapper, great artiste. Played Pokemon at the end. Nice. How's Pokemon? I opened a bunch of packs and I got some cool shit, but I haven't played much of the new set yet. I've played like 2 or 3 games with a fun little metal deck before I went to bed. Last 10 packs for shit, dude. I think I went like 30 packs without getting an EX. I was kind of butthurt, but I can't be butthurt because I also got a God pack and had some other really good openings, so I can't really be mad. All right, later, Jet. Have a good night. Yeah, I got this in Pocket. Feels good, man. Feels good. Feels good. I love this Darkrai art so much. It's so good. Planning on naming my puppy Cosmo. That's great. Yeah, if you guys don't know, we do a podcast, which I should really ask Nate if he put that up. We do a podcast on a, much like Second Dinner, we learn from Second Dinner and operate on a flexible podcast schedule. So we don't really have a set schedule. We do it when we feel like. We try to do it every 2-ish weeks, but sometimes it's a little bit longer. You ever get a chance to post the pod?
Yeah, I don't think it's up yet, but I'll poke Nate about it. Wow, some of our last ones, the viewership has actually gone up. I'll be honest, I don't pay a lot of attention to the podcast. I used to, so if you haven't been a long time Zombies fan, you probably don't know this. I used to run a podcast back in the Hearthstone Mercenaries days, which is where I started content creation. I liked doing it. It was great. But eventually when I moved away from it, I didn't really want to do the work of creating a podcast again because I like podcasting, but I didn't like, it's hard to do the normal stuff I do for content on top of running a podcast. It's just, podcasts are usually more work than what they bring in. But I still like doing them. I just didn't like doing the work. I liked getting on camera and yapping with people about the fucking game. And that's where Nate and Blue came in, because Nate is a really good podcast host, and he had this kind of format and template all done from when he used to run it on Born to Be Wild, the Wild podcast, the sister podcast of Cosmo. And so, yeah, he had all that set up, and me, him, and Blue like talking about the game, so we do that on occasion. We did record an episode recently. It's not up yet, but it probably will be up before the weekend, hopefully. But yeah, I don't really look at the numbers. The great thing about this is that Nate kind of handles all the stuff I used to handle. But yeah, that'll be up. We talked about the Snap ban. We talked about a lot of stuff. It was a good show, but that will be up hopefully soon. I don't really check the YouTube stats and stuff, but I guess we've had a bit of an uptick in viewership. Not a crazy amount of viewership or anything, but I appreciate everyone who checks it out. It is nice that some people enjoy listening to our card game takes. We like doing them. And it is on podcasting platforms too. I should actually ask Nate about I should ask Nate about the stats on. It is on Spotify, yeah. It's on Spotify. I think it's on all your favorite neighborhood podcasting platforms. Some Fighting Pit Survivor based. The Fighting Pit was so fun. I miss it. Good times with Mullahu and Wizard Beast, and the OGs remember Tankster, our very, very early on co-host. Good times, good times. I remember early on in Snap, I ran into him on Ladder. I was like, oh, it's funny. All right, so we talked about the buffs. What else is there to discuss? What else do we discuss while we wait for this fucking OTA? I guess I can talk about like my plans for cards. So I was gonna skip a lot of this month, not gonna lie. However, two things have convinced me to do otherwise. The big one, I like collecting all the Rian Gonzalez variants, and all these new cards have Rian Gonzalez variants. So I'm like, oh well, I'm kind of screwed there. So I'm gonna get them for that. And the other reason is I'm streaming a lot more now, so I can show people the cards and why they probably don't want to buy them. What if we go over the last OTA and make everyone think it's the new one? Man's cooking. The Super Bowl. Who's playing in the Super Bowl? I'm not a sports guy. I'll watch that shit for the Kendrick Lamar halftime show. It's the Chiefs again versus the Eagles. At the risk of upsetting some people, I hope the Eagles win, because I don't want the Chiefs to win again, because they've won, what, the last 2 years? Oh yeah, it was the Eagles 2 years ago, wasn't it? I forgot. Yeah. No one but Chiefs fans wants the Chiefs to win. Yeah, no one wants the three-peat, right? Unless you're like a big fan of them already. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really do football. My favorite oh yeah, they changed the name, right? My favorite thing about the Super Bowl is when I go to a Super Bowl party and have an excuse to drink. I don't really care about it. Although
put enough beers in me and I'll care a little bit. Put enough beers in me and I will care a little bit. I drank way too much last Super Bowl. I was so hungover the next day. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. It was too much. Holmes went full villain mode. Live long himself to become the villain, yeah. He's on his Harvey Dent arc. Yeah, I'm not really... There's a part of me that wishes I could have been more interested in sports, but never really did it for me. Never really did for me. I'm excited for the halftime show, though, because I like Kendrick Lamar. I will be watching that for sure. Is the OTA out? More like no TA, am I right? Because that shit is not out. It would be the first three-peat ever? Wait, really? Really? There's never been a three-peat? That's kind of cool. Did not know that. Damn, dude. You know what's going to be real interesting, though? It's probably more interesting than watching the game is going to watch people's reactions to the fucking betting markets. I hate sports betting. But that genie's out of the bottle. It's like... I don't hate sports betting as a concept, but I hate how it's become this like mobile... I think it's been handled very poorly. I know it's sacrilege, right, Neil? I don't even hate gambling. I think I think all these fucking sports gambling websites are just preying on people so badly. And I think it's different when you have like a bookie or whatever. You can bet on how long the national anthem will be. I know, man. It's kind of crazy how you can bet all this stupid shit. You could bet on how long the LA fires were going to go on for. You can bet on anything. It's just such a... it's such a not great direction for society to be going in, man. Sports betting content is awful except for one outlet that rhymes with Pashington Toast. Yeah. Here's my big thing, right? Whether you like betting, whether you hate betting, I think most people can agree with me on this. There should not be any kind of relationship between the sports commission, the NFL, and the people running these fucking gambling apps. It's like when we broke up the monopoly movies had over movie theaters in the... God, when did that happen? The 40s? Hollywood stop owning theaters. 1948. Hey, I was actually in the ballpark. If you don't know about this, I studied this in school a bit. Also, this is what fucking OTA waiting room does to a motherfucker. We talk about this type of shit. District Court ruled in favor of studios, and the government immediately appealed. The case reached the United States Supreme Court in 1948. The verdict went against the movie studios, forcing them to divest themselves from the theater chains. So Hollywood used to own all the movie theaters, and the U.S. government, and well, I guess more accurately, the Supreme Court was like, "Hey, you owning like everything that you owning all the different aspects of production and distribution." You're kind of making a monopoly here. And they were like, no, we're not doing that. What's wrong with what we're doing? And yeah, it's not great. It wasn't a great thing for a lot of different reasons. But this is back when America used to actually care about stopping monopolies. So long, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. But yeah, this was a pretty landmark case. I learned about it in college a bit. And I studied film and TV production, so this was up my alley. And I think we're seeing something very similar happen with like DraftKings and all these big betting apps trying to like cozy their way up to deals with the NFL. And it's really bad. It's really bad, man. It's really bad. It really, and the most fucked up part, I'm trying to remember the statistic. Like, I'm probably slightly off on this, but I know I'm close. I think it's like 90% of their profit comes from like under 5% of people, which is crazy. That's crazy. I mean, it's kind of like mobile gaming, right? Where they make it off the whales. There's betting apps owe me several TVs. Yeah, I don't know. That's the one thing that made me happy I'm not as into sports, because I'm not fucking... Parlays are such a scam, man. If you're just doing it for fun and you don't care that you lose money, like, and you have a chance to get something, but you know you're probably going to lose money, have your fun. It's like going to Vegas, right? But just don't convince yourself you're going to make money off of it, because it's such a dangerous slope, man. The first step to being exploited is thinking you can't be exploited. True. Why is the OTA late? Who fucking knows? Maybe MarvelSnap is trying to corner the market and get a court case ruled in their favor so they own the means of distribution. Not all parlays are bad. I am speaking generally, but I think parlays as a system are designed to fuck people. But I'm not going to claim to be an expert. Like, you probably know more about it than I do. But the whole point of the whole reason all these gambling sites like to get you on parlays is because they want to get you so you miss like one or two and you're like, oh, dude, I was so close. I'm on a heater. I'm going to get it next time. 30% profit to house on parlays, 5% on sides and totals. Yeah, like they make a shit ton of money off of the parlays. It's like, again, you know, if you want to have some fun, I'm not the fucking fun police. I'm not going to tell you what to do with your money. I've dropped like a few grand on this stupid mobile card game that I enjoy. Like, it's a free country, but just like, be careful. Be careful is all I'm saying, because some people have a real struggle with handling gambling, and it's rough. It's rough. And these apps do make it very enticing to a lot of people. There's a reason they're like, oh, well, we'll give you $50 on us to start with your first betting or whatever they do. It's like, yeah, there's a reason they're doing that. They wouldn't be doing that if they weren't making that money back and then some. It's wild, man. When do we get a betting app for MarvelSnap? Someone should do that. What could possibly go wrong? It'd be easy money. Just like put $100 on Sizer finishing rank 1 this season. Easy clap. It's called Twitch Gambas. It's true. You can even earn some meme coins here. And hey, it's 2025. Meme coins have never been so valuable. If you don't know, my channel points are meme coins. Hydrate. Let's hydrate. Is Baron mandatory for mill? I would like to save keys for Wiccan. I don't know if I'd call him mandatory, because the milling is the weaker part of that deck, but he's very strong. There's a version that doesn't use him, but unfortunately, the version that doesn't use him probably also uses a card you don't have, which is... Where is it? Which is Miss Luna Snow, who probably like 5 people own. Betting $10,000 billion sizers. Is he playing move? Yeah. Easy bets. Bet on the game dies. Yeah. Hopefully the OTA persuades me to get one of the 60 cards I'm missing. Sheesh. Here's hoping. That's a lot of cards, bro. This is a version that doesn't use... Is Luna Snow good? Unfortunately, no. Luna Snow's not very good. She makes sense in this deck, but I'm not exaggerating. No, I believe you. I do believe you.
Yeah, it's great that people everywhere got rewards for the outage. I think it's super great. Luna Snow is not very good. It's a very mediocre card that doesn't have a lot of homes, but out of all the homes she has, this is the best one I've seen. I'm only 5K. How's your experience been as a relatively newer player? What are your favorite and least favorite things about MarvelSnap? I'd be curious to hear it. Didn't the non-US rewards get nerfed? No, so I mean they were always lower, but I was confused about this too because they answered a question about it and someone was like, "Hey, I got less than it said I was going to get. What gives?" And then I looked into it more and they didn't actually get less. The in-game blog or the in-game announcement had the wrong numbers. It said it was going to be less, but that's not actually what people got. The exception is Puerto Rico, I guess, got mischaracterized, like, due to an error, an oversight on their part. So Puerto Rico was given global comp and not U.S. comp, but they are a U.S. territory, so they're working on fixing that. But that was a small oversight. OTA delayed because they were playing Pokemon Pocket last night. Yeah. Bum, 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 bum. Is there any news? Bro, it's 4:30 already? What the fuck? What the fuck, bro? Where is it? Man. Fucking OTA, dude. Drop already. Drop it like it's hot. I find the game fun to try and collect the cards, but the only thing is I've spent way too much because that's one of the only ways to get the hundreds of cards. But I'm really enjoying it at the moment. Started playing around August, and I'm 5K CL. It is easy to drop a lot of money in this game when you're new and trying to catch up. OTA leak. Gladiator going to a 3-7? Seems unlikely to me. Morocco. That's cool. I've heard good things about Morocco. I had a friend visit there many years ago. I think my mom and sister went there, maybe, too. Missing 22 cards. There's not really one that I feel I super need. That's a good place to be. Guam and American Samoa had the same problem as Puerto Rico. Interesting. Any word on the null and X23? Nothing new other than it's coming, but it's not here yet. Not here yet. Look at this Polaris. I love this Polaris. This is the first time I bought a variant for like an old card in a very long time. It showed up in my shop a few times and I was like, because I like the Rian one quite a bit, but I really like the bullet stopping one. I think that's badass as shit. I think that's super cool. I also just like this artist a lot. I think it looks really good. We're saying Gladiator got a 3-7 and Loki got nerfed. Where are you guys seeing this? I think people just like throw their OTA predictions out there and pretend it's a leak a lot of the time. Do 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 do. Bum, 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 bum. Favorite variant and card. My favorite card is this card. Favorite variant's tough. This is one of them. I also really love the Rian one, the ultimate. But Arrow's been my favorite card since the olden days. It even got me to read her comic and do a whole little lore video on it. I so badly want them to continue the Arrow comic. It got one short run and it was fucking awesome and it ended on a cliffhanger and I'm mad about it. I don't think it's ever going to come back. Just like Booba. Look. I am a fan of the character, sir. Also the effect. The original Arrow effect was so fucking cool. Her current effect isn't anywhere near as cool. But I still like it. It was busted. It was. At the time, it was busted. It was busted. Look, I'm not even using the objectively most booba variant, which is probably the fucking Archer one. Bum, 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 bum. The comic was great though, and I'm very sad it's not I'm very sad it's probably not going to get continued. They revert Arrow, I don't think the effect would be as impactful. I've talked about this quite a lot. I think it would still be very impactful. I don't think it would be as broken as it was when she was originally around, because there are a lot more decks that forward spam than there used to be. It would still be absurdly strong, and they would have to nerf her power, though. They would have to chuck some power off of this card. Yeah, I got a lot of Arrow variants, a lot of good splits. What is old Arrow? Arrow was a 5/7, and she moved all cards your opponent played this turn to her lane, regardless of if they were face up or face down. Yeah, you can make it a 6 cost card with the old effect, too. That's an idea. How could old Arrow be toxic when Spider-Man Absorbing Man existed? Well, when Spider-Man Absorbing Man was the thing with Zabu, Arrow was like pushed out quite a bit. She was still around a little bit because of like the leader wave stuff, but death wave basically. But like a Magneto on crack, pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah, the real classic combo: Wave into Galactus into Spider-Man. I bet many of you guys don't know about original Spider-Man either. He was so fucking toxic. Original Spider-Man. I guess this was it by the time it came out. 4/3 on reveal. Your opponent can't play cards at this location next turn. Old Darkhawk wasn't anywhere near as bad as some of these other cards like Leech or Spider-Man. They hate control players. No lies detected. Yeah, this card was very strong. So yeah, you would Galactus. Also, old Galactus always went off. Old Galactus didn't care about it. Was a 6/2, but as long as it was alone in the lane, it went off. And well, people hated that, man. People hated it. Because there weren't that many ways to interact with it back then. It was just like you had to priority Cosmo them or Debris or Arrow. Other than that, it was pretty hard to interact with. So they would just jam out Wave and then Galactus you and Spider-Man on turn 5, and then you couldn't play any cards. A lot of people didn't like that, unsurprisingly. Or like you would Zabu to make Absorbing Man and Spider-Man cheaper, and then you would lock out 2 lanes. And there used to be even less ways to get into these lanes than there are now. Like, there was no Jeff, there was no... The only ways to get into these lanes were like a White Tiger or Doctor Doom or a Vision or some shit. Which most decks were not playing. So yeah, this card was very strong. It eventually got nerfed to a 5/4. They tried making it so you could only do it on turn 5. And then they eventually redesigned it a while after, 2 months later. When I first started the game, there were so many good cards in the spotlights, but I wasn't smart enough to check upcoming caches. I also remember skipping Arsham because I was like, that's trash, no point. Oh, that's funny. It was the There was like Galactus and Nico, but I didn't know they were good. Yeah, it's tough when you're a new player, especially if you're not a card game player. And Snap brings in a lot of people who are new to card games. Like, I'm curious, Freddie, how many people here, like, was Snap your first card game? I know we have a lot of like longer term card game heads, but I'm sure there's some people where it was their first card game. And it does, I think Snap does a very good job of being a person's first card game. Yeah, a lot of people. Look at that. A lot of people, Snap was their first card game. I started with Yu-Gi-Oh! I was a Yu-Gi-Oh! Kid. We never played Yu-Gi-Oh! Correctly, though, so I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Just made me love collecting cards and shit. Like, we never played that game correctly. We just threw our fucking cards on the dual disc and had them smash into each other. Like, we did not play that game correctly. I can't imagine the majority of kids played Yu-Gi-Oh! Correctly. There was way too much rules and reading. I just slammed down that Blue Eyes White Dragon and we called it a day. We wagered cards. It's amazing. I played Hearthstone, but never spent a dime there. I spent tons of money on Snap, so I'm obligated to main it. That's fair. Yeah, I collected some Pokemon cards, but I never learned how to play the game. So Pocket was my first Pokemon trading card game where I actually played the game. Yeah, I started with Yu-Gi-Oh! I collected Pokemon cards here and there too. But I never really like learned how to be a card gamer. And then in 2014, I had a friend of mine who told me about Hearthstone, and I was like, this seems neat. And I downloaded it, and that is why I am here. Hearthstone is what got me to become an actual card game player. Because I stopped playing like Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon when I was like, I don't know, 11, I think, 12. I don't know, younger kid, probably like 5th grade, 6th grade or something. There were just new things. So I got into Hearthstone, and Hearthstone was incredibly fun, even though I was trash. I started playing Hearthstone like a month before Naxxramas came out. Oh, the Snap leaderboard site? I think I have that up here somewhere. Let me find it. Snap leaderboard site is here. Oh, dude, Club Penguin ripped. Club Penguin ripped. It was no RuneScape, but it was fun. But yeah, I played Hearthstone for like on and off for like 9 years. It's what got me into card games. I was really bad for a while, but I still had a lot of fun with it. I eventually got better. I never had super crazy accomplishments in Hearthstone, but I made it to top 100 legend before. I made it to in both standard and wild. I remember when they first. Do you guys remember when they first introduced the the heroic tavern brawls? That's what they're called. Where you could like enter for 1,000 gold, and if you got like a bunch of wins, you got huge rewards. Man, I remember I co-opted that with some friends who were like not really card game people. They were just hanging with me at my house, and I was like, all right. It was basically just like being a streamer, but to like a local audience rather than an internet one. Because I was like explaining the game to them and my choices, and they were really into it. It was fun. But I was pretty good at that. That was back when mid-range shaman was the terror. Anyone remember Tuskar Totemic? Totem Golem? This card was so stupid. This card was so stupid. I am an untapped. You can find my untapped stuff here. This card summoned a random totem. Nowadays, it summons a basic totem. It used to be able to summon non-basic totems, and I don't know why it's not showing the card. Where's like the actual... This card. Summon any random totem to summon a basic. This used to be able to summon some of the other totem cards. One of the totem cards was a 3/4. So a 3/2 that summons a 3/4. Pretty fucking good. Pretty fucking good. It was busted. Mid-range shaman was the nuts. And that was when the first heroic tavern brawl came out. And I got 3 12 wins with that. I had so many packs. That shit was awesome. Yeah, the shout out to the person who made the Snap leaderboard thing. It's very good. Yeah, Battlegrounds is really cool. I think I have a bias against Battlegrounds. I think Battlegrounds is a great game that I do not like that it is crammed into the Hearthstone aesthetic. I think Hearthstone is a beautiful aesthetic and it works very well for card games. I don't like it for an auto battler. It just doesn't do it for me. I don't like the look of it. I think the gameplay is good. I got into it a little bit when the Naga stuff came out with like the Queen, whatever her name was. Yeah, they'll never revert this card, nor should they. This card was dumb. Although, probably wouldn't matter in Wild nowadays, but... yeah. Oh, I love Miracle Rogue. I was a Rogue main. I got all the... I'm pretty sure I got all the classes to 1k except Demon Hunter. Maybe I was missing, like, one other class, too. But I had, like, 1,000 wins on most of the classes. Rogue, I'm pretty sure I had, like, 3,000 or 4,000 wins on. I played a lot of Hearthstone over the years, man. Oh yeah, Death Knight. Death Knight, Demon Hunter I got to 500. Death Knight I never got super high because that was in my later years of Hearthstone. But Hearthstone is what got me into card games, and then from there I got into Magic. Played some Magic Arena, was more into Commander in person though, but I used to play a bit of Magic Arena, had fun with that, but Magic Arena was kind of expensive. So I mostly stuck to Hearthstone. Tried a very small amount of Master Duel for purely nostalgia reasons. And then MarvelSnap came out, and I was like, oh shit, it's Ben Brode. That's the Hearthstone guy. This game looks fun. Let me get in the beta. And I had some fun in the beta. I liked it. And they released Nexus events, and I was like, oh, they're going to try and gotcha the shit out of this game. I'm out. I'm outie. And so I left, and then I came back right around global launch because Mercenaries was dying and I needed something else to do. And now we're here. Fast forward, what, 2.5 years or something? Now we're here with all of you lovely people. Thank you for coming to this OTA waiting room story time. Where the fuck is it, bro? It's almost 5 p.m., dude. Jesus Christ. It's so fucking annoying. It's so fucking annoying. I should have started the stream later. It's so annoying. Yeah, I think Snap is one of those games where when you're watching people play it, it looks simpler than it is. I still set a calendar reminder to log in after 90 days and get the free shit. I respect it. That's one thing Hearthstone got a lot better with over time, was helping returning players. But yeah, Snap's a great card game. And one of the reasons I'm so critical about some of the decisions they make in this game is because I find it very frustrating that they are hindering what I think could be the very best card game by making some dumbass decisions. I think Snap could be the most dominant card game in the genre, at least in terms of online, like, digital card games, but they have made a bunch of stupid decisions that have made it the opposite of that. Like, just go down the wrong path. And it's like, here's hoping the new era changes that a bit, because, like, it's just so dumb, man. I think they really just did not look towards the long term of their game, and they are paying the price for that. What does this card do again? Card in your deck. Okay. I mean, this is a big dude for the Scar deck. Played Dragon Ball Super, Naruto TCG, Magic, Yu-Gi-Oh, and dabbled in Pokemon. Board games are fun. Unfortunately, most of my real life friends, I moved like 1,000 miles away from where my hometown was, and so I keep up with most of my close friends via digital, so we can't do as many board games as I used to, or like in-person card games. Tabletop Simulator is very good though. Isn't there a board game that Snap copied? I think Snap took some mechanic from a board game. Was it Mahjong? Yeah, I do think that is definitely a part of what has made Snap successful, is that it's very simple at first and easy to grasp, and you aren't overwhelmed with mechanics and gameplay, and the games are fast. And then the more you play, it's kind of like you see more depth. Maybe it's not Mahjong. I don't know what game it is. I know Ben Brode talked about it at some point. The cube doubling thing comes from some game. There's another game where they do the doubling. Or no, that might have just been talking about poker for that. There is another game where they said part of the inspiration came from like that. Backgammon. Yeah, backgammon. That's it. That's backgammon. I don't know enough about the games to really know this off the top of my head. Yeah, I think a huge reason Snap is so successful is because it handles introducing you to the card game as like, this is your first card game, better than I think most card games do. I think the onboarding experience is actually S tier, and that's why, like, the early onboarding, and that is why, like, it has found so much success. Because a lot of people, like, I think with card games, there's a lot of, I think card games are, like, naturally known as this thing that is, like, a bit more complex and, like, I don't know the best way to say it. It's just, like, a harder thing to learn, I think a lot of people think. And they can be at a higher level, but there's not really, you don't have to play at a higher level to have fun. I think, frankly, most of the people not playing at a higher level probably have more fun than a lot of the people who do play at a higher level. Ew, that's played by nerds. That's part of it, for sure. Smash Up. That sounds familiar. Maybe that was one of the things. Maybe that was one of the ones they talked about. It was so long ago, I don't really remember. Anyway, I should plan my weeks here. I mean, I think I'm just going to use caches during a lot of these weeks because I have a bunch of caches and I don't have as many tokens. So I think I'm just going to be YOLOing caches for the new cards and stopping as soon as I hit the new cards. This one, I want the Wiccan variant. It's not showing it here, but I do want the Wiccan variant. I want the Fastos variant because I don't have one for him. I don't know what this card does yet. What is the Cersei variant? I haven't seen this yet. That's kind of cool. Bum, 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 bum. Tell me what cards are worth logging in for. Honestly, I think most people are going to skip most of this month. Aside from the Battle Pass, which I think is the best card of the month, I don't think I'm going to be recommending most of these cards to people. I think the Blink week is probably good if you don't have Blink and you want to play Blink decks. But, like, maybe the Loki week is good if you don't have Zemo and they rework Loki or buff Loki. But yeah, I think if you like Affliction decks, Diamondback is the stellar card of the month. That's the one card I think will actually be pretty good. It's just a little boring. What's the season pass card? It is the new Captain America. It is Sam Wilson. This card. 2/3. Game start. You get Cap Shield to random location. Ongoing, you can move it. Cap Shield is a 1/1. Can't be destroyed. Give your Cap +2 power when it moves to Cap's location. And that buffs both Sam Wilson and original Captain America. So you throw the shield around and you buff him. It's cool. But I think the March season has way better cards in the caches, so I think a lot of people are going to take this month off of cache opening to save. Like maybe there's 1 week you like that has like 2 cards or something that you don't have, and you go for that. But I think a lot of people are going to be saving. I think a lot of people are going to save for March. March just looks like a much better month. March just looks significantly better in terms of card quality and spotlight weeks. Like, Wiccan's great. Getting Wiccan and Esson, nutty week. Starbrand coming with Scar if you don't already own Scar. Fastos isn't great. Maybe he gets buffed. I don't know. But just these two makes for a good week if you don't have Scar. Firehawk's really cool. A lot of people missed Cassandra Nova from the Diner. This is her first time coming to caches. Nico's a great card, even though a lot of people have her. We don't know what Khonshu does yet, but a lot of people want Scorn. Cersei's okay. But yeah, this month just is way, way better. March is just way better of a month than February. I think February is kind of boring. It's kind of a boring month. In the afterlife. Bum, 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 bum. Bro, where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it? Are we sure the OTA is still coming? I want to go to sleep. Well, if you go to sleep, you will wake up and then the OTA will be here. So it's kind of like a... You ever play a Bethesda game where you just like pass time really fast? No, they said it's still coming, but I don't know. Who fucking knows what's going on in Second Dinner HQ? All I know is I had reason to believe it was supposed to be out by now, and it's not, and I haven't heard anything since. I had reason to believe it was already supposed to have happened, and it hasn't, so I don't know. I don't know. How many keys does this say I'm going to need on average? On average, you need between 9 and 36 keys, an average of 22 keys for the next 2 months to get all these cards and the other things I want. Well, I do have enough keys to do that. Gut feeling on Ares. Must-have? No, I do not think he is a must-have. I think if you really, really like playing Surtur Scar, he's a good buy. But Ares is about as far from a must-have as I think you can be. I think he's just a decent card in one specific... He's a good card in one specific deck and a decent card in a few others, but I don't think it's one you're going to really kick yourself for not having for most people. Seems just like a fine card. Misery, I think, is a better card, though. I think if you want to play the mill deck, Misery is a very core piece of that deck. Also good with Victoria Hand shells. I like Misery a lot. Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to be skipping these weeks. Makari is a decent card that does not see very much play. Probably isn't going to see more play. Namora is also a kind of decent card that doesn't see much play. I just got Black Knight. Is he good? He's not great. Black Knight used to be pretty good. He's not terrible, but he's kind of mediocre. And buyer's remorse on Ares. Yeah, I can understand that, I guess. If I only played him in Surtur Scar, I'd have buyer's remorse too. Not because he's bad in there, but because that deck is boring as sin. Oh yeah, someone asked what I thought about the new Red Wing. I like this design better than the old one. I think this is a more interesting card. I'm not sold on it being a good card yet. This feels like a card that needs future support. I don't see... I mean, maybe you make some Madam Web deck with this or something, but I don't really see this card being super playable. Red Wing deck? I think it's kind of pointless to brew a deck for this card until we like have a better picture of what the meta is going to be like, which involves us getting these fucking OTA notes. But the idea with this is simple. It's just like you make a big ramp deck, right? Like you go like Jubilee, you include some big cards. You have Madam Web to move the Red Wing. That kind of idea. Throw an Infinite in that bitch. Maybe a War Machine. Makari plus Red Wing. What is... Oh, to like make it so you have better odds of pulling the thing you want? Sure. That could work. Torres, this card is only ever going to be a bounce card, I think. I mean, I guess you could put in a weird Zoo deck. I don't think it'd be very good. I think this is a bounce card, but bounce... I don't know if you guys have noticed, but bounce isn't really a popular deck anymore outside of Move Bounce. Move Bounce, even though Move Bounce is more of a combo deck than like a pure bounce deck. Like it plays differently than the old bounce decks. If this card is good though, it will be because of fucking Iceman. That's my prediction. If this card is good, it's going to be because of Iceman, and people are going to be really annoyed. People are going to be really annoyed. People are going to be really, really annoyed if this card ends up being good because of Iceman. Iceman and Korg, yeah, Korg too. But Korg is less impactful because the earliest you're getting Korg down with this card is turn 4, and the rocks are worse the later you play. Iceman is also a little worse the later you play, but can still have a big impact. Bounce is popular, but is it still good? I don't think so. I don't think Bounce does enough points a lot of the time. That's why everyone plays Move Bounce instead, because Move Bounce just does the points better. And Bounce already was a pretty tight list, yeah. So it's like, what are you cutting for this, is the question. It just seems, I don't know, it seems not ideal. Like, the effect is strong. A Wong for 1-drops is a strong effect. I just don't know if it's enough to bring back the Bounce archetype. I'm inclined to say it's not. The capital C cost means base and not current. Correct. Yes. That's worth pointing out since a lot of people don't know this. When there's a capital C, that refers to base cost. As opposed to something like Jane Foster, where it's like your cards that, your 0 cost cards. It's different. I think this card is too slow too. I think this card is probably too slow. I don't see it being likely that this card sees a ton of play. This is one of those cards that, you know what this card is going to be like, I think? Or not is going to be like, it might be like. I think this card has a chance of being like Frigga. Frigga was just seen as terrible on her release. And then a little bit after her release found a home in one specific deck where she was good. And then like a month later got even better because of more new cards. Any ideas what cards Second Dinner would drop to Series 3? No idea. I mean, we can look. That's something to do. Cards Series 4. Because, so I think the series drop will happen in March. Because when does... Alright, here's a question. When does Q1 end? Alright. So, they said the series drop's going to be Q1, so it's sometime in March. It could be February. I don't think it's going to be February, though. These are all the Series 4 cards. Not as many here as I thought there were. The easy drops. What are the easy drops here? Grandmaster, Havoc, Hercules. I'm just literally looking at this and seeing what the worst cards are. Celine. Bastos. Spider-Ham. Silk. Didn't Grandmaster just drop? I think so, but I don't think that really determines if he'll drop again or not. Dakin, yeah, they could drop Dakin. He was in the past, too. King Eitree's the worst card in the game? No, they're worse cards than King Eitree. King Eitree just suffers from the fact that the Thors aren't good. Thoughts on Surtur deck? Surtur's fine. Not amazing, not terrible. Probably better across the larger player base than it gets credit for, but it's a bit boring. I've done my calls. Any OTAs in chat? No. Second Hitter's keeping me waiting. Well, I guess that means we're in for a longer stream today. Normally I stream for like 6 hours, but we're coming up on the 6-hour mark and they still haven't released a fucking OTA. I did not see your pocket cook. They really should have set a time. Yeah. I mean, let's be honest. If they set a time, they're not going to keep it to the time. They tried. They actually did try to have a more regularly scheduled time, and they never fucking hit it. They never fucking hit it. It's so annoying. It's very annoying. Let's see, Blue's Cook. That looks solid, Blue. I've seen quite a few people messing with Manaphy Palkia stuff. I haven't played yet. I've been here all day. What if they just drop the notes at reset and push it to the game when possible? I think the reason they don't want to do that is once people know what changes are happening, a lot of people don't want to play like a metagame that is gonna be changed very shortly after. Can you show a Series 3 only Arsham deck? Sure. We can try that. Fuck it. Sure. Alright, we need to order this by cost. Let's start high to low. Oh wait, I wanted to... Alright, high to low. Alright, Series 3, Magneto. Magneto's a goated Series 3 card. As is Doctor Doom. Vision. I think Claw. Yeah, they are giving out Null X23, so it's possible they drop. What are the chances they buff Kitty, Angela, Nocturne, Athena, Elsa? The good old package. I mean, I just buff fucking Nocturne. I don't think most of the other cards really need buffs. I played a deck like that very recently as last month, and did pretty well with it. I think it's a little worse this month than it was, but maybe Arrow is another big 5. I think Storm is decent in Arsham, especially if you're running like Vision Claw Doom. Shang is always good in Arsham. No OTA yet? Nope. Nope. Maybe Fury? Enchantress is an option for sure. We have a lot of high cost cards. We need some cheaper stuff. We need 2-drop or 1-drop. Why don't we just say a Quinjet and a cable or something? Iron Patriot, if you have the pass, is better than cable, but we will stick to Series 3 only. Boom. Boom, Series 3 Arsham, and this has definitely a bunch of paths you can upgrade it with some Series 4 and 5 cards, like getting a Legion, getting a Mockingbird, Goliath, etc. But here you go if you want it. I think this is a solid way to go. You could also try lowering the curve a bit if you want, but I think it's usually not super worth doing that most of the time. I think Arsham, it pays to just stack it 4 and above and then try and rely on the random generation for 1 and 2. But this might be a little high. I think it's reasonable though. You could play yeah, if you have Iron Patriot, put it over cable, it's better. This is an upgrade to cable for sure. But yeah, this is probably how I'd build Arsham. If you're not seeing a lot of stuff that the tech is good against, you could always swap out the tech cards, but Arsham I think usually benefits quite a bit from having at least one big strong tech card. Be that Shang or Enchantress or whatever. Yeah, that's probably where I'd start. If you have Doom 2099 or get that eventually, that's a good one to pair with Doctor Doom. So you can kind of upgrade it over time. So we kind of picked out cards that I think are going to drop. It's probably just going to be like, yeah, Dakin, Havoc, Hercules, Fastos. Well, maybe not Fastos because he's going to be in a cache, but that can change. Definitely Selene. Selene is dog shit. Ham's not great. They should drop Zabu, but I'm convinced they're never going to drop Zabu. I just hit Series 3 complete. Now what? Now you get to play the game. What if you do now? Now you play the game. Now you get to experience the full joy of true drip-fed card acquisition. It was very nice that they sped up Series 3 acquisition, though. That was a very meaningful change that doesn't get talked about enough because most of the long-term players, it's not relevant for them. But that was actually one of the best changes they've done. Look how huge Series 5 is, though, man. Holy fuck. It's so big. That's what she said. It's so big. Yeah, there are a lot of cards here, and a lot of them don't belong here. I do like how these new cards are synergizing with old cards, like 2099 with Doom and Sam with Cap. Me too. I think that's a great way to bring old cards back into the fold without having to change them significantly. I was genuinely surprised. There were quite a few people that really disliked that. Like, oh, we already have Doctor Doom. Why are you doing Doom 2099? Why don't you just buff Doctor Doom? I'm like, I think this is way cooler. I think it's way cooler. I mean, I think really where that complaint comes from is like, people just not wanting to buy a card, which, like, fair enough. It can be expensive to pick up cards, but I think in terms of a design space, it's pretty cool. I think it's a cool way to breathe new life into a old card. Where the fuck is this OTA, man? It's just like, I don't understand, man. I don't understand why this happens so often. I mean, I'm not a tech guy. I don't understand the process that goes into them doing an OTA, but I'm just very confused by how it's so variable. Like, why is it so different? You're changing fucking numbers on the cards, bro. Like, why does some weeks it comes out like 4 hours ago? I don't think the issue is technical. What else could it be then? What else could it be? Like, I know for a fact, it's not like they're last minute deciding what the OTA is. The OTA is usually locked in at the end of the week before or on like Monday. Ever work in bureaucracy? I have not really, but I get the idea. The signing off on stuff. What do they have to sign off on? Making sure things. I think generally. I do think it is a technical issue sometimes. Actually, I can say I know it's been a technical issue before. I don't know if it's a technical issue each time, but I know for a fact more than once it has been a technical issue. I don't know if that's why it happens every time, but I know there have been technical issues. That is not speculation. I had a meeting last week for 3 hours about prefixing VW or prefixing view to a data VW underscore to a database view name. Jesus Christ. This is delayed. It is delayed, and it's annoying. And yeah. Release the OTA. Taro, don't you literally have a draft tweet ready to go? Aren't you a part of the special avocado squad? I'm sitting outside the window, bro. I'm waiting. I don't know shit. All I know is that the old leaker came back and said Doom might be getting changed. I need to get back Introcado, yeah. All I know is I want to get back in the fucking thing. And Taro exposed, dude. We exposed him. He's claiming to be a man of the people that he doesn't know like us. But I think he does know, chat. You just got to bribe him and get it out of him. You just got to bully it out of him. I need to try and resubmit to the avocado, to the special OTA notes program thing. But I don't think they're going to... I think because of all the fucking publisher changing stuff, even if I did, I don't think they're going to do anything until they figure out what they're doing with the program. So... I'm gonna wait. I'm rolling in OTAs over here, yeah. Just it's okay. Just drop one off the truck, you know? Second ender won't notice, just like if one little OTA line of the OTA falls off the truck. Oh, I can tell you guys about something funny. Since it's no longer a viable method of figuring it out. So I made an OTA prediction last OTA, and I was pretty spot on. Well, now we got to figure out how much I tweet, because we can see how long I have to scroll to find this. I don't tweet that much though. Where's the OTA? Here it is. OTA prediction. Luke Cage nerf. Check. Sentry buff. Check. Khazar buff. Check. No move bounce changes. Check. Alright, well, I'll let you guys in on my secret on how I figured this out.
Only because it's patched. Only because it's no longer a viable way of this guy be yapping. It's Marvel Yap, bro. What do you expect me to do? Play the fucking game? No, sir. We already did that. Now we're fucking waiting. But you might be wondering, how did he figure it out? Is he just cracked? Does he have that intuition? No, I cheated. I did what any good prediction does, and I cheated. It turns out that I'm not going to name names, but it turns out somebody was doing, a pretty normal thing to do and building some OTA deck lists with the information they got. And I did a little bit of investigative journalism, and I found those deck lists. And so I didn't know exactly what the changes were going to be, but I could make some reasonable guesses off of what cards were included, what was going to get changed, and I was pretty right. Now, the only reason I'm saying this is because they no longer that's no longer a way to do it. They found a way to hide the decks, so it doesn't work anymore. But it was pretty funny. It was pretty funny, and it was actually very fun looking at the decks and being like, is this a card that got changed, or was this just a really silly deck building decision? I had fun with it. But yeah, that's how I got at least these 3 parts of the thing right. It's some detective work there. Hey man, I'm nothing if not a investigative Snap journalist. Hit you with the hard-hitting facts. The news. You heard it here first. But yeah, I was a little bummed when I found out they caught on to my I'm like, Howard the Duck. Can we get some Howards in chat? I know a bunch of you have the Howard emote. I don't know. Is the Howard one of the free ones, or is it a sub emote? I never really I lost track of what is and isn't a Howard emote. He can't keep getting away with this, yeah. I'm the TMZ of snapping, yeah. We investigate in this house. I got followed by Ant-Man Pog. Well, since you're here, Intera, what do you think about February? What do you think about these February cards? Enlighten us. Enlighten us. We've been talking about them. I think they're kind of shit. I think they are a bit resident sleeper. But I think that's kind of a good thing for a lot of the community, because it lets them skip a month before all the good stuff comes out. So, it's not that big of a deal. But it is a little unfortunate. It is a little bit unfortunate for me who wants to play with the cards, because I'm not as excited about it. There's no way they release Esson like that, right? So I'd be inclined to agree with that. I'd be inclined to be like, yeah, surely there's no way they release this card. They've done it too many times where I look at a card and I'm like, this is way too overly pushed, and then they release it. It used to be the early data mines were versions we never got, but that stopped happening like months and months ago. So, I mean, I think it'll be slightly toned down from this, but at this point, I believe every card is real until proven otherwise. Excited to brew with Esson and Red Wing might be boringly good. I think it's a fair take. I think Red Wing, I don't know if it'll be good immediately or not, but it will be good at some point. And I like that it's a build around, even though if it's not the most exciting card in the world. I like it better than the old design. I know bounce players are sad, but Taro is the resident QA tester for Snap. He knows, yeah. He knows. He's the real Howard the Duck. The OTA is live. It's just there are no changes. Bro, can you imagine? Can you imagine? This is what it would be like if that was the case. I love myself. Why is it so small? It's the It's just like, all right, get your pitchforks here, chat. I'd be mad. I've been waiting all day for this shit. Days of frustration. Like, damn. Where is it? Where is it? Holy fuck, man. Where is it? I just need a crumb of OTA. Is this true? No way, right? All right, well, let's do the look at OTA notes someone drew up in a notepad. I mean, you know this is fake because of the fucking Arsham. You know this is fake. But let's read them anyway for fun. This also, the date... Oh no, the date is right. I thought the date was wrong. Dagger 2/2 plus 2. That would be reasonable. Arsham 7/2. Gain +1 power for each energy spent in this match. +1 energy on turn 6. That would be so hilariously bad. Iron Patriota. Iron Patriota 2/2. Gambit 3/5. Discard a card to destroy your opponent's less power card. Titania 1/5 switches sides when a snap. Red Guardian 3/2 -1. Wow, that would be a massive nerf. Baron Zemo 3/5 creates a copy of the lowest cost card in your opponent's deck. Holy shit, these are terrible. That's not even good bait, bro. It's not even good bait. Stars, thanks for the follow. I wish MarvelSnap partnered up with Display. I would buy. I've seen a lot of Display ads. Do you have a Display? Do you like them? They seem cool. I'm not really in the market for more posters. I have enough posters, but they seem nice. These fake OTAs give me depression, yeah. This song's good. Boom, bum, 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 bum. That's a bad one, man. That's a bad one. That's not even good bait. Bait used to be believable. Bait used to be believable. Do 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 do. Look, guys, I know the OTA, but she goes to another school, okay? She goes to another school, you wouldn't know her. But I promise, I know her. She's real. Just goes to another school. It's actually another school in Canada, if you can believe it. Let's read some more card game conspiracies in the meantime. Why did it download this? I didn't want to download this shit. Whatever. I saw a thing on TikTok where the Pokemon packs on the TCG app have digital magnets that have weight to them. And if you weigh the packs on a scale while you're scrolling through them, you can find the one that weighs the most and it'll have a rare card. How the fuck are you supposed to weigh it? What does that even mean? Just put your phone on a scale. I have no idea how it works. I just saw it on TikTok. I don't have a scale at home, so I can't try it. I think you're either stupid or think I'm stupid. Dude, it was on TikTok. Bro, reopen the fucking schools. Reopen the schools. Jesus Christ. I am OTA and this is my domain. Yeah, that's funny. Dude, should we gamba on the OTA chat? Should we gamba on the OTA time? Is that how we'll keep ourselves entertained? Fuck it. Prediction. Start prediction. When will the OTA drop? 5:30 to 6. 6:30 to 7. 7:30 to 8. I'll do 8:30 to 9, or no, I'll do 8 to 8. Wait, I did this wrong. I did this wrong. Hold on. To 6:30. 6:31 to 7. 7:01. Can't type. 7:01 to 7:30. And I'm not even going to go past 7:30. I'm just going to say not today. Vote. Earn you some valuable meme coins based on when Secondary decides to drop the fucking OTA. Also, these are all EST times. I'm sorry if you're not an EST head. You'll have to convert. You will have to convert to my lowly US time. For context, it's about to be 5:30 in the US. So that is the earliest time. Here are the options. I just realized it doesn't really work well if I blow it up that big. You can see them here. Is it set to come out today? It's supposed to. They said it is. They said it's not delayed. But here we are at 5:30 p.m. and I ain't seeing shit. At least last time they told us it was going to be late. Last time I think it came out around 7, but they preemptively told us it was going to be delayed last time because they were doing something different last time. So I have genuinely no reason why it's taking this long. Move to a real time zone. Look, the only real time zone is the one I exist in currently. Anything else is fake news. My time zone's facts. Don't care about your time zones as feelings, if you catch my drift. Do 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 do. These are EST times though. EST. The only real time zone. Adam Warlock is too good. Nerf it to a 5-4. Yep. Surely. Well, a lot of people they're huffing the hopium. 6 to 6:30 is looking pretty good. It'd be very funny if it hits on the dot at like 6. Everyone loses. Don't tell me to move to a different time zone. Tell the sun. Maybe I'll get the OTA if I use a VPN. Yeah, surely. Oh my god. Bruh, where is it? I'm running out of quality Yap material, bro. I'm running out of quality material to yap about. I already did my presentation too. I can't even use that to stall. Comp package for late OTA, yes. I opened 53 packs and didn't get a single EX. Jesus Christ. Damn, dude, I am very sorry to hear that. I had like a dry streak in some packs too. I think I did like 30 or 40 without an EX, but I had a lot of good ones that made up for it. But I feel for you. I will give you my biggest super F because that fucking sucks. Tier list time. We could do a tier list. What do we tier list? What should we tier list? If there was an easy way to do it, I'd OTA tier list. But I don't think there's an easy way to do that. It requires more setup than is worth, I think. We got a God pack, a Crown, Palkia, 3 2-stars, and 60 packs. Yeah, I got some good stuff too. I got 2 immersives, I got a Crown Palkia, I got a good bit of 2-stars. I got a God pack too. My opening was mostly good. There was like a small like 30-40 pack period that was kind of ass, but the rest of it was very, very good. There's a lot of variance in Pokemon packs. I mean, we could do an OTA tier list. Let's see. What is the best way for me to do this? I'm trying to think the best way to present this. All right. I have an idea. I think we're going to use the whiteboard feature for this. All right, let's go to the articles, news, OTA balance updates.
How far back do we go, chat? I guess we'll just do them one at a time. Oh god, they're too... What is the best way for me to do this? Season pass card tier list? We could do that. That's a lot easier to do. That is a lot easier to do. Pretty sure I did that, actually. It's a little outdated. But I'm pretty sure I did that a few months ago. Daredevil Born Again will not revisit previous MCU storylines, like She-Hulk. I never watched She-Hulk. I probably will at some point, because I want to see the Daredevil cameo. I know that one was like kind of a divisive one with people, where people either really liked it or really didn't. I'm not super strongly opinionated either way. All right, let's do... All right, I think I know how we're going to do it. I think I know how we're going to do this. All right, so let's go to the whiteboard. Here's the whiteboard. Let's get rid of the slide thing. So we have the whiteboard. Make sure my shit is working. Pop out. I guess I can just grab a tier list chart. This looks good. All right, got tier lists. That's way too big. All right. So here we go. We have a tier list. And we're going to be rating some OTAs. Let's rate the OTAs. We'll go in reverse order. OTA 1. So, first up on the list, we have this one. This is going to be kind of hard to view. All right, I'm going to shrink this. I'm going to shrink this down so I can make it bigger. We're just going to do A, B, C, D. We don't need E and F. This is good enough. I want it so you can actually like view it a bit. I also need to put this behind the Jeff. Okay. Why did people stop doing bundle reviews now that you can see them in advance again? I stopped doing bundle reviews for two main reasons. One, they just didn't perform super well a lot of the time. And two, I didn't feel great about telling people what to spend their money on when I was unhappy with the game. I didn't really want to be like, hey, you should buy this. And so I just left it to the sites that do that. That's why I stopped. Lack of interest and lack of feeling good about doing it. All right, so I'm going to quickly just read what this OTA was. Boom. This OTA was the most recent one. So Scream nerf, Spider-Man buff, Luke Cage nerf, Agent nerf, Kazar buff, Bob nerf, Sentry buff, Onslaught buff, Hella rework, Fantastic buff. I know, I'm making everyone wait for the OTA. All right, so this one
gonna have to shrink it. This is not gonna be legible, huh? I'm giving this an A. I think this is an A OTA. How viewable is this? Hold on. I need to see how viewable this is. Because if you guys can't see what it is, this whole thing is kind of pointless. Alright, wait. I'll just crop it. Hold on. I'll crop it so it just shows the date, so it's a little better. Is that okay? Am I ranking OTAs while waiting for the OTAs? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. We are tier listing OTAs. Is that visible enough for you guys? You can see you just need to see when it was. That's the important thing. That's the important thing. I remember when this was a rage bait stream. Yeah, those are the good old days. This is my descent into madness. Yep. All right, so I think this was an A OTA. I didn't love the Scream change, but it wasn't that bad. The Spider-Man change was dope. Nerfing Affliction was solid. The Hella rework was solid. Fantastic buff. Onslaught buff. It was good. This was a good OTA. This is a good OTA in my opinion, and I think the result of the OTA had a positive impact on the metagame. The Red Skull change is going to be the S tier, yeah. All right, so let's go back and do the OTA before this. Oh, this is where my bias is going to show really hard, I think. OTA 2. So, what was in this OTA? This was so these OTAs were bigger because they were the one and done during the holidays. Arsham nerf. Honestly, the Arsham nerf alone makes me want to make it an S tier OTA. It's so biased, but it's so true. But we have to factor in the rest of the cards. To be fair. Typhoon Mary nerf. I don't really like that change. I think it was not super needed. The Eliath thing I'm okay with. I don't love it because I like Eliath, but it didn't kill the cards, so I think it's an okay change. Enchantress buff was good. Nerfing a point on Black Widow, whatever. Point on Frigga, I think that was good. Point on Lockjaw was good. Point on Shuri, good. Beta Ray Bill buff, good. Cerebro buff, Elsa buff, good. Largely good. Really only one change I actually really disliked in this OTA. I'm inclined to go A. Arsham makes me want to make it an S because of how long it took them to nerf Arsham. But thinking about like the impact to the game, I can't give it an S because I don't think it had like an absurd impact. It was actually fairly low impact outside of Arsham. But I think the changes were good. So this one gets A. I'm gonna update my title, OTA tier list. OTA tier list. I bet some people are gonna click it just because they're gonna think it's the current OTA. Okay. So that was December. We're going back to November. Let me screenshot. OTA 3. All right. What was in this OTA? November OTA. Agent Venom, nerf. Surtur, nerf. Scar, nerf. Silver Sable, nerf. Shadow King, nerf. Black Widow got changed to activate. Destroyer got its 2 points of power back. Valentina gave 1 less negative power to her card. And Winter Soldier became a 2/7. Okay, this one, I think
The nerfs to Surtur and Agent Venom were very good. Oh, there were more. There were more, because this is a big one. Jessica Jones buff, Heimdall buff, Crystal buff, largely irrelevant. Thanos buff. Thanos buff. This is one of those patches where I think this was a largely boring patch that got carried by Thanos being buffed and the two really top tier cards getting nerfed. I think most of the other changes in this patch were lame. Not necessarily bad, just not interesting. Thanos carried this patch. Thanos and nerfing Surtur Agent Venom carried this patch hard. Hard carried this patch. Like, it had a good impact on the game, but relative to how many cards they changed, only a few of these changes actually mattered. So that's actually going to be a bit of a downgrade for me. I don't think this patch made me as excited. It made me excited to play the game, but not because of the cards that got buffed, but because of the Thanos buff, obviously. But the rest of the buffs kind of sucked. And I didn't like the Silver Sable nerf either. I think Thanos can only carry this patch so far. I think I'm giving it a B. I think this is getting a B. That might be controversial. It might be a controversial take, but I'm sticking by it. This is a B for me. I need to see if this is still visible. Is this still visible? Yeah, it is. So this gets a B. Not a bad patch. This was a... I think the good changes were very good, but there were only a few good changes. So, B. Now we get into the spice, though, because if I recall correctly, the OTAs prior to November, there were some stinkers in there, man. There were some badge OTAs. All right, October 24th. OTA 4. What were they cooking in the October OTA? October OTA. Ooh, Storm nerf 245. Misery got a point of power. Electro got a point of power. Rockslide got nerfed. Shadow King became a 2-3. Claw lost a point in its ability. Daredevil became a 2-3. Typhoid Mary stopped being a global and only hit her lane. Meek buff. I think this one kind of blew. I think this was a largely bad patch. The buffs were... The buffs were largely irrelevant. The Daredevil one was the best one. The Shadow King one was stupid. It was trying to rein in... yeah, we are in the rating the OTA phase of the waiting for the OTA. Yep. I think this patch was bad. I think I'm gonna give this a D. I don't even have to think about this one very hard. This one gets a D. I think this patch sucked. This is the patch where they were like, don't worry, guys. We know Agent Venom is very good, but we're going to give Shadow King, already the most played tech card, an extra point of power to help balance it. The nerfs largely didn't affect the game too much outside of deleting Storm and making Rockslide significantly worse, even though Darkhawk was not that great. Yeah, this was a bad patch. I think this was a bad patch. The Mary change was nice. The Daredevil change was nice. Electro was irrelevant. Misery got hurt more by the Rockslide nerf than she did by the extra point of power. And Meek wasn't relevant in discard until recently. So yeah, bad patch. Not great. That brings us to October 10th. Yeah, I wouldn't expect it today, Batman, just because it's been taking them 8 years just to put out the OTA. If it's taken them that long to do this, I don't think they're going to send out the card rewards today. That's my guess. All right. October 10th.
Zabu. Zabu became a 1/2. That was a great change. Hellcow got nerfed to discard 1 card. White Widow got nerfed from... Wait, was this the initial? Oh, White Widow was a buff, I guess, technically. Was it a buff? Ongoing, this is -3 power. Disable this ability if your side is full. Oh, no, this was the nerf. This was the nerf. This was the nerf. Yeah, that was a huge nerf. Viper lost a point. Scream gained a point. Grandmaster gained a point. Hulkling gained a point. Okoye gained a point. I'm torn on this one, actually. This isn't as bad as the last patch. Zabu carried this patch. Zabu becoming good again was a great change. Nerfing Hellcow was a good change because it pushed Hell out. The Widows, I think nerfing Widow was good, but they over-nerfed it. I don't like the way they nerfed Widow. So, like, even though I think making less Clog was good for the game, the way they nerfed Widow, I think, was bad. And then a lot of the +1 points were irrelevant. So I'm giving this a C. This gets a C. Not a terrible patch, not an amazing patch. Just kind of meh. Carried by 1 card. Legitimately carried by Zabu. If Zabu wasn't on here, this would be a D. But Zabu, we had been waiting for Zabu for a long time, and this is the change that actually made Zabu a playable card again. So we have a C. C for October 10th. Back to September. Let's see what September holds. The real funny part is going to see how far we can get back into the OTAs before it drops. All right. September OTA. Let's see it. Can Hulkling gain another point? Maybe. It could. I don't think it will, but it could. Hella got +1 power, but her ability became -3 power instead of -2. Marvel Boy got a 1-point nerf. War Machine got a 1-point nerf. Symbiote Spider-Man got a buff by 1. Galactus got a buff by 1. Negasonic got a buff by 1. Black Panther got a buff by 1. So did Kraven. So did Hercules. What a fucking boring OTA. What a terribly boring OTA. This is actually so Resident Sleeper. Not even bad changes. Just like fine changes that just don't make the game more exciting. The most exciting thing here was Galactus, Symbiote Spider-Man. Black Panther did used to be 4 power. C? Yeah, I'm thinking C. I think this would be a D if it were not for Symbiote Galactus buff. It didn't affect it. It affected the game in a positive way, but it didn't have a large impact, and most of these changes were just like not interesting. It's live? Is it live? Oh, I got a ping. I got a ping. OTA is live. All right, well, let's put this one in C and then go look at the fucking OTA. All right, chat, without telling me what's in it, is it good or bad? Yay or nay? Good OTA, yay or nay? I need the fucking notes. Where are the notes? Also, the people who guessed are winning. Guessed the recent time are winning. All right, let's see. Does someone have a link to it?
It's mid, it's bad. Top players are happy. Move bounce nerfs. MarvelSnap.com. This is the wrong thing. Where the fuck is it? Does someone have a link? Okay, wait, here it is. All right, changes. All right, we're going to put this on the OTA tier list. We're going to put this on the OTA tier list. Let's go back to the whiteboard. Oh, I need to save it. New OTA. I should update my title. Okay, let's read these changes. Dagger 2-0 plus 3 to 2-2 plus 2. Good. Fuck Dagger. Aranya 1-1 plus 2 to 1-2 plus 1. Good. Good change. Spectrum 6-7. Good change. Namora 5-7. Good change. Leader. That's weird, but okay. Sure. Sandman 5-8. Sure. Miss Marvel 4-5. Sure. Luna Snow 3-6. Sure. This is fine. This is a fine patch. This is a fake OTA was spot on about Dagger. I mean, I think it was a pretty easy prediction. Also, worth noting, the Doom leaker was fucking wrong. Yeah, I don't think I can argue against any of these changes. I think I like them all. From a perspective of, does this inspire me to want to build something new? Not a lot. So it does get a little bit of a minus there. It does get a little bit of a deduction there. This took them the entire day, yes. Yes, it did. Yeah, I think this is a good patch. I think I would give this. All right, so here's my thing. As someone who plays at high infinite, this is at least a B because they finally nerfed move bounce, and I didn't think they would. If you're not playing at high infinite, I can understand why this might be like a C, because it's like good changes, but nothing that's gonna like massively change decks or the meta or stuff like that. Which fair, totally fair. But I think if you're a high infinite player, this is at least a B. Could be an A depending on how much you hate move bounce. Wait, where are the notes? I want to read what I want to read what they said. I want to read their justifications for the changes. Let's see. Does someone have a link? Where the fuck is it? I guess I can open it on my phone and look at it. I don't think it's going to be on my... I don't know if it's updated on my computer yet. I'd argue Aranya hurts more than Dagger. I'd agree with you. Aranya going from +2 to +1 is massive for Human Torch. It's massive for Human Torch. I don't see it on my phone. Bruh, where are the notes? I want to read about I want to yap about their yapping. So, I'm inclined to give this a B. I'm inclined to give no way, this is the same level as the Thanos rework. Well, look, in fairness, I'm disclosing my bias. I think for the larger community, the Thanos patch, much better patch. I think for me specifically, and these are my opinions, this is a B because of the move bounce nerf. In the Discord, thank you. I would completely agree if you don't face a lot of move bounce as like a C patch. I think that is a fair assessment. All right, here we go. Let's read. Let's read. No lengthy preamble this week. We got a handful of buffs and nerfs to freshen up the metagame. Let's dive in. Dagger, 2/2 plus 3 to 2/2 plus 2. The move bounce deck has been a top contender at High Infinite for a while, but that strength wasn't really proliferating down to the wider metagame for the most part. Given that, we decided to let them fight and see if the top players could crack their own metagame. However, over the last few weeks, we've seen the deck solidify its position and even start to surge across other audiences, so we've decided to take some balance action instead. This change will reduce the ceiling on Dagger, one of the deck's strongest options for scaling. Yeah, like, to be clear, I don't mind move bounce being a deck. The ceiling on it was so high, though, and it was so hard to interact with. I think if you lower the ceiling, it's fine. It was just really, I think it made for a less healthy metagame at High Infinite, basically. And it gave me the feeling of playing against Mr. Negative, except you couldn't just silver bullet them with one tech card. You had to run like 3. All right, Aranya, 1/1 to 1/2, +1 instead of +2. In addition to Dagger's change, this softer nerf specifically aims to weaken Aranya's synergy with Human Torch. Tucking an extra point of power into Aranya won't damage the card in other use cases very much, so it's just a soft hedge on top of Dagger's change. Good. I'm glad they are going a little bit. I'm glad they didn't just try and do one card. The people who are unhappy that discard is really good right now, though, they're probably not liking this patch. Spectrum, 6/6 to 6/7. One of the things we love to do with OTAs is push up underperforming archetypes. The ongoing deck had quite the heyday in 2024. For literally 2 weeks, yeah, sure. But since then, we've seen it slide back into the shadows. Moonstone was a unique and helpful boost this season. They're looking at the larger data, so I'm sure they saw some of that. Moonstone did not help traditional ongoing decks. Moonstone, not that I've seen, it did not help traditional ongoing decks. Maybe at lower levels. I didn't see it, though. And we'll see a few more additions released in February that we think will improve Spectrum, or we think an improved Spectrum could support better. Yeah, great. Spectrum more than deserved. Spectrum deserved its point of power back ever since they, a month after the Blink season ended or whatever, when it was good. It's deserved this for a while. Hell, you could have made it a 6/8, if I'm being honest. You could have made it a fucking 6/8. But whatever. Better than a 6/6. Namora, 5/6 to 5/7. Similarly, the Namora deck is a fun and unique archetype in Snap that we want to keep positioned as an option. Penny Parker aimed to give that deck slightly more support as another way to develop single card power, as well as some mobility on the board. We didn't see quite as much lift as we'd hoped for. An extra point of power should help. Leader. Oh, I realize, I know why they're buffing Leader. They're buffing Leader because he's in the fucking movie. They're buffing Leader because he's in the movie. Sorry if that's a spoiler, but I'm pretty sure it's true. I don't know it for a fact, but I think he's in the movie. I saw some rumors about it or whatever. Although I think if you know the Thunderbolt storyline, that's known already. I don't know. That's not lore I'm privy to. Once a metagame terror, Leader has languished of late as one of the least popular 6-cost cards. While Leader is among the best at countering an army of 6 costs, the metagame has been hostile enough to them that the capacity wasn't useful. An extra power won't suddenly shift him to the top, but it will help account for the softer impact the card's been having. Which movie? The upcoming one, the new Captain America movie. Same actor from the Ed Norton Hulk is playing him. Yeah, I saw a leaked image. I don't know if it was true or not. He didn't have the massive head, though, in the leaked image, which made me sad. Sandman. Sandman. On reveal, next turn, cards cost 1 more. Maximum 6. Going from a 5/7 to a 5/8. Sandman's Doom form hasn't provided enough metagame pressure against decks flooding the board on turn 6. So we're pouring on more sand. We don't want to push Sandman so far that the card becomes the default disruption option. Disruptive option. Cards like Legion, Arrow, and Vision are a little more fun. We do want to have the card performing the job of Sheriff on some strategies a little better. Sure. That's fine. I don't think 1 point moves the needle on Sandman massively. Like, it helps, but I don't know if it moves the needle massively. Miss Marvel. 4/4 to 4/5. Nothing too crazy here. Kamala Khan hasn't been around for a while, but in recent times, or she's been around for a while, but in recent times hasn't found any strong homes. Bit of extra power will help compete with the robust complement of 4-cost cards we're seeing today. No, it won't. No, it will not. I'm just going to straight up say, no, it will not. Maybe with the Sandman buff, maybe Miss Marvel into Sandman into Doom can become a thing again, but no. No, it will not. If anything, maybe this is something you revisit next month with the new, in like a Spectrum deck. I could see that. I could see it. But right now, no. No, it's bad. Luna Snow, 3/5 to 3/6. She released a little weaker than we aimed, so we're trying a bit of extra power. 3/6 with an ability that's often an upside is unusual, but the performance of a 3/5 implies rather strongly that the effect is either a lot weaker than we thought or less useful to existing strategies. So we're going to see how this power bump changes things. So we'll have more context to what's going on. Well, yeah, because it's not a 3/5 with one person upside. It's a 3/5 with both people upside. And usually when both players are getting an upside, that's actually a downside for you. You don't want to give your opponent upside. You do not want to give your opponent upside in a card game. That's usually bad. It's usually bad. Well, according to the most valuable source of OTA reactions, there are a lot of thumbs down to this OTA. There are 75 thumbs down. It is the most reacted emote. I think a lot of people are going to be like, we waited all day for this? I am going to be nice, though, and say thank you for moving. Thanks for nerfing move bounce. It is greatly appreciated. I'm no stranger to being a harsh critic, but I also believe in giving props when it's due. And I'll give some props to that. That was a great change. I'm not surprised they didn't nerf a lot of cards. I think it's better to buff than to nerf in a meta like this. And I mean, I think they picked fine cards to do the buffs on. I am surprised they didn't say anything about discard, but it was probably too new. Has anyone checked on Sizer? Call Sizer, he's crying. The funny thing would be if move bounce was still like tier 1 with these nerfs. Oh, he stopped streaming for the day. If you don't change things, the game becomes stale. I mean, true. Snap changes quite a bit, though. Snap changes significantly more than most other card games, which is either a pro or a con, depending on your personal preference. I think it's usually good. But not all changes are good. Sometimes changing things for the sake of change is probably still tier 1, but it helps. Yeah, like, even if it's still really good, if you can more reasonably fight it on points, I'm happy. The thing that annoyed me about Move Bounce was they had 1,000,000 points. Like, I'm okay losing to it if I'm losing by like 1 or 2 or 3 or something, right? Like, because then I could make decisions or adjustments or whatever to fucking, you know, beat them without having to include like 18 tech cards in my deck specifically for the matchup. So yeah, to me, this gets a solid B, with the caveat that if I were not a high infinite player, I would probably give it a C. But because I am a high infinite player, I'm giving it a B. I am giving it a B. Little safe and boring, but, you know, no changes that strike out as really bad to me. High Evos in hell, yeah, that makes me sad. Next patch is Tuesday, and hopefully Mastery will be there too. Hell yeah. I mean, we'll know for sure. I mean, I think they would have told us if Mastery wasn't going to be there already. It'll probably be in the video that drops like tomorrow or Saturday. All right, later, Foster. Thanks for hanging out. Shout out to all my non-US frogs for staying up for the OTA. I don't think this is a buff Sandman needed. I think Sandman's one of those cards, I mean, they even said it, that they are careful with because they don't want to promote a million people playing Sandman, which I get it. I do get it. But definitely a milquetoast OTA. I guess I should tweet my thoughts too. Oh, I can't show that. Can't show that. Not allowed to show that. No leaks here. OTA thoughts. As a high infinite player, it's a B+ from me. It's a non-high player. Meta is pretty balanced, so I like buffs, even if they're a little boring. Very happy to see move bounce finally get nerfed. Oh, I have to pay out the gamblers. Let's pay out the gamblers. It dropped before 6, right? Yeah, because we definitely spent more than 10 minutes talking about this. I don't think anyone voted for 530 to 6, by the way. I don't think anyone voted for this, so I think everyone just loses points. Well, you know, I guess sometimes the house wins in gambling. I guess sometimes the house wins. Did anyone get anything? I don't think they did. Unlucky, dude. Unlucky, dude. It's like those fucking gambling apps. Everyone got screwed except the house. Yeah, so OTA thoughts. As a high infinite player, this gets a B+ from me. As a non-high infinite player, probably more of a C. But it's pretty balanced, so I like buffs, even if they're a little boring. Very happy to see move bounce finally nerfed. Much. Voted, but I can't bet points. Oh, wait. Well, it says 11.3K is going to you, Mr. Paw. I don't know how that worked, but... because it said 0, but it says you're getting the points, so congrats. Use them responsibly, or don't. Season recaps live, too. Any Gore decks? I do have some Gore decks. These were the final standings. So you voted, but with no points, and you still get paid? That seems OP. Man found a way to game the system. You have my respect. Enjoy the 10K.
Let's see. Spectrum. Feb? Question mark? Eyes emoji. How do I shorten this? OTA thoughts. Alright, I think this is good. High infinite player. This gets a B plus for me. As a non-high infinite player, probably a C. Not as balanced. I like buffs, even if they're a little boring. Very happy to see move bounce finally get nerfed. Much deserved. Spectrum cap ongoing in February. Eyes emoji. I think the house wins. You didn't get any channel points. Damn. The little banner said you got points, but maybe it lied. Maybe it lied. 6k token. Should I wait for Iron Patriot instead? Or get Gore? What kind of decks do you like to play, Masters? What kind of things are you into? If you like negative and Wiccan, Gore is probably your guy. If not, Iron Patriot probably goes in more decks. Yeah, if you like both of them, I think Gore is a great buy. I think Gore gives a meaningful power boost to both negative and Wiccan quite a bit. And it's good in Hella too. Yeah, no problem, man. Enjoy. Gore's a really fun card. I like it a lot. Alright. OTA posted. I guess let's make some fucking decks, shall we? Oh, please do not crash my stream upon reopening Snap. All right, I'm gonna warn you all. Sometimes when I reopen Snap, it crashes OBS. So if the stream stops, refresh it in like a minute. You have been warned. I hope it doesn't. I'm hoping it doesn't crash. I think we're good. I think we're good. Thank you for the season recap link. Let's look at it. Dark Avengers. Discard will rule the world. Honestly, I think Discard will be a tier 1 deck, but I don't think it's going to define the metagame. I think more people... I know this is a cop-out, and a lot of people don't like when people say it, but I do think it's true in my experience. I think not enough people have been willing to tweak their decks to target Discard a little. Which I get it. It's not always fun to tweak your deck to counter something. You know, there's no harm in not wanting to do that. But I think a little Mobius M. Mobius goes a long way to taking a big old dump on Discard, in my experience. It goes a long way. My most played card is Iron Patriot. I, for one, am shocked that the 2/3 that goes in a lot of decks was my most played card. Must be my favorite card. I upgraded it 48 times. I sure did. Your mascot is Darkhawk. You know, it's funny. I think today was the only day I played Darkhawk this whole season. So I guess we had a good win rate with it today. Yo. I'm screenshotting this. I am posting this. 1 second. All right. I needed to do that so I didn't leak anything. And people say Kang needs a buff. That is so funny. Also, this is a good time to mention played win rate stats are bad. Played win rate is usually not a good stat to base any metric off of, and I think Kang is a prime example of this. Most of the time I played Kang, I ended up winning. It was not because of Kang. Where is my recap? Where'd it go? Close this. Recap. Mount Vesuvius, 77% win rate. 144 power and bar. I will share my recap. That burn came on. Let's see. If I just want to share the image. I don't actually want to share the link. Does this share the image? It does. All right. Goes. Fun fact, you don't actually have to tweet their link thing to get the 100 credits. You just have to click it and get it in the draft. We'll look at these real quick. What are the things they're offering? Crawling in the Deep and Star Punch Power. 1,800 gold for 15 bucks. In this variant. Pretty variant. I don't think I need these things, though. I think I'm gonna pass. I already spent 20 bucks. If I really want to buy something, I'll buy this fucking $10 Shang thing for gold, but... Alright, let us close this stuff out and get to brewing. Let's get to brewing. Be at the school. Be ballin' with my homies. Rational. Reality we pour. Ya bish, ya bish. I played 227 Quicksilvers, which gives me an accurate number on how many times I played Wiccan this season. Nice. Bronze Boar, second time in a row. Nice. Or did you not want the bronze border? I know not everyone likes that one. I like it on the right card. Like, I like it on my Mobius. Looks good on Mobius. Thanks for the follow, Zyrex. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it's good. I like it. What am I deleting, chat? What decks are we deleting from the video game to make space? I hate having to make space. It sucks. I like my decks. I think Dracula Dump's getting the dump. Goodbye, Dracula Dump. Nice knowing you. Boltagon? No, I'm saving Boltagon for when they're slightly less discard. I literally played this like twice. I think this deck is cool. It just, you can't play it when you run into a lot of discard. Although maybe, well, this OTA is not going to make less discard probably, but... Pixie Annie is cope? It's not true. Pixie Annie did, like, pretty well for me when I played it. Not yesterday. Yesterday it was kind of mid, but the last time I played it, it was good. It's good because it's a fucking Mobius deck. Not as good as Kang, though. True. I'll probably delete Ajax. I'm not gonna be playing this right now. Alright, we got two slots, 3 slots. Alright, so what are we trying out first? What are the... I need to look at the fucking cards again. Let's see. Wait, what? Where is this? Question mark. Has anyone else seen this? In the patch notes, it has changes for Hela being a 6-7 and Doom being a 4-4, but the bots are 4-1s. I haven't seen that anywhere. Anyone see that somewhere? Or is this misinformation being spread on the internet? It wouldn't be the first time they've accidentally published a change that didn't actually make it into the patch. Like, one time they published a Venom nerf they didn't end up doing. But has anyone else seen this, or is this on the notes in game? We can look. Well, the in-game ones just take me to the website. Not on the website one. Biggest Venom nerf was the added voice line of I am Venom. True, not lore accurate. It's a disgrace. It's like when they left a Meek buff out of the notes. Wait, I mean, let's check in the game and see if these cards are different. No, Hela's still a 6-9. It's not in the Discord either. Well, I'm assuming they're wrong unless it gets posted somewhere. I'll check the mobile app just to see if it's there, but I don't see this anywhere. I'm mainly curious about this because of that one person who said Doom was getting nerfed. Where do you see the season recap? Somewhat. I think if you go to your inbox, or not your inbox, your little the little news tab in game, you can find it there. Someone in chat posted a link though. That's where I did it. All right, let me check. Dagger, Arania, Spectrum, Namora, Leader, Sandman, Miss Marvel, Luna. No, it's not in the mobile app either. So I don't know where they were getting that from. Are you saying that not everything posted on the internet is true? It's a take I agree with most so far. Yeah. Thank you, the destructive one. Apparently it was in a different language. Someone... This is Spanish, right? I know nada's no in Spanish. That's Portuguese, not Spanish. Okay. It's Portuguese, but it's speak in Brazil only. Okay. They fucked up the patch notes in Portuguese. That's why I got delayed. There's my tab buff. I want a refund. Me too, man. Well, I'm going to tweet this because that's good content. I replied. Like the post. Apparently there was also 6-7 Hela, but I mean, I believe them.
in... I'm gonna misspell Portuguese. Portuguese. I'm putting in the question mark for plausible deniability if I'm wrong. See, it wasn't technical. I mean, look, Blue, it could have been technical. We don't know. We don't know. It could have been technical. I know that it has been technical before, but yeah, maybe this is why. Maybe they had a last minute change. Chat, is this a nerf or a buff? I'm gonna translate this. I need to translate this. What does this say? I'm from Brazil. Need some help? Yes, please. Yes, please. What does this say? I know what the nerf would have been, but what is their what is this text here? I can make it bigger. Can I make it bigger? Let me post it and then you can pull it up. Unsure why this was cut, and if we'll see it yeah, I know the numbers. Wait, I had the stats wrong. Oh, I posted this wrong. Whoops. 4-4. 4-2 to 4-4, but the bots would have gone from 4-2 to 4-1. Thank you. You replied with the translation. Thank you. Thank you. Chat's so helpful, man. Chat is very helpful, and I appreciate it. Celine got a buff too. 1/1 steals 2 power from the lowest power card in each player's hand. Wait, what? 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 No shot. Bro, that's really strong. That's really strong. That's really strong. What the fuck? That's a 1-5. Casual 1-7. Chat's not beating the can't do math allegations. Oh, I see what you're saying. It's a 1-5 and -2 from their card. Alright. Caught. I get what you're saying. It steals 2. Yeah, no, I get it. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. All right. Need a down arrow. Down arrow. Alright, I mean, I should make this a fucking YouTube video, bro. This is good content.
69267. It's unclear if these changes will happen later on or if these were just considerations that they decided against doing. Time will we'll do a thinking emoji. Okay. Yeah, good post, good post. Boom. So we learned that the leaker has access to the Portuguese patch notes or the Brazilian patch notes. I am not familiar with most sporting things. That is out of my realm. Out of my realm. Well, this is interesting. The text behind explaining is talking about why they will nerf this card. In the beginning, they want to get this card for cost and power 0 or 1, but it should make this card combo with Ravona. That is the reason why they wanted to buff the power so it wouldn't work with Ravona. I see. So the reason they buffed Doom's base power is they wanted to nerf it, but they didn't want it to become a Ravona target. So they made it a 4/4, but nerfed the bots. I mean, sure. I mean, 4/4 is a little higher than I'd expect, but it's thematic. Yeah, we might do a very quick little... we might do a little quick... turn this into a quick little YouTube video, because this is a good topic. This is a good topic, and I want to cover it before it gets everywhere. Neat. I wonder if they're going to comment on it or not. They commented on the Venom nerf the last time that happened, I think. Fake notes to suss out the leaker. Well, the funny thing was they haven't really had a problem with leaks. What are these notes supposed to be? Like they didn't end up implementing them. Yeah, so I don't really know how the process goes here. I think they come up with a lot of different ideas and things for OTAs, and then sometimes they don't make it in for one reason or another. Sometimes they don't make it in because they want to spread them out. Sometimes they change. Maybe they lock in some notes on Friday, but they come into the office on Monday and things have changed, and so they don't think they should do that. There are a lot of reasons. It's not a guarantee these changes are going to happen. However, if they got this far along that there are notes for them, I think if they decide to change these cards, this is the way they're going to do them. It's not a guarantee, but it is probably, I think, a reasonable likelihood. Do you think... do you still need the Doom 29 below set change? The idea of free translation. Yeah, if you have an image and want to post it, that would be helpful for the video. Because I think I am going to do a quick little live YouTube video for this. Because I think this is a cool topic people would like to see. And these are in this. The Celine change is crazy. It's translating text. Okay, that's good enough. That's good enough. That's good enough. I'll put it in notes. Notes. Okay, I need to put that in not Notepad. I need to put that in Google Docs. The Celine change is insane. Yeah, Celine would go from overnight one of the worst card one drops to one of the best. It would still have a deck building restriction, but all right. With the U.S. agent change from last OTA, we know we'd have to keep an eye on Doom 2099 in a few weeks, but 2099 has been a card of big performance since its launch, sometimes among our strongest cards in terms of individual victories. Its power was not an indicator to weaken the card, since
a 4-1 or 4-0 would make it strong with Ravona. So we decided to centralize more of the power in Doom, weaken the bots. Yeah, that's about what I would expect. Let's see if I bet I can translate this one. Let's see. I'm going to try and get the Celine one translated real quick. Let's see. Can you translate this to English? Image. I'm attempting to do it too. Let's see. Okay, I think I got it. Green Goblin's best friend, Celine, spent a lot of time competing with the Hood for spots and decks that aimed to flood the board and kept losing. This is a somewhat lateral change, as the total power that Celine is applying could theoretically be almost the same. But this execution will strengthen Celine, making it less important if the opponent plays their wounded card or if they have Cage. And I'm gonna do Hela too. Let's do, I mean, the Hela one's probably not that interesting, but... Translate this to English. My human hands are not fast enough. Dude, yeah, the robots are taking your job, man. They're putting you out of work in the workplace of Twitch chat. Hela's update came in a bit hot. This was a known risk, as finding the best version of this deck is exactly the kind of thing players can do, even when we can't. Reducing some of Hela's power should help position the deck where we'd like it to be. Thanks, Destructive One. I appreciate it. I think we got this covered, though. I'm going to take a quick screenshot of this one. Appreciate the help from chat. Very kind of y'all. Did I press the wrong button? There it is. Okay. Let's go to the whiteboard. Let's go to the whiteboard. Let's get rid of the OTA stuff. Tier list chart. Okay. We took our jobs. Yep, classic. All right, let's get some images here for Doom 2099. We'll go Doom. What do you guys think about these changes? Obviously, everyone likes the Celine change. That's a nutty change. What do you guys think about the Doom change, though? I don't actually mind that if they were to do that. I didn't want them to nerf Doom, but I don't mind concentrating more of the power in the base body of the Doom. I think that's fine. Doom. We need Doom. Celine. We're doing it live, chat. Sorry this is delaying the OTA decks, but this is, I think, news people will be interested in. Celine. And then Hela. Bum, 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 bum. Hela.
All right. Bring up these images. These are like not real changes that showed up in the game, but they showed up in other patch notes that weren't finalized. Pretty much, yes. These are changes that are not currently implemented, but were clearly being considered enough to get a thing written about them. Which means they could happen in the future. It's possible Second Dinner will address this and say, hey, we're going to do this or we're not going to do this. I don't know. We'll see. It's a weather balloon to see what the community thinks. I promise you they would not do this on purpose. Knowing what I know about how they feel about leaks of stuff, they would not do this on purpose. He tricked us. 2 keys, 6k more tokens, please. Yeah. All right, so we got these up. I should include the image to the left. Just because I'm sure people want to see that for proof. Doom Elite. I mean, I could just make it a little smaller. And I can put it on the board. And then I should put in the regular OTA stuff because I want to talk about that real quick too. Love to see the Celine change because it's probably a lot of people who got her inadvertently. One of the worst feels bad moments. Make us all feel better. Yeah, agree. The US got better compensation, but the not US got a better OTA. That's fucking hilarious. You're spitting with that one, man. All right. Let's do this quick little video. I'm going to pause the music while I record this. It makes it a little easier. All right, 3, 2, 1. All right, what's going on, everybody? Zombies here again. And today we're back with another MarvelSnap video. So, we got an OTA today, but that is not actually directly what this video is about. This video is about some leaked changes that didn't end up making their way into the game directly via the update, but did accidentally sneak out through some patch notes in some of the other non-English regions. I think this was from Brazil, from what my chat told me. And there's some pretty interesting ones. So they concern 3 cards here: Doom, 2099, Celine, and Hela. Well, some of them are more interesting than the others, but let's talk about them real quick. Before we talk about the changes, I do want to mention what this does or does not mean. This has happened before, actually. This is not the first time something like this has happened. The most notable one I can remember was a long time ago, back when Destroy was one of the better decks in the game. A Venom nerf got leaked into the patch notes, and that's something that never ended up happening. So this doesn't mean these changes are guaranteed to happen. However, I think if they see a reason to make a change on any of these cards in the future, we already have an idea of an avenue they want to pursue for that type of change. So keep that in mind as we go through this. So the big one of the bunch is Dr. Doom 2099. And I do have some translations here to read through in terms of what they were thinking with these changes. The change itself involved making Dr. Doom go from a 4-2 to a 4-4, but would nerf the power output of his Doombots from 4.2 to 4.1. For the text for this one reads, with the US agent change from the last OTA, we knew we would have to keep an eye on Doom 2099 in the next few weeks. 2099 has been a card of big performance since its launch, sometimes among our strongest cards in terms of individual victories. Doom 2099's power was not an indicator to weaken the card, since a 4-1 or a 4-0 would make a ramp synergy with Ravonna possible. So we decided to centralize more power in Doom himself and weaken the Doom bots. Honestly, and I'm not someone in the camp of like Doom is like a super nerf-worthy card right now, I think that would be a fine change that would leave the card still being fairly strong, but definitely shuffles around the power a little bit, so his lane is stronger, but the wide output of the Doombots is a little weaker. So kind of interesting. Maybe we'll see that in the future if this card continues to put up very high stats. I know this might come as a surprise to some of you because, at least for me, I haven't seen a whole lot of Doom 2099 during most of this month, but that could be just as a result of being in the higher infinite population. I think this card is definitely more of a powerhouse across the wider player base, much like we've seen with Surtur in the past. You know, Surtur falls off at high infinite, people get bored of it, but it has been a powerhouse across the rest of the game. So that's something that could be going on here with Dr. Doom. Next up is Selene. Selene is the most interesting one of the bunch. Let me get up her translation here. So Selene, Green Goblin's best friend Selene, spent a lot of time competing with the Hood for spots in decks that aim to flood the board, and it kept losing. This is somewhat lateral change, as the power that Selene is applying could be theoretically the same, but this execution will strengthen Selene, making it less important if the opponent doesn't end up playing their Selene card or if they have Luke Cage to prevent the loss. What was the change to Selene? Selene would become a 1-1 that steals 2 power from your opponent's lowest power card and your lowest power card. So she would have 1-5 on the board. That seems like a massive change to this card. This would be a huge, huge, huge buff. This if you want to make Selene a playable card, that is sure one heck of a way to do it. She would go from being one of the worst 1-drops to maybe one of the best overnight. So I'm very curious to see if that ends up making it into the game later on, because this card, it's no secret, it's needed help for a while, and that would sure be one way to help it. And then last, but I guess probably least, is Hela. This one's a bit boring. Hela had notes that she was being changed from a 6-9 to a 6-7. And what they said on that was, Hela's update came in a bit hot. This was a known risk, as finding the best version of this deck is exactly the kind of thing players can do when the developers often can't. Reducing some of Hela's power should help position the deck where they would like it to be. And yeah, so they were going to nerf Hela from a 6-9 to a 6-7, but that also ended up not happening. And yeah, that is those are all the changes that snuck into some of the notes going out worldwide. Again, these are not changes that are currently in the game, and there is no guarantee they're going to make them. But if these cards get changed in the future, I think we now have a pretty good idea of how they might want to go about doing that. In terms of the OTA thoughts overall, just as a quick thing to end on, I thought this OTA was fine. As a higher infinite player who was really sick of move bounce, I really like the nerfs to the move cards. I think a lot of the buffs are good but boring. Like they're cards that could use the buff, but I don't think the buff moves the needle on them a ton. But who knows? We've got some new ongoing cards coming in hot next month, so maybe we'll see that move the needle a little bit on things like Miss Marvel or Spectrum. But by and large, I don't expect the small buffs of this OTA to really change the metagame that much. But the move nerfs definitely will take that deck down a peg, even if it's still probably very, very good. But yeah, I think it was a decent OTA, but a little bit boring for the larger player base. And I think especially if they snuck in that Selene change, it probably would have gotten a lot more excitement. So who knows? Maybe they'll take a look at the community reaction to seeing these possible changes as a kind of way to see, hey, maybe we should do this next time or not. And yeah, so just wanted to get that information out there quickly. Hope you enjoyed it. If you did, remember to like and subscribe and let me know what you think in the comments below. That's it for this one, though. I'll catch you in the next one. Peace. Alrighty, back to the music. Back to the music. If you're just now joining us, these were some changes that didn't make it in, but were in. Wait, messed up. This whole thing. So this was a bait. I wouldn't call it a bait. This was changes they were clearly considering that didn't make it into the patch, but the notes got accidentally published in other regions. So that's how the YouTube sausage gets made. It is. It is. I do need to render it really quickly, but fortunately, I don't really have to do any editing on that one. I just recorded it, and I'm just gonna chop the beginning and end off it, and we're gonna call it a video. But the leaker somehow knew about it. Yes, they did, which means the leaker is likely someone in their translation pipeline. Bum, bum, bum. It is kind of funny. I think this is going to take over the discourse a little bit of the OTA. I think the OTA discourse is quickly going to become, damn, I wish we got these changes. Instead of like, oh, this patch is alright. Which, like, I mean, that's fine. I don't care. It is much more exciting, the changes we got. It's really just Celine. I don't even think the Doom change is that exciting. I think if you're malding about Doom 2099, you're probably sad that we didn't get it. But I also think if you're malding about Doom 2099, you're definitely playing at probably a lower level, because that card is not great or popular right now. Which, you know, nothing wrong with that. It's just fact of the matter. We want the Celine change or compensation to make up for it. Yeah, I'll start my change.org petition right now. Give me 1 second here. I need to render this so we can get the YouTube video up. I'm not gonna spend any time editing it. We will link these. We will link. All right, chop the front off. Now I'm going to chop the back off. All right. Hard limiter set. Most of these probably don't change much, but from a buff perspective. But Luna's a 3/6 is interesting. Yeah, I agree. Luna needed some help. I'm happy to see her get it. I think they undershot that card, and I don't think the buff is going to propel her into massive relevancy, but gives you more of a reason to try the card. So it's got that going for it. All right. Why didn't they nerf Torch? I think they didn't nerf Torch because Aranya was like more of a problem as an enabler than Torch was on its own. King Jack, thanks for the follow. All right. Video's good. I'm gonna render it. All right, let's get back to the game and deck building. How are Torch and Deadpool different power? Deadpool requires significantly more work into scaling it. Or no, Torch requires more work into scaling it, usually. Because like Destroy is an upside for more cards outside of Deadpool, while Move is just an upside for the individual card. What should we start with? What should we start with? I do want to see if we can just jam a fucking Sandman deck. I know I'm probably going to get some Resident Sleepers. But I think Moo Bounce is still a top 10 deck. Honestly, it's been like an hour and I haven't played the game, so I don't know. I do think Moo Bounce was so very strong that it can probably brush off these nerfs and still be a high tier contender, though. Would be my initial read. But I haven't played with or against it, so it's just speculation. But that's my thought. What's the point of another OT without addressing the Red Guardian play rate? I think Red Guardian is a tricky one because he is played massively, but I think they also like that some of the things he's keeping in check. Yeah, Sandman got a pretty big effect change a while back. Ooh. Ooh, man. Gotta stretch. Been streaming for almost 8 hours. Sheesh. Is Ares worth it to use tokens? Unless you are a massive fan of the Searcher Scar archetype, I don't think I would recommend tokens on Ares. Personally. The Guardian is a necessary evil. I mean, I think that's kind of how they view him right now. Thought one card, no problem. I just need to play Arnim Zola. Snap, but then they couldn't. But then couldn't play Arnim. Wait, why couldn't you play Arnim? He doesn't make him cost more than 6, right? Maximum 6. Or was it turn like 5 or something, and you had an extra energy or something? Or was it that they could play multiple cards? You got screwed somehow. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, it does cap out at 6. There are weird ways you can make 6 cost cards cost 7, but it's very fringe stuff. It's pretty fringe. Alright, let's put in Mr. Iron Lad. This Marvel seems awkward with 2099. You are probably correct, sir. Maybe we just don't do Doom 2099. Maybe we just don't 2099 it up. We just go classic Doom. Old school Doom. Never thought about Moonstone with Doom 2099 until now. It doesn't do anything. They're 4s. That's probably why you haven't thought about it. Rightfully so. Yeah. I don't know. What else do you want in this deck? Scarlet Spider, maybe? I still like the idea of like having some good 4s trying to ramp into them. Miss Marvel's usually pretty good with this kind of stuff. Or Galacta. Actually, Galacta seems very good. And then we just do some cheaper stuff. Like we throw in a Rocket and Groot. We'll throw in Nebula. Nebula's good with this stuff. I don't. Actually, let's call it Course Rough gets Course Rough gets everywhere. Cerebro 5 with Miss Marvel. That's spicy. You could try it. Jeff is pretty good. Flexible, good with Miss Marvel. I like it. I guess Scarlet Spider's a little sus with Miss Marvel, but you can build around that. Because we only have a few other 4-drops. And you could stack them middle or whatever. We probably want another 3-drop for when we miss the ramp. We could do Nocturne, we could do Copycat. Penny. Maybe? I think I'd rather a 3 than a 2, though. We have 2 2s. I think we want a second 3. I'm leaning Copycat. Makari's also good in these decks, too. She doesn't really get a lot of credit for it, but she is good in these. Nocturne's not bad, though she still deserves her point of power back. Red Guardian also good. Oh, Mobius. It should be Mobius. Mobius gives us an answer to... helps us answer discard a bit. So they can't do the big swarm stuff. Alright, I think this is what we're going to try. We're going to take this for a spin. I need to hit the bathroom first, though, because I've had to take a piss since before I recorded that YouTube video. So I'm going to go do that real quick. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you're enjoying the stream. If you are, feel free to drop a follow. Let's you know when I go live. And if you want to support what I do and get a ad-free experience, you can see if you have Twitch Prime and help us get to our Doom sub goal cosplay thing. Thanks. I'll be right back.
Zombies go nom he's a snap fiend. With decks and strategies, he's always keen. From zombies to arrow, his love runs deep. He's got opinions on every card, he'll make you weep. He's talking meta, he's talking tech. He's sharing screenshots, he's breaking necks. He's got hot takes and spicy memes. He's zombies go nom living in snap dreams. He hates Airisham, a loathing so grand. But for Killmonger, he's a dedicated fan. He's praying for arrow buffs night and day, and mourns the loss of OG Zabu's sway. He's talking meta, he's talking tech. He's sharing screenshots, he's breaking necks. He's got hot takes and spicy memes. He's zombies go nom living in snap dreams. From conquest to ladder, he climbs and grinds. With Bob the agent, victory he finds. A way to win, a way to score, leaving opponents salty, begging for more. He's talking meta, he's talking tech. He's sharing screenshots, he's breaking necks. He's got hot takes and spicy memes. He's zombies go nom living in snap dreams. So if you see him in the chat, don't be shy. He's always up for a challenge, he'll make you cry. With a grin and a snap, he'll take you down. Zombies go nom the snap king of the
Okay. Okay, we're back. We're back. You never heard my theme song, Blue? Not a what? Fake fan. Fake fan. Fake fan. First time Splat sent that to me. It is created by our robot overlords. Alright, video's uploading. I still have to make the thumbnail. And I thought I was openly hostile. Yeah, how else would you get the mod position? He negged me into it. Save this. Yeah, I still have to make the thumbnail, but I'll do that in a little bit. Bum, bum, bum. Appreciate y'all sticking around. Do 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 do. Sticky. This hand is sticky. This hand is very sticky and I don't like it. I agree. Valkyrie seems like a hard card to change. Seems like a rather hard card to change. Do you do the typical YouTube expression with my jaw open? Sorry, I don't soy face for my YouTube videos. I don't get paid enough to soy face. I see Cam's video on the compensation stuff. I did not. I'll be honest, I don't watch like almost any MarvelSnap content on YouTube. I heard he was making it though, and I hope it was a good video. He was asking some of us for opinions on that stuff, so I gave mine. Actually, did I give mine? I don't even remember. I might have been busy. I just remember seeing him ask about other people's opinions for that kind of stuff, so I thought it was a good video. Good like I mean I didn't watch it, but I think the idea was a good video topic is what I'm trying to say. How have they not snapped me, bro? There you go. Asking shall receive. What did he end up recommending? I'm curious. I don't know what he went with for the final for the video. I just saw what some other good players I know were recommending. I think it's a good video idea. I think 5 for a card that can swing a lane is fine. She's yeah, she just doesn't do her thing often enough. Yeah, I don't know how you fix it. Scream was his #1 recommendation. I think it's a good recommendation. Scream is a fairly budget deck. It's fairly easy to play. It's fun. It's different. Doesn't require a million other Series 5 cards to be playable. I will happily trade one of my cards for a Zabu on 1. Thank you very much. I get the feeling this deck is still going to be too fair for current MarvelSnap, but we're going to give it the honest college try. All right, that is a good thing. Yeah, like you can build a strong series or a strong deck around that card with lower series cards for sure. Fair gaming, yeah. MarvelSnap stuff is always fair. I'm glad you guys like the song. Shout out to Splat. He's the one who provided it to me, and I appreciate him for it, because I think it's a fun addition to the stream. Sandman doesn't do a lot. Actually, Sandman makes it so Bullseye can't discard the Dakin stuff. But only Bullseye. If they have MODOK, they still pump Dakin, but we'll try this. If it's Morbius on the right, I'm a little afraid. Pew. They can move the Meek. So they could move Meek middle. And then MODOK. Or move Meek right. MODOK. Does this ever win? I mean, this wins if they fuck up. This wins if they, like... They have 6 cards in hand, so that Meek is going to be really large. Let's say they move Meek to the right, and they MODOK mid. They will have 16 mid. I could get 10, 15. Actually, we win by 1 if we do this. Right? Because we have 15, and this will take 1 from their MODOK, so they'll go from 16 to 15, and we'll go up to 16. Oh, I should have realized they were going to play MODOK right because of the Nebula. Oh, wait, they have another Dakin thing too, don't they? I'm just dumb. I shouldn't have stayed. I forgot they had 2 shards. Yeah, that was just a bad stay. Bad stay. Bad stay. Never a winnable game. I don't know why I was thinking they couldn't make the Dakins bigger. It's alright, we do a little bit of pumping sometimes. See? Fair gaming. Too fair. Sandman too fair. Buff it again. Buff it again, please. I do think Valk does require too much work, but I don't know how you fix it, and I think 4 cost would, yeah, make it too strong. So I'm not sure if there's a good answer to fixing that card. Like, maybe they could make it a 4, but they'd have to change the text a little? Not sure. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a fun topic. It's a fun question to try and, I like Valkyrie, too. I'm somewhat of a Valkyrie enjoyer myself. I have a first edition Valkyrie, even. How many people can say that? Yeah, most of the Iron Lat hits aren't good, so do this. Oh, they get my Galacta. Oh, I'm just dead. I'm just dead. I'm just very, very dead. I am just incredibly dead. They haven't snapped yet, though, so... Free to play on Pocket and open 2 Dialga EXs and 5 packs. Hell yeah. Congrats.
Somehow yours looks the same as mine, even though yours is first edition. How's that possible? I know, right? Am I disappointed there was no Iron Patriot nerf, or I think he's fine for now? I think Iron Patriot is in the same realm as something like Galacta, where the card could probably... It wouldn't mind a small nerf, but I don't think it absolutely needs one to make the game better right now, if that makes sense. Alright, this deck is not off to a good start, man. Not off to a good start. It's like, I think you could shave a point or a cost reduction off this card, and it would still be very, very good. But I don't think it's warping the game enough to where not doing that makes the game worse, if that makes sense. I think the same thing is true with Galacta, although Iron Patriot's stronger than Galacta. So I think Galacta would feel that more. Like, I think Galacta could still be a 4-5 or whatever, and she'll be a very good card, but I don't mind them being a little erring on the side of strong, as long as it's not like breaking the game. It doesn't feel like they're breaking the game. I remember this guy. This guy was a dickhead the last time I played him, and they're still playing Arsham. Why am I not surprised? Pretty sure this person sniped too. And that's the vibe I'm getting by this turn 1 rope. So in case you are watching, they're waiting for the pre-roll ad to end. What's up, Boomer? Time for Venom later on. I'm not worried about it right now. Or maybe when I play this Rocket in group. Jet Force Juno with the tier 1 for 2 months. Thanks for support, friend. I greatly appreciate it. Let's get you some Pogfish. Enjoy the emotes and the ad-free viewing experience. What's up, ELA? Alright, we'll do the thing.
What are you doing?
We'll do the thing. You're gonna boomer me? Unfortunately, pretty sure I lose. Pretty sure I lose. That is a bummer. I would have preferred to win. But it's okay, because even though this absolute chode of an Arshan player was very clearly sniping me, they were too idiotic to press the snap button before the final turn. That's how you know they suffer from severe Arshan brain. And if you are listening, go see a doctor, because you desperately need one. Playing Luna now, she's OP. Oh yeah, we have to update the sub thing. Yeah, I'm not one to often accuse people of sniping, but I recognize that dude. They were real obvious about it last time. Discard's still good. True. I'm playing Luna. She's OP. I do want to try Luna. I wanted to try this deck, though, although I think this deck is ass. I think this deck is probably ass, but we can't say we didn't try it. We can't say we didn't try it. It's not... It doesn't look like it's beating the ass allegations, though. Speaking of ass, these fucking locations, bro. Goon Knight. Alright, cool. You hit my worst card. Feels good, man. I think anything that uses Miss Marvel can confidently be called ass. How could you say something so controversial yet brave? But yeah. Oh, hello. Hello, Mobius. It's nice to see you, friend. I don't think Mobius is enough to save us, though. Actually, maybe. Was it 6? Might be. I mean, it's not going to save us from losing the right, but our cards can move. We have the power to move. They have a bunch of swarms in their hand that all cost 2. I think the only way they win is if they top decked Apocalypse and play it middle. That's a 1 in 4. Does Apocalypse even win them the middle? Yeah, it does. I could put Groot. I guess Groot plays around that. And this is 8. So, well, that would lose to 3 swarms on the left. So what do I prefer playing around? I think I prefer playing around forcing them to have the 1 in 4 Apocalypse. Wait, is Sandman just beat? Sandman just beats that. Right? Sandman's just better. We win. So the reason Sandman's better is because it gets to 11. We had 11 minus 3, so we had 8. They had 5 with Apocalypse. So we would win here. If they play Swarms here, Rocket and Groot just fucking shoots them a bunch. Mobius won that game. Mobius won that game. Okay, is the YouTube video done uploading? It is. Alright, I need to make a thumbnail for this. It'll take like a minute. I'd show making the thumbnail on stream, but I do it on my laptop because my laptop has newer Photoshop than my desktop does. So bear with me. In the meantime, though, I'd be curious to hear from you guys. What is there anything you're excited to try out with this patch? I know it's a bit of a bit boring of a patch. So you're saying this deck has a chance, yeah. Alright. Doom 2099 Marvels. Just Luna, probably. Yeah, Luna seems cool. How many of you guys have Luna? I assume Luna was a skip from a lot of people. I don't think this is going to make anyone buy her, but if you did get her, you probably are going to want to try her now. With Dracula Apocalypse, they had a chance. They couldn't Drac Apoc because they discarded Dracula. Hold up. But I think we were guaranteed there. No. Celine change would have been nuts. Yes, I agree. It would have been nuts. Celine change would have been very nutty. What's a card with 4 power off the top of my head? 4 power card. I need this for the Photoshop. 4 power card is... I feel like 4 is such an awkward number in this game. Jean Grey. Jean Grey's a 4. What Celine change? There were 3 changes that didn't make it into the OTA that were accidentally leaked via other countries' patch notes. One of them was Celine. Celine was going to become a 1/1 that stole power from the lowest power cards in each player's hand. Seemed pretty nutty. The other change was Doom 2099 becoming a 4/4, but nerfing the bots to 1/1s. And then Hello was going to go from 6/9 to 6/7. I'm going to put up a YouTube video on that. We recorded it live. I am editing the thumbnail for it right now. Someone who's tested a lot of Cerebro, I can confirm 4 power is extremely awkward. It really is. It really is. It is a weird number in this game. All right. Secret. Let's see. Peak. Yeah. Lake OTA changes. Water glow. It's good. Crank the saturation up on this. I do wish I could show you guys the process. It's kind of fun making thumbnails. Why does Luna even work in Mill? She works because she ramps out Lady Deathstrike and gives you more 1-drops to blow up for your death. Got 2 power. Luna would be good with the effect. If it was like a 3/7, probably. It might be good enough now in some decks. I don't know. I'm not sure about this card. Premise for Luna was that the deck didn't exist yet. Yeah. The only Luna deck I found to be very convincing was the one Fudge made. I played like a ramp Ravona deck with using like Iron Man and Gore and stuff that did okay with her, but at 2 cost. I see. I mean, yeah, it would be stronger. Giving your opponent energy is such a big downside, is the thing. It's like, it's a pretty big downside. It's kind of hard to offset that. Do MarvelSnap. Let's get a quick background for this image. This one looks good. Alright, almost done. Appreciate y'all bearing with me. Normally I wouldn't do this on stream, but I need to get this out while the information is relevant. This. And should I include Celine? I'm not sure I have enough space to include Celine. Although Celine is part of the hype, so I guess I should.
Bought Frigga because I wanted Toxin. Frigga's a good buy, honestly. It's crazy. Can you guys think of another card that had such a massive come up? Like that launched, it was terrible. It did get buffed, but the buff isn't the reason Frigga became good. Like, is there another card that had a come up like that? Gladiator? I do think, yeah, Gladiator's similar. Gladiator got a buff, and the buff was better for Gladiator, but the real reason Gladiator got good was because of the metagame changing. Misery went, I feel like Misery at first went the other direction. Misery launched pretty okay. It got worse because other cards got nerfed around her, and then eventually got a buff and found a better deck. Is there a world where Luna Electra on 4 is a play? Ramp 6 on 5, maybe some Doomless. Maybe? I think the problem is, like, ramping out Doom isn't as strong as it used to be. Right? I need a 1 power thing. So we'll do, I don't know, what card is 1 power? Nebula. I saw Fudge playing Luna Electra. Fudge is a madman, and I love him for it. I love that he was playing Electra. Incredibly based behavior. I expect nothing less from Mr. Elephant Fudge. You guys should check out Fudge if you don't know him. If one of my mods wants to shout him out. That's a nice way of me asking Blue to do it without asking him directly. I believe his channel is Elephant Fudge. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. He's like newer to the streaming scene, Snap, but he's a great player and a good streamer. Got me, thank you. Thank you. Alright, almost done, I promise. The thumbnail's gonna be worth it. Thumbnail's gonna be worth it. It's a good thumbnail. Honestly, it's kind of crazy to me, like, legitimately, like, half of what goes into YouTube, and I'm not exaggerating, is having a good thumbnail. You can have a mediocre to bad video, and you can get carried by a good thumbnail, which is stupid. But it is how it works. And also, you can have a great video with a bad thumbnail, which I think is way more common, and you will suffer as a result of it. Thanks, Blue. Yeah, you guys should follow Fudge. He's great. And I have a lot of respect for anyone who is trying to get into the MarvelSnap content scene this late in the game, because it is tricky, man. It's tricky. Take it from someone who's done it for a long time and took a long time to find some more success with it on Twitch, which shout out to all of you for that, because the streams have been nuts recently. It's been awesome. And I appreciate it. It's been very fun. And I hope to keep it up and make it better, and yeah. Alright. It's done. Thumbnail's done. I'll send it over to desktop. I'll show all of you. I think it looks pretty good. I can actually get some feedback on this, if the text is good or not. I need to know if chat can actually have some good input here for me, because you guys watch YouTube videos. I need you to tell me if you'd click on this. Palkia is insane. Nice. I really want to play Pokemon too, but oh my god, I genuinely don't even know if I'm gonna have time to play Pokemon tonight. Because I have to be up early tomorrow. It's already almost 8. Shit. And I am not gonna lie, I'm fucking tired. Been streaming for 8 hours. But I'm probably gonna do a bonus stream this weekend. Even OnlyFans. Hey, who knows? Depending on how my gym arc goes, anything is possible. Is he joking? Is he not? Who knows? That is the wrong image. Solo 128. That is a name I haven't seen in a long time. Assuming it's the Solo I'm remembering. If it is, cool to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Where's the... Is this it? Oh, I did not want to open this in Photoshop. I just wanted to... Why does this want to open with Photoshop? Open with... Photos. You guys like this? How's this look? Good? The only thing I'm unsure about is the text. Because, like, the OTA just came out, so they're going to be like, what do you mean leaked OTA? I think it looks good, though. No pog face? Clearly not good enough, yeah. I think it looks good. I'm going to ship it. If you're just joining us and wondering what the hell this is and why these cards are here and they're not in the OTA... I'm gonna try and make it a little clearer in the title. OTA non-changes. I can't fit non-changes. I think I'm just gonna put like future OTA changes or something. You don't like the RGB text? That's fair. The RGB text kind of works for me though. Sometimes I change the colors, but that one's kind of a staple. Scrapped OTA changes. I like it because that's more accurate. Secret OTA changes? I think secret might be good. Because they are secret changes. Canceled, canceled, yeah. Cancel culture is hitting the OTA. It covers up the Doom face, but whatever. Delayed? I think canceled strikes a chord with people more. And it's technically true. They were in the pipeline and they got canceled. Alright. Fill, content aware fill. Woke OTA changes. Yep, that'll do it. That'll get me the clicks. Enter my fucking grifting arc. Cancel work because it's technically true. Yeah. Everyone knows being technically right is the best kind of right to be, right? Alright. With the wokage. I love the wokage. Canceled OTA. Look at that. I'm getting valuable feedback from my community. Feels good, man. Feels good, man. This is what goes into the YouTube sauce, by the way. This is what I do a lot of the time. I'm just like, I'm trying to figure all this shit out. Alright, let's try and build a Luna Snow deck, though. The YouTube video will be up shortly, though. It is uploaded. I just need to download this thumbnail. Oh, did I not? Thumbnail? So I know if I auto-complete Luna Snow, it's just going to give me Fudge's Mill deck, which I do think is the best home for her, but I did like Eli's idea of trying out some ramp bullshit. I'm not opposed to that. What does it look like, though? What do we think that looks like? Where the hell is Electro? This is the most first world complaint about OTA changes is it annoys me when like this card goes from a 3-2 to a 3-3 because it's not where I expect it to be in the collection. It's such the biggest first world problem, but it's so true. All right, so we need Blink. We need Blink. We need Infinite. We probably want War Machine. Probably gonna end up looking like the Husky pile of Electro, I imagine. Husky cooked with that one. That was a cool deck. Alright. Change thumbnail. OTA. Huge. Cancelled. OTA. Changes. Exclamation mark, question mark, exclamation mark. I cannot spell. A MarvelSnap. Alright, so what else are we putting in this? War Machine. War Machine. Machine of War. Here's the blueprint one. Or should I use this new one? How does the new one look? I got this one randomly. That looks kind of cool. Whoa, what is this one? Yo, I do not remember getting this. Where was this from? Was this a Spotlight or something? I have no memory of getting this. I don't even think I've seen this before. Kind of cool. Maybe we make this a Sandman deck? Sandman on turn 4? From the shop. I guess I got it randomly. I certainly did not buy this. Certainly did not buy this. Today, we go over some leaked OTA changes that did not make it into today's patch. Link below for more info. And I will link my tweet. What's up, Wombat? It's good. It's good. It's been a long day. It's been a long day of streaming. I started earlier than I should have because I thought the OTA would be on time like a fool. But that's okay. I've had a good time. I feel like chat's had a good time too, and that's what counts. Magneto, maybe? Magneto is not bad. The thing that scares me about this deck is if you don't draw Electro or Luna Snow, you are so incredibly sad. So incredibly sad. Ooh. A little Jeffrey action. Everyone loves your local land shark. I love that. I love the Cosmo Jam emote. He cooked with that one. It's a good one. Corvus Hella. Corvus Hella. We're cooking. A third ramp has hit the Luna Snow deck.
Third ramp piece, eh? Mobius. Mobius might not be bad, just covering our bases a bit against the discard shit. And negative and whatnot. Oh, Mobius is also good with our Sandman. Synergy. The thing is, we never have time to play this card if we get our ramp pieces. But it's good enough at shutting down a lot of other decks. I think it's probably still worth it. New leader? Yeah, let's try new leader. Fuck it. Fuck it, new leader. And then probably another 5. I think we want another 5. Maybe like Arrow or Vision. Hey, Ari. Arrow or Vision. Vision has more flexibility, but Arrow is cooler. Tough choice. Arrow has the better variant. Boom. Say less. Say less. What do we call this? Yeah, I do think Vision is probably good in this deck too. But I think the points might matter. I also like the idea of moving shit around. Like you pull something with Arrow and then you yoink it again with Magneto or some shit. I haven't seen a deck like this without Doom in a while. Yeah. Unfortunately, Doom isn't the powerhouse he used to be outside of some 2099 support. So much booba power, true. It's facts. It wins games. It wins games. What do we call this? What do we call this? Wow, a lot of the cards in this deck got buffed. Luna, Snow, Sandman, and Leader. I have a full art trim deck. A 0 synergy, but it looks nice. I've done that with Rian Gonzalez before. I actually made it work a little bit, although that was a while ago. That was back when Chavez was still a 6-drop. Feels bad, man. We will call this deck, I don't know. I'm just going to call it Bigly Buffed. Because it was Bigly Buffed. So many of the cards in this deck got buffed. I'm going to test this in the pumping grounds at first, though, because after 8.5 hours of streaming, I am certainly not at the top of my game. Just being honest. I think I can be ballsy and play the Maw here, because we have Luna War Machine Infinite. I need to finish publishing this YouTube video. Alright, I'll probably Electro instead of Luna. Bro, this is annoying. This is annoying. Now my shit's gonna get pulled. And it's gonna get hurt.
Sag. I don't want to give them an extra energy. We definitely need to change the name to Pumping Grounds, right? Alright, they have Prio, so I think I'm just gonna give them the old tug. The old yoink and tug into the middle. Hope that is good enough. Oh, wait, no, I should Magneto. Yeah, Magneto clogs too. Yep, Magneto's better.
Who will the winds bring?
We are the future.
Do 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 do. If it was a 4-4 Doom, we would lose. Dodged. True. We lose anyway, though, because of Jug. Sad. We would have won if it didn't go fucking mid. Unlucky. Do 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 do. He was the Juggernaut. All right, visibility, public, boom, boom. If you missed the stuff about the leaked, canceled OTA stuff, you can now find it here. Video sharing, post. Bum, 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 bum. How'd you get Jug like that and ruin the perfect record? I know, man. I wonder if we'll get the Celine change or not. New Zombies video just dropped. Pog. Ooh. Damn, I took all of yesterday to rest, and I am still sore. I went hard on fucking Monday, Tuesday. Oh, Dagger buffed. Dagger buffed. I'm confused about why they quaked the negative. They didn't quake the negative zone. Be much more excited about the change or the OTA if we got the Celine change. I think a lot of people would have. I wonder why they decided against it. I wonder if they thought it would be too good or might have been. Who knows? Okay, this is cool because I can go War Machine, and then next turn I can Infinite into Blink Dagger. Ba, 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 ba.
Wave. Okay. Oh, I can play the dagger now. Does it really matter? Unless I get Ebony Maw. If I get Ebony Maw, it matters. Put it here. Yeah, I'm generally a believer of the, like, just throw it out and see what happens philosophy. Oh, they're playing the, what's it called version? Oh, we actually got the Ebony Maw. Feels good, man. Playing, like, the Surfer deck. This deck is feeling more reasonable than I thought it would. What was the proposed Celine change? They were gonna do Celine as a 1/1 that steals a power from each of the lowest power cards in hands. Which is a massive buff. Do you ever complete all 100 of my season chests? And if so, how so? Not usually, no. I've done it once or twice, but not usually. You just have to play a lot. You just have to play a lot to do it. There are, if you look up ways to farm XP, some people have suggestions, but I'll be honest. I think what you get out of the boxes versus how boring XP farming is if you're not playing normally is not worth it. I think it'll burn you out on the game unless you just want something to do on your side monitor or while you're watching a show or something. But I usually get to like 80. I usually get to like the 80s. But I also play more than the average person. You need missions, don't you? No, well, the missions are the biggest source of XP, but you also get XP for winning games. It's small, but it adds up. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but XP is determined for winning locations as well as, I think, winning the game. It might just be locations. I don't remember. Yeah, that's how people have higher pass stuff, is usually doing that. Just playing a lot. The strategy a lot of people use with that is, like, I think if you are winning like 3 locations and you retreat on turn 3 or whatever, that was how a lot of people were farming pass XP, but I'd recommend Googling it to be sure. I don't really know the meta for XP farming, but if you don't want to like do that, just like playing more and will help you get there. Arsham, boo! Boo, Arsham, boo. Yeah, like you play a bunch of high-powered cheap cards to win the locations. How a lot of people do it. Wait, I shouldn't have played it left because... Okay, well now I don't regret playing it left. Yeah, it does not... Hard grinding it seems so not worth it to me. Personally. But there are definitely people it is worth it to. I know some people used to grind it ridiculously. That's why they ended up nerfing the stuff. Leader? War Machine. That was not the best hit. Sad. I'm probably dead now. Oh wait, no. Maybe double Infinite is enough to win the game. Just want to make sure I wasn't doing anything wrong. Yeah, no problem. Happy to help. The game doesn't ever really explain that anywhere, so a lot of people don't know. The game does not, I think, ever explain that. Was this... Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Arsham, fuck you. Fuck you, Arsham. I hate you with all of my heart. You make me so mad. Was this the Iron Patriot card? Yeah, so this costs 1. Oh no, they didn't get a copy of it. They didn't get a copy of it. They do have another fucking Medusa, though. Eight. So they get 8 and 3, so that's 11. They go up to 36. I think we lose, but such is life. Such is life. I am kind of liking this deck more than I thought I would. Bro, you're kidding me. They didn't play the Medusa mid. I would have won if I played my fucking 7 power card in the middle. Bummer, dude. Bummer. Not playing Medusa mid is wild. Still not sure about this Mobius, but I don't know what other card I'd run instead of it, so. We also haven't hit the matchups where it's relevant, so can't judge it too hastily. Ways, I wanna run away. You and I. Do you and I. Oh man, has Galantis done anything recently? I really like their music. It was like my summer anthem for a few years. They do have a new album. 2024, 4 songs. Yeah, fuck it. I'll check that out. I'll check that out. Bum, 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 bum. So normally, my stream schedule is Monday through Friday, like 10:30 a.m. through like 4:30 ish. That's the normal schedule. Tomorrow's gonna be a little different. Tomorrow is either going to be a later stream, or I might take tomorrow off and stream on Saturday. I don't know yet. It depends how long the thing I have to do tomorrow takes. Filming this event thing tomorrow at a place, and yeah, when I finish doing that, if I'm feeling it, I'll come home and stream. I just don't know what time that'll be. Probably won't be too late, but given I didn't get as much OTA time today as I wanted, I probably will stream tomorrow. It'll just be at a slightly different time. And I think I am going to do a bonus stream on the weekend, either Saturday or Sunday, which will probably be like part Snap, part Pokemon. I also need to figure out when I'm weaving in this sponsor thing I said I would do. So I don't know. Maybe we'll get some bonus streams this weekend. Maybe I'll work a little harder and do some bonus stuff this weekend. Oh. Bum 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 bum. That's gonna be one mean Venom. Bum 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 bum. That ultimate Venom?
What a game!
Are they a true destroy enjoyer? And they it is an ultimate. Replacement for Snow, something I never thought I'd say. You could throw in Corvus and then pop Hela in one of the 6-drop slots. Unfortunately, the way this deck is designed, I think you have to build it a little differently without Luna. Husky is a version of this deck though, that didn't use Luna. I don't remember what that looked like exactly, but someone has it, feel free to share it.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
Is leader gonna win us the game? Are we gonna leader him, chat? Hydrate? I can hydrate. Bro, I need to eat. I need to eat. I'm fucking starving. That's the first thing I'm doing after streams. I'm gonna get some fucking food. Leader is back! Surely. Oh, what's that? Oh, what's that? Oh, what's that? You had a null? Whoa. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. What did I think of the OTA? I included my thoughts in the video, but the short version is, as a high infinite player, I gave it a B+, because I am so incredibly happy that they nerfed move bounce. I think for the general populace, it's probably like a C, where it's like, I like that they buffed the cards they buffed. I don't think a lot of the buffs super move the needle or change the metagame, but I'm happy to see them regardless. But I think a lot of people, the vibe I've gotten from chat and Twitter and other places has been like a little milk toast, a little boring. And I don't think that's really wrong. R null, yeah, R null. But I think it's okay for OTAs to be like that sometimes. Especially since some of the buffs are like trying to lean into like the next season cards. Milk toast sounds delicious. It does. It does. I'm a sucker for anything toast. I was so happy to see Move take a hit too. It is absurd how dominant that deck was. Like, I think this was a, I think this was low-key Glenn throwing a little bit of a bone to the high infinite people and being like, look, we're not going to focus the game around balancing for you, but yeah, you guys have a point. This shit's kind of fucked up. And hey, I'll take that. I don't expect them to ever fully balance the game around us. Like, it's not realistic. I get it. But I am very pleased that we got thrown a bone. Very pleased we got thrown a bone there. Well, you see, you need milk, and you also need toast. That's the secret. The world chip's the real secret, though. That shit is stonks. I'm gonna Sandman here so they can't bullseye the Dakin shard. Slightly less power than Arrow, but I think it's better if it stops the Dakin. And me. And me. Are you sure you can't play cards in other locations with War Machine? Yeah, look at the UI. Wouldn't that be funny if it just was let me like, oh yeah, just win the location that doesn't exist.
Hello.
So happy. All right, they get the shard, but bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. I do also want to find time to burn these conquest tickets. I guess we have Monday to do that too. Bum 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 bum. Do you think Moo Bounce is still the best deck or like B tier now? I have not played nearly enough to have a good opinion on that, to be honest with you. I think it would not surprise me if Moo Bounce is still a top contender. It's a very powerful deck. But it is losing quite a bit of points. So I don't know. I'm also someone who hasn't played a ton of that deck because I don't like dealing with the Madam Web crashes. Since we have War Machine, I'm gonna play this. Move Bounce was pretty good before Madam Web. The problem Move Bounce had before Madam Web was like sometimes you draw the wrong half of your deck and you don't get your enablers and you get screwed. And Web plus Aranya really helped fix that. Tanuki Hero, thanks for the follow. I like your name. I like your name. It makes me think of I always think of the Tanuki suit from Mario Bros. 3. That's a classic. Bum 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 bum. I was gonna build it with the compensation, but the nerf makes me hesitant. Yeah, I would. I'd give it. You know, I'd give it a little time and see how it's feeling. Ban Scada. I don't think Scada's here, but hey, who am I to tell a chatter how to spend their points? Yeah, new discard is also not a bad thing to invest in for sure. What can we pull here? Infinite, Sandman, Arrow. Get some good pulls. Oh, Scorn, Bullseye, or Modak. That does make it a little bit harder for sure. Oh, if you're only missing Aranya, that might not be bad. This is gonna be pretty funny. They're gonna try and reactivate this Carnage, and we're gonna be like, psych, you get a magic.
We are the future.
Miss Luna, it's snowing. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. I mean, I'm just gonna do this and then War Machine, or not War Machine, and then Leader. Seems good. I like that I'm seeing all these people trying Luna. That's fun. Whoa. Oh my god, it's huge. She's huge. Oh, but is it gonna get Zola'd? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That was sick. That was sick. Why did they, I don't understand why they gambled it though. They could have just done it on the right. That was sick though. Bum, 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 bum. Someone paged Jet stat. Gotta show him the new cook. Probably worried about tech. Fair enough. Fair enough. I wouldn't want my big Nico dying either. And they knew I couldn't tech the left lane. Gambling feels good. There you have it. I can't argue against that one. It's the human condition right there. I like how this deck feels though. This deck's kind of cool. Deck is kind of cool. Nevada's not winning, yeah. Do I have a way of getting into the right? I do not. Going at him for points. Oh yeah, I do. War Machine. If I get War Machine, we can go for the right. Oh, I have Jeff. I'm stupid. I am stupid. I am tired. Tired is what I really am. Jeff, no! Get down, Jeff! Get down, Jeff! Okay. Get down, Mr. Jeff is dead. That didn't really work, but... So it's either Leader or War Machine. Both are pretty good. Also, why didn't we snap? It's Proving Grounds. Oh, brother. No. No, thank you, brother. I'm not interested in a battle to the death in the pumping grounds. You can have it. I've got like 20-something fucking tickets. I'm just trying to test this deck. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Not alone in finding Conquest fun. Oh, I'll be honest, I actually don't like Conquest very much. The reason I play Conquest is because sometimes I just want it to be some casual, like I just want to relax. And since I'm high ranked on the ladder, I feel like I have to try a little harder to maintain my rank. And so when I've been streaming for 9 hours and I just want to test some shit, I just jam it into the Conquest. That's the thing I find fun about it. Is that it lets me relax a little. But hey, if you find it fun, more power to you. I think you should do what you think is fun. I also think it is kind of fun winning the Infinity Conquest, but that's just because it's one of the few things in the game that has like a kind of neat reward. Is Gore actually that big? He is. Dropping Jane while Mobius is on board. It still works because Mobius doesn't stop the cards being cheaper in their deck, so they still drew. I mean, I think I lose still. If they have Mystique, which they most likely do. Like, I could Leader to copy the Mystique. Oh, I can yoink the Mystique over into the left, but then I lose the middle. Or Taskmaster, yeah, I think we still die to Task. Actually, maybe they don't have enough to win the right. If it's like just Mystique, they can't Mystique Iron Man, right? Because I could also do this and go for tie breaks. No, it's not tie breaks because it'll grow. They have Sage. Most negatives don't, but it's possible. There's Mystique. Mystique costed 4. Psylocke, we win. Let's go. We did it. We actually probably got saved by the Sandman there, so that's cool. I think a lot of them do have Sage, but not all of them. Sage is usually more common when they're running Wong. Because then it's very, very good. I mean, it's still good without Wong, but definitely see it more in the Wong lists. I don't know what stock negative is nowadays other than definitely runs Gore. Gore's the GOAT. Ba, 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 ba. Let's see, how has this deck been doing with my... We're 4-4 with it. Yeah, they usually... Ironheart's like the Sage replacement, right? Ironheart's like, oh, I don't have Sage, I'll just jam an Ironheart. We played Spectrum. I have not, and honestly, I'm probably going to wait for the new season to play Spectrum. I don't think the buffs today give me enough reason to want to play that card. I think the reason I want to play that card is like when we have Sam Wilson Captain America with new Captain America, or with old Captain America and Spectrum, that kind of stuff. So I'm probably going to wait till Tuesday to try out Spectrum. I don't think the 1 point of power is enough to really give her a bump. New cards might be, though. We shall see. Just make her +3. Make her a real 3-drop. That would make her much, much stronger. No doubt about that. Still no Nocturne reverts. I know. It's so sad. It's so sad. Help us, Glenn Jones. Your Nocturne's only hope. Glenn just answered that? Wait, really? Oh yeah, he's probably answering questions. Oh, we should read these. I wonder... Is Glenn's answer going to make me sad? I feel like it's probably going to make me sad. We'll find out. Yes. Oh, why am I not surprised? Oh man, Black Swan. Black Swan gets around my Sandman. That's not nice. I'm gonna play it anyway to assert dominance. Asserting our dominance. If you don't know how the Black Swan interaction works, setting cards to 0 overrides them costing 1 more. If I recall correctly, which I'm pretty sure I do. We will see right now, though. I mean, I think regardless of what we do, we lose, but we'll play it out for funsies. We'll let them do their thing. Oh, wait, no, I have Mobius. Wait, I have Mobius. Wait. I have Mobius. It's Mobin time. I forgot. It's Mobing time. Time to Mob. I wonder if I ever do this then. This turns into... I mean, they still have, like, two cost demons, and they're gonna fuck me up with them. I don't think... Although, well, if demons are their biggest thing, upgrading this to leader kind of gives me a chance. Fuck it. Demon. Rocket. Okay, no, that kills me. Dude, it would have been insane if the rocket was 6 power and copies all 3 of them. Would have been the nuts. Alas, it was not. All right, let's read these team answers because I'm curious about Nocturne and I want to hear what the man has to say. Aranya vs. Torch. Why nerf Aranya's one-time activate to +1 to hurt synergy with Human Torch when he could have nerfed Human Torch? Change him to ×2 per move to +2 per move, so calm down. To elaborate further, doubling Human Torch is a very appealing dream. The card's effect is exciting, and we'd like to preserve that excitement if possible. +2 per move would be dramatically less appealing, and also quite clearly too weak to see play. Human Torch hasn't always been strong for competitive play as is, so exponentially nerfing him would be a super harsh change. Not very fun. Nocturne. With Rocket and Groot all but replacing Nocturne in high-level play, and now additionally a 3/6 with upside in the form of Luna Snow, I'm curious to understand what is the reasoning Nocturne continues to languish as a 3/4. Is this to allow magic decks like Mr. Negative to continue to see viability? At 3/5, Nocturne's play rate was far too high and broad. Location variance is an important part of Snap, and positioning a card to be very strong in positional play, also disrupting locations to be a bit proved to be a bit more than we want in that category. It's fair to say that includes magic, that we weren't explicitly aiming to make magic stronger. It's possible we'll explore other rates for Nocturne, but given we've seen that 3/5 is undesirable, I wouldn't expect us to try it again soon. That's lame. That's lame, brother. That is a lame response. Why is that a lame response? Because it was high because of the fucking context of the game that you are very blatantly ignoring. Well, you see, we already figured this one out. It's like, no, you figured it out at the time. Guess what? The fucking game has changed. You have a lot more appealing cards that are like Nocturne isn't the one auto include anymore because there are other good appealing 3/5s or better. I think that's stupid and short-sighted. I think that is stupid and short-sighted and ignores the context. Like, that is a type of analysis I would expect from someone who doesn't understand card games well, not someone who fucking designs card games for a living. Like, we already saw this is how this went. It's like, bro, you saw it in the context defined why that went that way. Also, isn't Makari 4 power? Why? I'm confused. Are you saying Makari should be buffed? I mean, sure, I guess. Quasimodo predicted this. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like this response. Makari's a 0/4. Yeah, it's a little different. You're not paying for Makari most of the time. Yeah, I don't like being like, well, we already saw this was too strong, because the environment in which it was too strong is very different than the current environment. I'll give a small concession that he doesn't say they wouldn't ever do it again, but they're not going to try it again soon. But like, what does that mean? You're not going to make Nocturne a 2-drop. So what is he saying? Well, maybe we'll make Nocturne a 4-drop. Like, I mean, I guess 4-drop. No, I just don't like that. I just don't like it. I just don't like it. I do not like it. I think there are enough good... Like, at the very least, if you feel this way about the 3/5 move being too strong, why the fuck is Copycat a 3/5? I get it. Copycat can't move. Copycat doesn't change the locations. But so often, Copycat is a above-rate body that is playing an above-rate effect. That not only plays an above-rate effect, gives you often valuable information. Oh, my opponent's Wiccan is on the bottom of their deck. Oh, I'm going to get the Wiccan for myself. Huh. I guess I'll press the snap button. Like, I think if we live in a world where you think Nocturne can't be at 3/5, I think there is no good justification for Copycat being a 3/5. If you want to leave Copycat, put back Nocturne. If you think Nocturne's too good in that stat line, nerf Copycat. I'll die on that hill. I'd prefer them, to be clear, I would prefer them to buff Nocturne. My copycat copy's either Mary or Infinite. You haven't had the most based copycat. You haven't had Green Goblin copycat yet, it sounds like. But yeah, it's very, very rare copycat copies something bad. And like, usually at worst it's just like no text or not relevant text. It's very rare there's an actual downside to the card. Oh, Red Guardian also killing off entire decks as a 3/5, yeah. Kari has a much lower win rate than Luna. Is that true? I don't know if that's true. I don't have premium untapped, so I can't check, but Makari has actually often had a surprisingly high win rate. It has a low play rate though. People don't play it, but the people that do play it tend to do pretty well with it. Yeah, Blue, send it to me if you can. I want to see. We were looking at Makari relatively recently. Makari is one of the better Surfer cards that does not get played. Part of it's because people don't own it, but I think part of it is because people don't like the variance of where the card is going to land. But, like, statistically, Makari has always punched above its weight. Like, Makari is a lot better than it gets credit for. I think people just don't like being able to not control where the card goes. Because, like, you'll remember the times Makari landed in the wrong spot, and you're like, ah, fuck. Be alright.
Opponent snapped.
Ba-na-na-na-na-na. Screw it, I'm gonna play my Utayu deck anyways. That's the spot I know and love. Still let the OTA fake news media get you down. Actually, this other site says Makari has a fantastic win rate. Yeah, Makari, I'm telling you, Makari is drastically underrated. Drastically underrated card. No, I wanted that location. Don't Phoenix Force me, bro. Did I not snap back? My bad. Rate statistics on self-report websites are always going to be skewed. I mean, no stats are perfect, right? But they're the best we have. Right? I don't know which site they were referring to, though. I generally use Untapped because it's the largest data source we have available.
Who will the winds bring?
Banana. I can do this. Yoink this here. Well, if they venom it, it's bad. But I think they would play like a death block or whatever here, and then they'll venom the left. Do I still lose to that? I think I do. Is there a way I win? If they blow this up twice, I lose regardless. So I guess I don't play around it.
We are the future.
Okay. Okay, we win. Nice. You know, playing the Baldur's Gate new classes? No, but I want to at some point. I love Baldur's Gate 3. I need to do a proper single player playthrough though. I played mine co-op, which was fucking awesome, but it meant I didn't fully learn all the game systems as much as I should have. I played a
co-op with 3 other people, and it was so genuinely one of the most fun RPG games I've ever played in my life. I love RPGs. That game was something else, man. And it's so fun doing it as a squad. It was really, if you've never gotten the opportunity to play that game with another person, you should. It is fan-fucking-tastic. Oh, Blue sent me the stuff. Let's look. He says it looks kind of mid, which, I mean, fair enough. Where is it? How far down is it? Oh, it's probably the bottom one, right? Makari, here it is. Thank you. So Makari's pretty down the list. She's down here, right below Nova, right above Elsa. 52%, 52.5%, 0.7. Like, so her stats aren't amazing right now. I think the stats are a little better if you look up Makari's Surfer decks rather than individual performance. But yeah, like, this card has very few homes, and I don't think it's a massive upgrade to the one deck that runs it usually, but at least in the past, Makari does better than it often gets credit for. I think a lot of people treat it like a card that's like very, very bad. And it's not bad. It's I think it serves a role and a purpose. It's just Surfer has so many premium 3-drops that you can play that this one doesn't make the cut a lot of the time because people prefer a card that they like the effect more over the 0/4 basically. 25 cubes in 6 games. Luna busted. What are you trying her in? The mill stuff or something different? Thanos Destroy. Oh, dude, list me. List me. I want that. That sounds like my type of copium. That sounds fun. Put it in the Discord? Sweet, thanks. So you're better? Either's fine. I don't really care. Whatever is easier for you. Here it might be better because people in chat want it too. The Discord link is outdated though. I tried to update it. It didn't update correctly, but I will provide a link. It's not the most active Discord in the world, but we do use it from time to time. It's not copium. My mom said so. All right, all right. Fact checked. Now it's one more active. There we go. You'll love to see it. Alright, thank you. Wait, what's the hidden card? One of the cards got hidden by the screenshot. I do this all the time. I accidentally covered the thing. Spider-Ham's an interesting choice. Fonta with the Thanos cooks. You'll love it. You'd love to see it. Moves. It is Red Guardian. Okay. I guess I could have done a little sleuthing and investigated the little text. But thank you for saving me the work. Thanos destroy no angel? For shame. I do always like seeing the angel pop out. Carnage. Let there be carnage. I need to watch the new Venom movie. I'd ask if it's any good, but I feel like I know the answer to that question already. But I know what I'm signing up for with the Venom movies. I'm not going in there for
cinema. I'm going in there because I like the character. And it's kind of a often a so bad it's good case. Oh shit, there's Wiccan in this deck? What the fuck? That's kind of cool. Squatch Thanos death. It's normally Mobius, but I'm trying Red Guardian because of Luna. Yeah, Mobius is real good right now. How do you feel about Phastos? I'm something of a Phastos hater. I see the vision in Thanos. I get it. I get what you're going for. It's probably better in Thanos than other decks. But it's a card I've always been very sus on. Don't cut my goat. Men in general, but good in Thanos. Yeah, getting free stones is like, I think, some of the best stuff you can do with Phastos. I think Venom 3 and Kraven are hardy in video on demand. I heard Kraven was exceptionally bad. Can anyone confirm that? I'm pretty sure Kraven got worse reviews than Madam Web. Which really, I mean, I'm not surprised given Sony, but like, Thanos. It looked like horrendous ass, and I only saw a few clips. Sheesh. Craven was rough. Madam Web was something else. Well, Madam Web, I think, got the benefit. I think that got a little bit of the Morbius effect, where it was like so bad you could have some fun with it. I heard Kraven wasn't even that, which made me sad because I like Kraven as a character, and I think, like, I don't know, the actor looked cool. But I mean, you know, it had to be bad if it's the thing that finally got Sony to give it up and be like, all right, we're throwing in the towel. The kick-ass actor wasn't enough. It never is. It never is. Bum, 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 bum. Damn, it's almost 9 already. Shit. Oh, dude, I have to be up at like 8 tomorrow. I'm not looking forward to that. I've been getting up early, but I hate having to be up at a specific time. Sony can make a sick video game, but can't make movie for shit. Yeah, that's because they like bought good companies that make good video games, and they did not do that with movie studios. They're like producers or directors, I guess. Sony just needs to put the fries in the bag. They do. They need to put the Spider-Man license in the bag. That's what they need to do. Just outsource it to someone who's going to actually do cool shit with it, bro. Given Marvel is far from perfect nowadays, but they make much better and more successful movies than Sony does. Yeah, Sony did used to be good a number of years ago, right? They also used to like lead, yeah, like stereo, like TVs, like holy shit. Now I'm pretty sure like PlayStation went from like a small like side part of their business to, I'm pretty sure, like dominating it. Kind of wild how times are changing, or how times have changed. Spider-Man 2 just dropped on PC this week, too, though, which is cool. I really enjoyed that game. I still need to go get the platinum for it and finish the side quests, but I enjoyed that game quite a bit. Unpopular opinion, I kind of hate the modern Spider-Man movies. I really, really liked the last one, but the other ones I didn't really love or hate. I was kind of indifferent towards. Like I like Tom Holland's Spider-Man, but I don't like love it. But I don't think I will ever like Spider-Man stuff as much as Toby. Toby's my goat. Toby's my goat. Oh, Into the Spider-Verse was fire too. Into the Spider-Verse was very fire. I don't think we need this clogging up our board. I mean, I guess I could do it left. I don't really want it to clog up my board, though. Oh, I could have full clogged mid, you're right. I was thinking the effects might be useful. I think they might be. I think the Soulstone effect is going to be useful. Well, it didn't matter because Limbo. I think I put this here and then we eat it next turn. We're going to try and juke them. Oh, wait, they're going to clog me. They're going to clog me. I should not put this middle. I'm going to get clogged if I do. Maybe I should eat now? I can't eat and squatch, though. Don't clog me, bro. Oh, we actually have big Mamma Jamma Thanos, too. Wait, what the fuck? That's a bast.
Peace.
I am Iron Man.
Impressive.
Oh, this is sick. This is super sick. Oh, bless me. So we're gonna have a 30 power Thanos mid. Yeah, this curve popped off. He's inevitable, bro. Oh, shit. Okay. Not gonna lie. Scared me a little. Scared me a little. Did not think we would need the death to win that lane. And Panopticron. Alright, this deck's cool. This deck's cool. Let him cook. Let him cook. If anyone knows how to cook with Thanos, it is a Fanta. The man's a chef. Oh yeah, I forgot Blue sent me music. I want to listen to that this week or weekend. Testing shit decks in Conquest. Look, man, if that's not what Conquest is for, what is it for, right? Conquest is my safe space. Conquest is my safe space where nothing can hurt me and I can bully people.
with weird shit. The best part of Conquest, though, is when you win Infinity Conquest with some weird fucking brew. Because you skill dift people. No bully. Deck's pretty playable. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Crazier things have been playable. But I also think it is infinitely more playable in your hands than the average player's hands. Same thing with like Hello Thanos, right? What's not playable is these long fucking queues, bro. These snail queues. But yeah, the real reason I'm playing Conquest is less because I don't believe in the deck and more because I've been streaming for almost 10 hours and I'm tired. And I don't want to have to exercise my brain as much as I should when I play ladder. Yeah. It looked too fun not to give it a few spins before I call it a night, because I am beat, man. I am pretty beat, but pretty kick-ass stream today, though. The fact that we have been maintaining this viewership is crazy to me, man. I am very grateful for it. I'm glad so many of you enjoy it. It's very rewarding to finally, like, try and make some life changes to have a little bit more structure and get rewarded for that. It makes it checks off the dopamine boxes. This is why ham is in the deck to so we don't like get stuck what's it called? We don't get stuck like filling with the draw. Bonk. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, well, now we gotta play Fastos. You can't not play Fastos on 3. Damn, this song kind of rips. Oh, I snapped. They didn't. Yeah, it's Proving Grounds. I'm always snapping. What the fuck is this? Excuse me, sir. This is a Wendy's. Why are we playing Symbiote Spider-Man and Patriot? It probably should be silver because I have silver tickets to burn, but I don't care about my Conquest rewards. Double Fastos. Sick. I mean, we beat what's it called? We beat Ultron. Because we killed the Patriot. They doom me? Oh, they could Ultron here. I mean, if they Ultron left, I get fucked regardless, right? They're snapping back, so it probably is Ultron. Can I ever beat Ultron? I don't think so. Wait, this is the same size as Ultron. It's 8. Doom mid? It could be. Doom mid doesn't win them the game, though. Because Atlantis. I'm just going to do this.
Actually, is it better to do... Probably better to do this. Wait, no, it's not. Better to do this. It's just Ultron, and then they lose. Little bro didn't do the math. That, or they just forgot to snap early and were like, oh, it's Proving Grounds, might be. Also a possible outcome. We'll know whether or not that was the decision if they concede her, I guess, maybe. Pressure. I think what I'll do is we'll go another 15 minutes. And we'll call it a good 10-hour stream. Long stream for the OTA day. Let's just fucking... I'm not gonna start Infinity, but I'll start a gold with it. Fuck it. Long stream, yes sir. I'm on the grind set mindset, baby. Grind set mindset. I've actually been like remarkably more productive so far this year. Feels good, man. It's been a very productive January for me. Did a lot of things I wanted to do. Oh, fuck. I still have to edit the video. Shit. Damn, dude. Managing your time is hard, man. It is hard to manage your time. I struggle with it. Alright, well, we do have Killmonger into Wiccan. Pretty wicked. Into draw, too. Hoggies. Lay low. Ooh, wait. This is better. Right? I think it's better. Yeah, it's pretty cool. This is a pretty cool line. Well, one thing's for sure. Good, not good, anywhere in between. Deck sure is fun. I am having fun with it. Having fun is half the battle. Oh, we can... Oh, wait. We can eat the Wiccan and the stones. I'm thinking we eat the Wiccan for more energy. I'm gonna snap. Fuck it. Damn, I kind of wish we could have seen the pop off. At Chibi Galactic Infinity Avatar, congrats. That's a good one. I have that one too. I like it a lot. Boo, boo, Wakanda, boo. Bonk. See ya, Doom. Do they have a way to yoink me into the right? Not this turn. Not right now. Oh, they have... Yes, they do. They sure do. Arrow. I forgot they had 5 energy. Oops. But I mean, we have so much... We have a lot of power. Or we have a lot of energy. Or is it better to... I think this might be better.
Doom rules all.
All systems go.
I mean, this is pretty sick. Oh, this goes to tie breaks. If it's Magneto.
We are the future.
I win tie breaks. I did not do the math.
Victory. Destiny will arrive.
I want this to go away. I think I do this. I think it's better than greeting the draw. The main reason I didn't GM is because I don't think they're gonna move me this turn, and I don't want to give them a free scream proc. That was the idea. Also, GM, now I can do this. Now I can do this. This. Pretty cool. I mean, Scream's still a little annoying, but... Three mana Thanos. I think I'm just gonna try and have a million energy. Oh no, I can't play. I can do Wiccan... Carnage Wiccan? Or I could just do this. Have I played all my stones? I'm missing the red stone. Oh no, I played the red stone. So yeah, this will be all the stones. So we get big ass Thanos. What was my last played card? GM. I don't think I want to fill this, though. I also don't want to give them 1,000,000 energy. This is it. Playing around arrow left. I need a left, sure. That's fine. They snapped, so the bob's gonna move. They might clog themselves. Yeah, we're keeping the power stone.
Inevitable.
Dude, this is so gross. Look at this. We go 20 power Thanos. It's actually better to do it on the right, huh? Better to do it here. And we do order. Now, they have prio, so order doesn't really matter. She's my call out. Hey Sarah, you've got their friend. Be a shame if I had a massive purple man that was just bigger. It would be a darn shame if that massive purple man was just a bit too big. Damn, we fucking cleaned him. We took him to the fucking cleaners. Wild. Wild. Thanos OP, dude. Thanos OP. I'll put this with my was gonna post the other deck I threw together, but I'll add this to the posting for today. Very cool deck. Thanks for sharing it. I will. Do you have a Twitter you want me to credit, or is just happy to include or anything? It doesn't have to be a Twitter. Nah, all right. I mean, I'll just put font to them. Because this is very fun. It's very fun. Do I have any Infinity tickets left? I do. I have 3 from the compensation. And I'm probably going to do those either tomorrow or Monday, I think will be when we burn those Infinity tickets. Yeah, this deck's really fun. Very cool font to cook. If you need some neat Thanos brews, he's your guy. He is your guy. One of those, like, I feel like, and this isn't unique to most Thanos decks. I think this is like a staple of Thanos. So many Thanos decks, you look at it and you're like, how the fuck does this work? But playing it out, it was like surprisingly smooth. It was surprisingly smooth for me, which you love to see it. So I need to buy Luna now, yes. Like, you look at this and you're like, okay, bro, sure, it's a good deck, wink. It's like, it worked. It worked for me. Obviously small sample, but we were playing against real decks. Like, the Scream deck is a real deck. I don't think the Doom version of it is like the best version, but it's not bad. Yeah, I think you could certainly play this without Luna, but Luna's an interesting one to try in this build. All right. So, yeah, stay tuned for more content tomorrow. We're going to do probably a later stream tomorrow, like afternoon stream tomorrow is the plan. Maybe a bonus stream on the weekend so I can get in some pocket and do the ad thing I have to do. Also, if you missed the presentation, oh, there's an ad. I will wait until the ad is over. I did not realize there was an ad. Oh, Twitch, you and your automated ads. In the meantime, I can see who is online. Yeah, this deck was cool. I liked this deck too. This deck wasn't bad. I should check the YouTube video real quick too. I feel like that's a banger YouTube topic, and I think it's gonna do well. 2 out of 10, baby. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. All right, the ad's over. Let me get back to finishing what I was saying. What was I saying? Oh, I was saying I liked this deck too. Probably need to test it a little more, but it felt pretty reasonable to me. Like the leader had its moments. The fact that like you have like 3 different cards with an extra point of power really makes it add up a little, rather than just being like, oh, Sandman's slightly bigger, Luna's slightly bigger. Like it feels like it matters a little bit more when you have a bunch of them together. But yeah, we're gonna do some more snapping tomorrow. Bonus stream on the weekend, maybe later start time tomorrow because I'm doing stuff in the morning. And yeah, it should be fun. I really want to try out the Pokemon set. I wanted to do that today, but the OTA was so fucking late. I didn't really have a good chance to, but that's okay. I had fun playing Snap, so. But yeah, that's it for today, folks. Thanks for hanging for the long stream. It was a good time. I'm gonna send you guys over to Gregor. Show him some love. Have a nice day. Hopefully, I will see you God, I can't. I was literally gonna say 2020 or 2424 because that's his handle. That's how you know I'm tired. But yeah, have a great night. Hopefully, I'll see you tomorrow this weekend. If not, have a good one. And I'll catch you next time. And yeah, follow if you're not. Let you know when I go live. Peace.